These hunters accused this young man of unaliving their great uncle and leaving him to the monsters in the forest. The leader tried to beat him up due to these accusations. However, they were out of luck, as our boy easily took them all down in seconds. They had no idea he was actually a wizard, as he had hidden this truth since he was 10, only revealing his talents to his mom at a young age. Out of fear, she asked him to never show his powers to anyone, and made him promise to keep his word. He grew up as a shepherd, rearing sheep on Hisril Hill all his life. However, he never liked the slow life, and wanted something more for himself. Earlier that day, the town's elder received news about rumors of a monster spotted down in the mountain. Worried, their thoughts immediately turned to Turan, who lived isolated outside of town. Not long after, the old man visited Turan to share the news about the monsters and warn him to stay safe. However, Turan saw right through the old man's intentions, stating that the true motive for the visit was simply to check on the sheep, which the townspeople had been trying to acquire ever since his mother passed away. Angered, Turan cursed the old man and chased him off his property. Much later that evening, Turan was the first to encounter the corpse near the forest, and at that moment he also encountered the actual culprit behind the old man's death. This monster was unlike anything he had ever seen before, towering over him in its demonic form. The creature roared and lunged at him, but Turan simply smiled and commanded the creature to die. Strangely, the monster dashed away from Turan for its own safety, growling as it sensed his ominous energy. It moved decisively around Turan, before circling for a third attack. Our boy dodged the strike and pulled out a stone, deciding to fight the beast as a shepherd fights best. Holding on to his weapon, he catapulted the stone straight toward the monster in a flash, much to the beast's surprise. However, the beast managed to dodge the attack in the nick of time, shifting its head to avoid the strike. Taking a firm step, the monster lunged forward at Turan in retaliation. Calmly, Turan revealed to the beast that he was merely aiming for its head. At that moment, the suspended stone suddenly changed its course, striking the monster directly in the head and killing the creature instantly. As the dust settled, he looked down at the creature, revealing that this was truly his first time defending himself against a monster in this manner. He scoffed, annoyed at how inconvenient the situation had become. Finally, much later, after the situation with the lousy men who had come to falsely accuse Turan, he entered his shed. He began to contemplate how this situation with the beaten-up villagers would affect him, but just as he was deep in thought, someone knocked loudly on his door. The moment he opened the door to demand who was banging on it, he suddenly encountered an unknown towering figure glaring down at his smaller frame. Upon opening the door, the traveler politely excused himself, explaining that he had hoped to ask for a favor during his travels, though he realized he might have caught Turan at an inconvenient time. Looking at the man, Turan wondered if he was truly a traveler. He apologized, explaining that a few uninvited guests had just come by moments before. Inwardly, Turan remembered that his mother had taught him good manners, though he wondered if his response was polite enough. He had never spoken nicely to anyone in this town, making the interaction feel somewhat awkward. Noticing the sword the traveler carried, Turan found it unusual for such a sleepy old town. He offered that if the traveler was looking for an inn, he was welcome to come inside. He set the table, plating a generous amount of food for them to share. Turan mentioned that they were not well off and did not have much to offer. However, the traveler assured him that the food was a feast and expressed his gratitude. He noted his surprise, observing that Turan seemed remarkably well-mannered for someone who had never met anyone from outside the town. Turan confirmed this, sharing that he was born and raised on the hill, having lived as a shepherd his entire life. As they ate, the traveler watched Turan sip his water quietly. The traveler found it interesting, noting that for someone who grew up as a simple shepherd, Turan was surprisingly well-versed in proper manners, suggesting his parents must have raised him well. Turan shared that he had learned everything from his mother, who had passed away a few years prior due to an illness. The traveler expressed respect for her memory, saying she had raised a fine son and stating his belief that she rested among the gods. Turan stood up to gather a few more items for their meal. As he did, the traveler thanked him once again. Turan replied that he simply lived the way his mother had taught him, then asked what brought the traveler all the way out to a country town. The traveler explained that he was asked to fulfill a favor, clarifying that he had been asked to handle a monster, a puma. He then revealed that he was a wizard. The man explained that he sensed a monster in the area, yet he had not seen one. He found it strange that Turan knew about the elder and the monster, yet remained completely calm without running away. He pointed out that if the monster were targeting humans, Turan would be the obvious choice, asking if he was frightened. The traveler observed that Turan seemed remarkably brave for a shepherd who had never left his home village, glaring at him closely as he asked who he really was. In that moment, Turan recalled a memory from his past. As a young boy, he had asked his mother why no one could know that he was a wizard. She had explained that it was because of the bad nobles. She told him that if nobles were like shepherds, then knights were like the dogs they kept. While they might treat a dog with affection, they would still sacrifice or discard it if necessary. She explained that she wanted a better life for her son, and wished for them to stay together. For that to happen, she had stressed that no one could ever learn that he was a wizard, especially other wizards. If they ever found out, they would separate them and turn Turan into a tool to be used and thrown away. She had warned him that if his secret was ever discovered, he might even have to kill people to keep himself safe. Returning to the present, Turan turned to the sitting traveler instantly, processing his mother's words as he pondered his next move. Staring at the traveler, Turan thought to himself that this was what it had to come to. Just then, the traveler asked him why he could not answer his question. The entire space paused for a second before Kiorn suddenly smiled and said that making a face like that just made his joke awkward. Hearing that, Turan wondered if what he had just said was truly a joke. He apologized, mentioning that he did not really have a good sense of humor. Kiorn stood up and replied that no, he was the one who should apologize, suspecting he had flustered Turan. Turan then smiled, saying it was his first time hearing a wizard joke, so it had caught him off guard. Extending his hand, Kiorn remarked that they still had not introduced themselves properly. He introduced himself as Kiorn, expressing that he was a wanderer. They shook hands firmly as Turan apologized and introduced himself as a shepherd, forming a subtle friendship at that very moment. Later on, they continued to converse. Turan mentioned that he was currently 18 years old, while Kiorn shared that he would be turning 75 this year. Complimenting his appearance, Turan noted that Kiorn really did not look old. Kiorn responded that wizards age much slower than ordinary people and live longer lives. Turan smiled and asked how he had ended up becoming a wanderer. Kiorn explained that after serving the Arabian family for 60 years, he had left. He added that in his later years, he wanted to roam from place to place without settling down. Turan observed that it sounded quite romantic. They spent the evening sharing a pleasant and harmless conversation. They talked until late into the night. When Turan finally realized how much time had passed, he noted that he had not even noticed the sun coming up soon. Kiorn stated that he should get going. Dropping a coin on the table, Kiorn explained that it was Arabian silver, the purest among silver coins, which would more than cover the cost of the meal. Turan accepted it gratefully, wishing him a smooth hunt. Kiorn smiled and told him not to act as if they would never see each other again, adding as he walked toward the door that he might come by a few more times to eat with Turan on his way. With those words, he left. Up in the mountains, it seemed like a regular day as Turan appeared and called for all the sheep to gather. Hearing his voice, the sheep immediately walked toward him. Looking at them, Turan began to reflect on meeting another wizard for the first time. Beyond that, he wondered how long it had been since he had engaged in a conversation that felt so comfortable, enjoying the natural ease and humor in their exchange. Turan realized that Kiorn was truly a good person, contrasting him with his past belief that wizards were merely emotionless hunting dogs. Meanwhile, Kiorn was walking through the forest terrain. He looked around, sensing that something felt strange. There were clear traces of a battle in the forest, yet he could not feel a monster's presence. Looking up, he spotted a rock embedded deep into a tree trunk and wondered if the monster had already been hunted. He pondered who could have hunted the creature, wondering if the village chief had left the task to another wizard. Either way, he exhaled in relief, knowing that as long as someone had handled the beast and made the area safe, that was all that mattered. Suddenly, Kiorn felt a strange aura behind him and turned his head instantly. The creature Turan had dealt with earlier arrived, looking disheveled with its head already damaged from Turan's previous strike. However, the beast was still alive, roaring loudly at Kiorn. Kiorn recognized this essence as a monster's wrath. Glaring at the beast, he felt uneasy, wondering who would do something like this to a creature. Before he could make sense of it, the creature swung its claws to strike. The claws struck the ground, but Kiorn dodged the attack instantly. Kiorn observed that whoever defeated the monster had failed to absorb or disperse the mana from the corpse, causing the monster to turn into a wrath, He questioned why anyone would leave it to become a wrath, wondering if a novice wizard was involved who did not know something so basic. Yet he concluded that even a novice wizard lacking that knowledge could not have defeated such a monster in the first place, leaving him to wonder if there was another intention behind it. Creating a magic orb at that very moment, Kjorn manifested an arrow, deciding he had to destroy the monster right then and there. He fired the arrow straight toward the beast in an instant. However, the moment it struck, the monster nullified his attack. Kjorn was surprised, realizing that the monster's mana was vastly stronger than his own. Suddenly, the monster disappeared right before his eyes, seeping its essence directly into the ground. Kjorn felt a moment of disorientation, wondering if the creature was trying to counter magic with magic as he looked around frantically. Beneath him, the creature extended its body out of Kjorn's shadow like a tentacle. Before Kjorn could move a muscle, the creature descended its claw and struck him from behind. Kjorn retreated backward to soften the impact of the strike, feeling shaken. He realized that this was not a level a mere wizard could contend with, noting that one would need to be at least a lower-ranked noble to stand a chance. Glaring at the disheveled creature as it emerged from his shadow and roared loudly, Kjorn wondered if this was as far as he would go. Exhaling heavily, he resolved that he would not die obediently, deciding that even if he fell, he would take the creature down with him. Steadying his resolve, Kjorn formed a magical fireball in his hand, concentrating all his mana into his palm. He calculated that if he stabbed the creature directly when it lunged, he could defeat it. The monster extended its claws to strike, while Kjorn rushed forward with his magic attack. They dashed toward each other in a flash, but a bright light suddenly sped through the woods. The light struck the monster straight in the face before it could land its blow, knocking the creature to the ground once more. Kjorn was completely shocked as he watched the attack pass right by his face. Just then, he heard Turan's voice asking if he was all right. Turning to the side, Kjorn remarked that a shepherd's jokes were quite startling as well. Turan slowly walked into view, holding his catapult elegantly. Kjorn turned to him and asked if he was actually a wizard. Turan finally confirmed that he was. Kjorn asked why he had not told him, but Turan remained silent. Changing his question, Kjorn asked why Turan had chosen to help him when he could have simply walked away. Turan recalled a moment from earlier when Kjorn had brought a wolf to him as a gift. At that time, Turan had asked why Kjorn was going so far for him, noting that with Kjorn's skills, he could earn far more money much more comfortably elsewhere regardless of what the village chief promised. Kjorn had laughed, explaining that there were pitiful people in the village living on the frontier, trembling in fear without basic protection. When Turan asked if that was his responsibility, Kjorn replied that a wizard by nature inherited the power of a god, and should live with pride in protecting powerless commoners, noting that while not every wizard felt that way, everyone had their own way of living. And so Turan smiled and responded to Kjorn in his own words, stating that everyone had their own way of living. Suddenly, the monster rose from the ground and struck the earth, taking them both by surprise. They dodged the attack in the nick of time. Kjorn told Turan to listen carefully, explaining that this was not a monster he could handle unless he was at least a noble. He urged Turan to go tell the village chief immediately and help the villagers evacuate while he held the beast off. As the creature towered over Kjorn, he held his stance firmly, admitting to himself that despite his words, he did not know how long he could hold out. Turan's voice cut through the space, telling Kjorn that it was okay, and expressing that even if that attack landed, he believed things would be fine. Kjorn was bewildered by his words, wondering how a young wizard hiding out in the mountains could hunt a wrath that even nobles struggled to handle. Kjorn realized that what he was witnessing was not just a chance encounter in a remote village, nor was it the bravado of a young wizard fleeing from nobles. Looking at the mana emitting from Turan, Kjorn sensed the rise of a wizard who would turn the world upside down. Turan smiled, mentioning that he was curious about his limits as well, ready to take down the monster before him. Turan began to levitate some stones around him, remaining calm. Just then, Kjorn told Turan that he would not allow him to do this alone. He explained that no matter how outstanding Turan's talent was, the creature was a tough opponent, so they had to join forces. Upon saying this, the monster suddenly launched its claw toward Kjorn, taking him by surprise. But instantly, Turan launched his levitated stones directly toward the creature, striking it square in the head. Kjorn watched in deep thought, coming to realize that he would only get in the way. He calculated that he could not even react to that last attack, recognizing that he was not providing any help at that moment. He knew that what he needed to do now was to let Turan's talent bloom. Turan began launching multiple rocks toward the monster, using his mana. He exhaled, realizing his physical attacks were not working, as the monster suddenly lunged and struck the ground in an instant. Turan dodged the strike just as Kiorn yelled out, warning him that a wrath could not be killed with physical attacks. Landing firmly on the ground as the creature dashed toward him, Turan asked Kiorn how to kill it. Kiorn explained that he needed to use fire. Turan extended his hand forward, wondering how he was supposed to produce fire on the spot. He ignited a small flame right beside the creature's body, but it was not powerful enough to do any damage. Watching this happen, Kiorn deduced that applying a wizard's power to another living being required establishing proper causality as a basic requirement. He felt bewildered, wondering if Turan truly lacked even the most basic knowledge of magic. It was at that moment Kiorn realized Turan was the one who had defeated the monster earlier and left its corpse, allowing it to turn into a wrath. The monster struck the ground once more, while Turan ran to dodge the blow. Kiorn realized that Turan had never absorbed mana in his entire life. He shouted for Turan to listen, instructing him not to simply light a fire, but to create it first, and then shoot it forward. Turan understood that this was something he could do. He dashed backward, took a firm stance, and began to light the fire directly in his hand while keeping his eyes on the beast. Seeing him settle into his position, Kiorn reasoned that while making fire was simple for a wizard, controlling it required separate training. However, Turan conjured the fire into his palm and held it firmly, glaring at the monster. Taking a firm step, he launched the fire straight toward the beast, causing an immediate explosion. Turan enlarged the fire, attempting to completely engulf the creature. Kiorn shouted for him to stay focused, telling him to keep pouring mana into the attack so the flame would not go out, stressing that he had to burn everything about the wrath away. Understanding what needed to be done, Turan steadied his focus and completely ignited the creature, burning the wrath until it was completely destroyed. Kiorn stood stunned that Turan had won the fight. He knew that was an absurdly strong wrath, the kind that required noble-level power to face, yet Turan had taken it down with ease. Walking up to Kiorn, Turan asked if it was really over then. Kiorn was impressed. He advised Turan that if he did not want to encounter another wrath, he needed to absorb its mana first. When Turan asked how to do that, Kiorn instructed him to imagine drawing something into himself. Turan affirmed this and extended his hand toward the fallen creature. Concentrating his energy, he began to absorb the dead monster's essence. The energy seeped into Turan, and when he opened his eyes, he felt it coursing through his entire system. Walking over, Kiorn mentioned that he would feel a sense of satisfaction upon taking in the mana. Kiorn asked if this was truly Turan's first time absorbing mana. Turan confirmed it, looking slightly confused. Kiorn pondered the situation, knowing that after a person's first awakening, mana usually grows slowly over time or by absorbing it from defeated monsters and wizards. Yet even though this was Turan's first time absorbing mana, he was already manipulating magic at a remarkable level. Kiorn deduced that Turan's innate potential was in a completely different league. Kiorn called out his name and asked which house he belonged to, admitting he might have been rude earlier. Turan called out Kiorn's name in response, but as he moved, Kiorn realized that he was bleeding heavily from his side from the monster's previous attack. A short while later, inside Turan's house, Turan patched up Kiorn's arm. Thankful, Kiorn apologized for his rudeness, feeling bad that someone as talented as Turan was tending to his wounds. Turan exhaled and reminded him that he was not anyone esteemed, but just a shepherd who did not even know his father, asking Kiorn to stop speaking that way. Kiorn smiled and asked why such a powerful wizard was living as a shepherd, noting gently that it did not seem to suit him. Turan explained that it was his mother's request, which she had insisted on until her death. When Kiorn asked about her reasoning, Turan shared her warning that there were no nobles below the mountains who would treat him fairly, and that revealing his power would only lead to being used and cast aside. Kiorn noted that his mother was truly wise. Turan felt a moment of surprise, mentioning that he had expected Kiorn to call it overprotective parenting. Kiorn explained that his mother was not wrong, as great power inevitably brought conflict. He shared that just over 20 years before, a major war broke out between the noble house he served, House Arabian, and House Zahar. It was a brutal conflict where many lives were lost. Out of roughly 3,000 Arabian knights, over 900 died, including everyone close to Kiorn. Turan felt a quiet sadness as Kjorn spoke. Kjorn mentioned his friend Denver, who had planned to open a laundry shop after the war, his teacher Harthman, who always reminded him he had more to learn, as well as his beloved wife and son. All of them had been killed by House Zahar, leaving Kjorn as the sole survivor. Kjorn noted that Turan's mother was right because a knight's life could vanish easily, though he added that she was mistaken about Turan's aptitude. When Turan questioned what he meant, Kjorn explained that despite his own respectable skills as a knight, Turan had easily destroyed a wrath that he could not bring down. He calculated that Turan's potential was far beyond that of a standard knight, placing him at an upper-tier noble level at the very least. Turan asked if his mother had lied when she said his father was a knight. Kjorn replied that on rare occasions, a child with noble-level talent was born to knights, or a child with lesser talent was born to nobles. Because of this, Kjorn suggested that Turan should leave the hill and venture out into the world. When Turan asked why he should do that, Kjorn explained that the world desperately needed strong and good people. He detailed how long ago other races, who were pushed out by the gods, were still watching for a chance to rise again once more. The nobles continued to fight among themselves. Kjorn noted that the current age needed leaders like Turan, asking if he was truly content living out his life as a shepherd. Turan looked at him in silence, acknowledging the truth in his words. He then asked what he could possibly gain below the mountains. Kjorn replied that it depended on what he wanted, whether it was wealth, fame, authority, family, or friendship, pointing out that none of those were easy to find up on the hill. He encouraged Turan to imagine the possibilities, whether wandering to protect people from monsters, exploring unknown lands, or being adopted into a house to walk the path of power. Listening to him, Turan agreed that it sounded much more interesting than herding sheep. Walking out of his shed, he smiled and admitted that for the first time he was genuinely curious about the outside world. Kjorn smiled back, saying he hoped he was not giving him unrealistic expectations, though he supported his potential. Kjorn then asked Turan about his bloodline ability, realizing he should have asked earlier. When Turan looked confused, Kjorn apologized for forgetting that he was unfamiliar with magic terms. He explained that a bloodline ability was a special trait inherited from ancestors, and having one was what truly separated nobles from ordinary knights. He asked Turan if there was any spell that felt unusually simple to use, or any extraordinary physical trait he possessed without using magic. Turan asked if having mana simply made a wizard's physical abilities stronger, mentioning that he had a sharp sense of smell and was naturally good at throwing stones. Kjorn noted that being skilled with thrown weapons was actually a trait of House Arabian, though it was fairly common, and asked him to share more details. They continued to converse and exchange inherent traits. Suddenly, Kjorn's expression turned cold. Turan was bewildered by the sudden shift and asked why he was acting that way. Kjorn explained that he believed he knew which house Turan's abilities belonged to. When Turan asked him to explain, Kjorn revealed that he likely descended from House Zahar, the very house that had waged war against House Arabian. Hearing that he was tied to the enemy house that Kjorn had fought against, left Turan feeling uneasy. Turan was worried, pondering inwardly that Kjorn had just revealed he shared the bloodline of Kjorn's former enemies. He wondered what he should say to Kjorn, questioning if he ought to apologize, though the conflict involved relatives he had never met who were essentially strangers. Before he could dwell on it further, Kjorn spoke up, telling Turan not to wear such a worried expression since he had not participated in that war. Turan looked down with a trace of sadness, but Kjorn smiled, noting that it was an old conflict between adults and that trying to wash blood with blood would only ensure the fighting never ended. Turan asked Kjorn if he had any regrets about encouraging him to go down the hill. Kjorn was indifferent, pointing out that if he sought power, he might inevitably end up joining House Zahar due to his outstanding abilities. He expressed to Turan that he trusted his character, clarifying that he was referring to the goodness he had witnessed when Turan saved his life earlier. He noted that even while revealing an identity hidden his whole life, Turan had chosen to help. Kjorn suggested that if someone with Turan's nature joined House Zahar and rose to a high position, it might even prevent such a terrible war from happening again. Walking away, Kjorn added that there was no need to think too deeply about it yet, as Turan had not officially decided to join House Zahar anyway. Suddenly, Turan stated that his thoughts were entirely clear now. Turning to listen, Kjorn heard Turan announce that he wanted to try going down the mountain. Kjorn acknowledged that he had made a good choice, to which Turan clarified that he was not leaving immediately. He intended to head down once Kjorn's injuries had properly healed. Kjorn noted how kind Turan was, mentioning that his injury was merely a minor scratch and reiterating that Turan was truly a good person. Later, inside the house, Kjorn began explaining the fundamentals of magic to Turan. He shared that to use magic, one strictly required mana, which was why mana was commonly referred to as the key to omnipotence. When Turan questioned the phrase, Kjorn clarified that while it was not absolute power in the literal sense, every spell required a matching amount of mana. Turan asked what determined the standard of mana required for magic, and Kjorn explained that the difficulty of magic was largely shaped by three factors: bloodline, affinity, and causality. Kjorn explained that bloodline was determined by birth, applying to most nobles who were not mere knights. He pointed out that while it would be difficult for Turan to heal his wound with magic, the Ravista bloodline from the south could perform healing magic without any training because the power flowed through their blood. Turan then inquired about affinity, and Kjorn described it as familiarity, meaning a mage could easily perform tasks they were accustomed to or preferred. Turan asked if that was why making a fireball felt as natural to him as throwing a rock. Kjorn affirmed this, noting that if Turan had tried to produce plain flames without linking them to his throwing motion, he would not have achieved that speed and firepower. Kjorn then stressed that causality was the most important factor, admitting that even he did not fully understand it. To demonstrate, Kjorn asked Turan what would happen if he tried to kill him directly, using raw mana. Turan guessed that some light would probably shine from his head and nothing more. Kjorn confirmed that such an outcome occurred due to a lack of causality. Placing his hand over a cup, Kjorn imbued energy into it, causing the liquid inside to bubble. He explained that when there was no suitable cause for a desired result, or when the task was exceptionally difficult, causality became essential. Turan noted that he understood the concept, reasoning that if he wanted to kill an opponent, providing a physical cause, like creating and shooting flames, was far more natural than simply wishing for their death using mana. Kjorn looked enthusiastic, remarking that Turan could have become a scholar instead of a mage. Turan then asked why he could control ordinary animals as he wished, whereas magical beasts required a different approach. Kjorn explained that the difference lay in the mana possessed by magical beasts. After spending time exchanging ideas, Turan observed that magic was not simple. Kjorn agreed, adding that a skilled mage understood not just how to use mana, but also the principles and situations behind it. Turan then asked if House Zahar possessed a specific bloodline ability. Kjorn explained that they specialized in stealth and tracking, prompting Turan to give it a try. Turan stood up from his chair, holding the thought that he did not want to be seen, heard, or smelled by anyone. As he held that intention, his presence vanished in an instant. Kjorn sat in total shock as Turan completely disappeared on his very first attempt, leaving Kjorn surprised as he could no longer see Turan. Kjorn gulped, feeling a bit unsettled by the sudden disappearance. A moment later, Turan reappeared directly in front of him. Kjorn remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen that ability, recalling that Arabian knights feared it most during the war. Turan noted that it seemed like an unfairly powerful ability, but Kjorn reminded him that no ability was completely invincible. Kjorn then offered to teach Turan a few magic training methods. Turan asked if Kjorn was teaching too much to a mage from an enemy family. Kjorn reminded him that Turan had saved his life, treated his wounds, and earned his complete trust. After some time had passed and Kjorn had recovered, Turan prepared to leave the mountain. Down near the village, an old man shouted loudly at Turan, questioning how he could simply sell off his sheep, pack his belongings, and leave without consulting the villagers. He demanded to know who would handle the shepherding moving forward. Turan exhaled and told the old man that the villagers would have to figure out how to find a shepherd themselves, noting that his personal choices were his own business. He added that they should buy the sheep at a fair price, warning them that if they refused, he would simply release the entire herd and walk away. He pointed out that while they were free to try capturing the released sheep, it would prove quite difficult. Observing Turan's steady posture, one of the villagers urged the village chief to agree to the terms. The village chief looked uncomfortable, knowing that Turan always kept his word and that irritating him would yield no benefit. The chief finalized the deal, handing over a sum of gold and telling Turan he could leave or do as he pleased. With his affairs settled, Turan walked side by side with Kiorn as they departed the village area. Turan turned to Kiorn and mentioned that the villagers still owed him compensation for handling the monster, offering to go collect it for him. Kiorn declined, stating he had no intention of taking anything from the villagers, and noting that Turan was actually the one who deserved the reward for defeating the beast. As they reached the point of parting ways, Kiorn expressed regret for declining Turan's offer to travel together, explaining that he felt more comfortable traveling alone. Turan replied that it was not a problem at all, and offered his sincere thanks for everything. Kiorn smiled, telling him to take care, and Turan wished that they might meet again with smiling faces. Turan stood and watched the old knight's retreating figure for a long time. It was only in that quiet moment that Turan realized why he had preferred Kiorn not to speak to him with formal deference. Though his mother had given him endless affection while raising him, Turan had secretly yearned for a father figure, a role model to show him what kind of man he should become. Sometime later, the landscape shifted to a dry, vast desert. Walking alone through the hot weather, sand and dust swirled around Turan, making it difficult to see ahead. Spotting figures in the distance, he wondered if they were traveling merchants who moved between villages. Pleased by the prospect of finding directions, he advanced toward them. As the group drew near, their leader called out, demanding to know who Turan was to block their path. Turan explained that he was traveling alone and asked for directions to the nearest city. The leader replied that following the road they came from would lead to the city of Murray. Satisfied with the information, Turan thanked them and began to walk past. Before he could take many steps, one of the men called out for him to wait. The man smiled, asking if Turan truly expected to walk away after receiving information for free. Turan paused, asking what was expected in exchange. The man replied that receiving something required giving something in return. At that moment, the travelers drew their weapons, surrounding Turan and demanding that he take off his bag. Turan realized they were actually bandits. One of the men laughed, asking what he intended to do about it, while the leader noted that this wasteland was a place where no one would question a traveler's sudden death. The leader ordered Turan to hand over his bag and cloak willingly, claiming that killing him and stripping his corpse would be unnecessarily messy. Realizing these men were ruthless bandits who would readily kill, Turan recalled his recent training and the warm interactions he had shared with Kiorn. Turan realized he was no longer the untrained shepherd he used to be. Standing firm in the desert wind, Turan prepared to use the bandits as practice targets to test his newly refined skills to the fullest. Upon declaring that he would use them for practice, the men began to laugh at him, calling him a lunatic for talking as though he were some kind of wizard. Suddenly, Turan swept his arm downward, releasing a gust of wind that scattered the men across the ground in an instant. Stabilizing his stance, Turan reasoned that instead of generating wind out of nothing, shaping it with his hand and amplifying it allowed him to use far less mana. He had not anticipated whipping up a gust that strong with so little effort, pushing them back with ease. As the men scrambled to regain their balance, Turan prepared his next move. Drawing a small amount of water from his pouch, he condensed it into multiple ice bullets in a fraction of a second. Before the bandits could react, he launched the frozen projectiles straight at one of them. Observing the effect, Turan calmly pondered that while the spell was meant for situations with abundant water nearby, throwing stones still felt faster and stronger. As he reflected on the technique, the bandit leader screamed out in fear, pleading for forgiveness and offering to give Turan anything he wanted. But while the leader was busy begging, 3 other bandits crept up directly behind Turan. Sensing their presence immediately, Turan swung his leg up and struck his foot firmly into the dirt. He caused sharp sand spikes to burst upward, impaling the 3 attackers instantly. The bandit leader watched in total shock as his men perished beneath Turan's feet in a single strike. Turan looked at the leader and asked why they had attacked him without a clear plan, noting that a solitary traveler could easily turn out to be a wizard. The man humbly answered that he had assumed Turan was an ordinary person, because Turan had bowed his head and spoken politely despite their rudeness. Turan noted that this was a useful lesson to keep in mind. The leader smiled nervously, asking if Turan would truly spare his life. But before the man could finish his sentence, Turan gathered water directly in front of the bandit's face. A memory flashed in Turan's mind of a conversation with Kiorn after their training. Kiorn had instructed him never to show mercy to scum like bandits, explaining that they were the type who would harm others without hesitation for profit. Recalling Kiorn's firm warning, Turan realized that sparing a bandit out of pity could end up harming 10 good people in the future. Looking down at the fallen leader, Turan concluded that he had lingered long enough, turning away to resume his journey. Walking along the desert road where the bandit carts had left deep tracks cutting across the sand, Turan felt a quiet sense of guilt overtaking lives for the first time. Yet he understood he could not have let them go, as men who robbed and killed for profit would only target others again. Just like the wheel tracks in the desert that slowly faded over time, Turan's uneasy thoughts gradually settled as he reflected on Kiorn's guidance. Eventually, he arrived at his destination. Looking forward, he was pleased to reach the small city of Murray, admiring its lively appearance. Walking inside, Turan found himself surrounded by bustling crowds, noting that it was his first time seeing so many people gathered together. He observed that even the architecture was completely different from his village, confirming to himself that he had finally entered a real city. He approached a fruit vendor, politely stating that while he was not a customer, he was looking for an inn. The vendor looked annoyed, telling him that if he was not buying fruit, he should get lost. Turan felt bewildered by the vendor's rudeness, wondering if cities had an unspoken rule that required buying fruit before asking for help. Pointing at an apple, Turan asked for the price, and the vendor replied that it cost 2 ducats. The man added that since Turan looked like an outsider, he could pay with other coins if needed. Extending his hand to drop a coin, Turan asked where he could find the nearest inn. The vendor instructed him to go straight down the road behind the cape shop, turn left, and look for a building with a blue roof, noting that it was the largest inn in the city. Following the directions, Turan entered the establishment and was greeted warmly by a staff member named Lena. She welcomed him, complimenting his looks, and Turan smiled, asking for the price of a room. Lena explained that a room cost 16 ducats per night. Turan accepted the price and handed over the coins. He then asked if there were any monsters nearby with a bounty on them. Lena looked surprised, asking what he meant by hunting monsters. Turan recalled Kiorn's advice that hunting monsters provided both mana to absorb and a steady income. Seeing Lena hesitate, Turan asked why she was not answering. Lena mentioned that nothing in the world was free, pointing him toward the city hall. Turan sat down, asking what a city hall was. Lena expressed slight surprise at his lack of knowledge, noting that he truly came from the countryside. She explained that the city hall handled public affairs and employed officials under the city's lord, though it was likely closed for the evening. She suggested that if he wanted to find monster bounties, he should visit the city hall tomorrow. Lena then asked if he was a monster hunter himself, explaining that common folk believed an ordinary person could become a wizard by hunting monsters, though she dismissed the idea as mere superstition. Just then, a man walked into the room, declaring that becoming a wizard by hunting monsters was a genuine fact. The man introduced himself as a monster hunter named Medan, stating that he had witnessed it with his own eyes. Lena was surprised to see Medan, asking if he was still alive. Medan replied that he had no intention of passing away until he became a wizard. Turan asked Medan to explain more about his statement. Medan clarified that mages grew stronger by hunting monsters, and by the same principle, ordinary people could awaken magic through the same process. Gesturing to his 3 companions, Medan mentioned that the 4 of them were hunting monsters to become wizards. Turan asked if that meant someone in their group was already a wizard. Medan laughed, explaining that the city only had the Lord's wizard and 3 subordinates beneath him. Looking at Turan's gear, Medan remarked that it seemed far too shabby for a hunter and asked if he carried any weapons. Turan produced his sling, presenting it as his weapon. Medan examined the worn leather, concluding that Turan must have used it extensively, and noted that it was useful for launching egg-sized projectiles quickly. Medan mentioned that such a tool could easily hunt rabbits or foxes, adding that their group could use another ranged attacker, and asking if Turan wanted to join them. Turan smiled and declined the offer before heading up to his room. Lying back on his bed, Turan reasoned that there was no need to team up with them. Exhaling after the long day, he reflected on how fast his life had shifted since leaving the village, wondering what lay ahead. Suddenly, a faint knock sounded at his door. Turan sat up immediately, asking who was there, but received no response. A memory of Kiorn's advice surfaced, reminding him never to drop his guard, even while staying inside an inn, because cities were not inherently safe. Turan approached the door, imbuing magic into his hand for protection. Opening the door slowly, he was surprised to see Lena standing outside with a smile. She asked if he was asleep, explaining that she thought the room might be chilly and had come to keep him warm. Turan looked confused, asking what she meant, at which point Lena began to loosen her garments in an attempt to entice him. Lena acted shy, explaining to Turan that her offer was exactly what it sounded like. Turan asked what she meant by that. She walked closer, stating that for a small amount of money, she would do whatever he wanted. Turan asked what would happen if there was nothing he wanted. She placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to look alluring, and told him not to lie because she could tell just by looking at his face. Looking back at her, Turan's face turned completely blank and detached, showing no interest in her at all. Lena looked confused, having never encountered a guest who reacted that way. A memory of Kiorn surfaced in Turan's mind, recalling the old knight's warning to be careful around women offering such services at inns. Kiorn had explained that while wizards had strong disease resistance, being careless could cause a person to pass illnesses along to others. Kiorn had urged Turan not to let fleeting desire trap him into doing something he would regret. Mindful of the advice, Turan turned Lena down, and she walked off in annoyance. Turan concluded that living in a city was not simple. Between the fruit seller earlier and Lena just then, it felt as though everyone possessed a hidden agenda. Returning to his bed, he reflected that people charged money for every small bit of information and conversation, making the city feel cold-hearted. Just then, Turan heard voices out in the corridor as Midan's men spoke to their leader. They asked Midan why he had tried to invite Turan along earlier, noting that the young traveler did not look like he would be much help. One of them added that Turan spoke with an annoying, cocky tone, making him seem like perfect monster bait. However, Midan admitted that Turan reminded him of his own younger self, and hearing that Turan hunted with just a sling made him worry. Midan smiled, noting that if Turan stayed beside him, the boy might survive a little longer. His men chuckled, calling Midan far too good-hearted. Inside his room, Turan smiled quietly to himself, realizing that perhaps the city was not entirely cold-hearted after all. The next morning, Turan arrived at a different location, offering a polite greeting. The receptionist rudely asked what he wanted. Turan stated that he had come to hunt monsters. The man looked irritated by the mention of monsters, bringing to mind another lesson Kiorn had shared. Kiorn had explained that the world would not treat him kindly without a reason, noting that if one wanted respect, revealing one's identity as a wizard would make ordinary people bow instantly. The receptionist handed a piece of paper to Turan, telling him he could not take it with him, so he needed to look at it and hand it right back. Turan examined the drawing on the paper, wondering if it depicted a fierce monster, but the receptionist angrily asked if he thought it looked like a cat. The receptionist added that while it was unlikely Turan would succeed, city law required anyone who killed a monster to bring its corpse into the city. He warned that if mana was not dispersed properly, the corpse would turn into a wrath, and abandoning a monster corpse carried a maximum penalty of execution under city law. Turan knew that reality well, remembering what happened when a creature turned into a wrath, and he had no intention of repeating such a mistake. He asked the receptionist if knights ever hunted monsters. The man scoffed, asking if Turan thought knights had time to spare for that. He explained that a knight's job was to maintain public order inside the city, while hunting monsters outside was left to thugs like Turan. Turan turned and walked away without arguing. The receptionist watched him leave, scoffing to himself that another corpse would likely pile up outside the city walls. Later that day, Turan returned to the inn, carrying the corpse of a monster crow he had captured. The receptionist and several bystanders gathered around the body, totally stunned. They examined the creature, wondering how Turan had taken down a blade crow so quickly and on his own. Turan affirmed that he had killed it alone and asked how to collect the bounty. One of the workers ran off to fetch the cash, returning to hand over the reward while telling Turan he must have worked hard and should rest. The men continued to inspect the corpse, baffled by how the blade wings remained completely intact. The rude receptionist looked at Turan, asking why he was still standing there. Turan asked if there were any other monsters worth hunting. The men looked at him in surprise, asking if he was actually capable of hunting more. That evening, Lena placed a spread of food on Turan's table, explaining that these were the most expensive items on the menu. She smiled, admitting she had never imagined someone like him could defeat 30 monsters in just 3 days. As Turan enjoyed the feast, Lena noted that he must have made a lot of money from the bounties. Turan replied that money was not his primary objective. His goal was absorbing the monster's mana. After defeating each creature, Turan had taken time to absorb its energy. Looking down at his palm, he calculated that his mana had increased several folds compared to when he first met Kiorn. However, he sensed a limit, realizing that relying solely on weak monsters would make it difficult to grow any stronger. Not long after, Turan had finished the entire meal by himself. Just then, the chef walked over, expressing his joy that Turan enjoyed the meal he had prepared. Turan stood up and complimented the cooking as he prepared to leave, prompting the chef to promise an even better meal next time. Suddenly, a man grabbed Turan by his hood, stopping him in his tracks. The man smirked, calling him a skinny runt and noting that he had been making a lot of money lately. When the man suggested that Turan give some charity to his fellow hunters, Turan struck the man square in the face, knocking him backward onto the floor. Turan asked calmly if he wanted some charity. The man's companion dashed forward, throwing a punch, but Turan dodged the strike and delivered a firm palm strike to the man's face. The first attacker scrambled up, grabbed a wooden stool, and swung it at Turan. Turan stopped the wooden stool with ease, flicked the man firmly on the head, and sent him crashing to the ground, knocked out cold. Lena shouted for everyone to stop fighting inside the inn. Later that evening, Midan stepped forward shortly after, bowing his head to apologize on behalf of his men. Midan explained that he had given both men a stern scolding, promising it would not happen again. He noted that his group had been tight on money lately, guessing that seeing Turan earn so much had made them jealous. He ordered the two men to apologize to Turan, and they complied immediately. Turan asked Midan if things were truly that difficult for them. Midan admitted that their funds were depleted, and they might not even be able to pay their room fees in 3 days. Turan pulled out a sum of cash and handed it to Midan. Midan looked stunned, asking why he was performing such an act of charity. Turan replied that it was repayment for Midan's kindness when he had worried about him and tried to invite him along earlier. When Midan asked how Turan knew about that, Turan smiled and stated that nothing in the world was free, asking for information in return. Midan readily agreed, promising to share everything he knew. The following day, Turan walked through the forest outside of town. Midan had provided useful details about the neighboring region, making Turan conclude that it was time to leave for the next city. Reflecting on Midan, Turan thought the man was genuine and kind, lacking Kiorn's experience but possessing a pure heart. Suddenly, Turan picked up a strange energy along with a sharp scent that left him feeling unsettled. He dashed through the trees, hoping his bad hunch was wrong. Arriving at a clearing, Turan noticed deep scratch marks gouged into the tree trunks. Looking ahead, he froze in horror. Bleeding against a tree was one of Midan's men, his body showing obvious signs of a brutal creature attack. Turan looked around in disgust, seeing the man's lifeless eyes, and a few steps away lay Midan's lifeless body resting on the dirt. After Turan spotted Midan's lifeless body, a faint, ragged voice reached him from a nearby corner. Turning toward the sound, he saw one of Midan's surviving men, who was struggling to whisper the word rabbit. The man gestured weakly, pointing toward the shadows. There, the large teeth of a creature visible in the dim light were steadily chewing on a body. Turan stared closely at the creature. It was no ordinary rabbit. The monstrous beast posed with rabbit-like features, but its sheer scale made the name entirely unfitting. As Turan fixed his gaze on it, the creature shifted. Suddenly, in less than a millisecond, the beast exploded forward. It lunged straight past him and slammed into the tree standing directly behind him, snapping the thick trunk in an instant. Turan dodged to the side just in time, though the sheer speed of the creature caught him completely off guard. He had nearly taken a direct hit. Quickly regaining his footing, he pulled out his sling and began to whirl it with practiced momentum. Settling into a firm, grounded stance, he swung the weapon and fired a stone straight toward the beast. Before the stone could land, the creature reacted. It shifted its position and used its head and limbs to deflect the incoming rocks with fluid, practiced precision. Turan realized the beast was accustomed to defending against thrown-ranged weapons. Recognizing the range advantage, the creature lowered its center of gravity and charged forward a second time, lunging directly at him with gleaming red eyes. When the beast reached his position, Turan was no longer there. The creature ground to a halt, completely baffled by his sudden disappearance. Before it could process its surroundings, Turan materialized right behind it, gripping a dagger firmly in his hand. He drove the blade deep into the creature's neck, causing the beast to cough out blood and let out a loud creaking screech. Turan pushed off the creature's back, leaping backward to create distance, and instantly vanished from sight once more. Before he fully cleared the area, the beast swiped wildly in retaliation, its massive claws digging into the tree behind where Turan had just stood, cleaving the wood in two. Driven into a frenzy, the creature tore the remaining wood from its path with its bare hands and went on a rampage. It thrashed through the surrounding forest, cleaving down every tree in sight in a desperate attempt to catch Turan within its path. As the dust settled slowly, the creature stood isolated in its own space, having lost a massive amount of blood. The weight of its injuries took over, and the beast collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Revealing himself from the cover of the trees, Turan walked closer to examine the fallen creature. Up close, the beast was literally the same height as Turan himself. Extending his hand over the body, Turan began to draw the monster's mana into his own body. Turan calculated that the amount of mana absorbed from this creature was significantly greater than what he had gathered from the leopard monster he had encountered during his first hunt. Interrupting his thoughts, the surviving man in the corner muttered in awe, realizing from the display of power that Turan was a wizard. Turan affirmed his statement. The man asked why he had hidden his identity, but Turan simply asked if any of the four men had family members he could return their personal belongings to. The man shook his head, admitting that none of them had any family. The man then spoke Midan's name, recalling how their leader had spoken to Turan earlier that day. A memory of Midan surfaced, recalling how he had described a great city nearby named Orem, which housed a massive library filled with thousands of books. Midan had noted how Turan's eyes lit up the moment books were mentioned, recognizing the young traveler's true interest. However, he revealed that not just anyone can enter the library, and it was restricted solely to wizards. Holding that memory close, Turan gathered the bodies of Midan and his crew, and buried them respectfully. Standing before the freshly dug ground, he called out Midan's name, expressing his hope that the man would rest peacefully where he was laid. Turning away, Turan walked out of the forest. Later, Turan arrived outside the gates of the great city of Orem. Joining a line of travelers, he felt slightly embarrassed that he had initially been surprised by the smaller queues at Murray. The city of Orem seemed far more intimidating than anything he had seen so far. Looking at the long line stretching toward the entrance, he pondered whether the guards were screening for wanted criminals, noting that a great city naturally maintained a far more established system. When he reached the front of the line, a guard held up a hand to halt him. Turan asked what the problem was, looking up attentively. The guard stated firmly that entry was denied, explaining that he had never seen a resident wearing clothes so filthy. He pointed toward a clearing off to the side, telling Turan to go over and dust himself off first. Turan followed the instruction without argument. After cleaning his attire, Turan was granted entry into the city. Standing in the central district, he looked up at a massive tower in the distance, instantly recognizing it as the library Midan had mentioned. The structure looked overwhelming from the outside, leading Turan to deduce that it had been constructed using magic. He approached the main entrance and excused himself before the guards, stating that he wished to enter the library. One of the guards blocked his path, explaining that the library was restricted solely to wizards. Turan stated calmly that he was indeed a wizard. The guard scoffed loudly, shouting that Turan should be executed for impersonating a wizard. He stated that it was unthinkable for someone looking like a lunatic to be a mage. Intending to intimidate Turan, the guard began gathering mana in his hand. The sight immediately recalled Kiorn's earlier lessons. Kiorn had explained that wizards could easily recognize one another by sensing mana, often judging the difference in strength without firing a spell. Before the guard could finish his display, the heavy pressure of Turan's ominous energy filled the air. Overwhelmed by the sheer gap in power, the guard's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, bewildered and visibly terrified. His fellow guard rushed to check on him as the fallen man looked up at Turan in shock. The guard realized that Turan was no ordinary wizard, concluding that he had to belong to a noble house or an even higher status. Scrambling to his feet, the guard introduced himself as Kenya, a knight of House Valtas. He asked Turan which house he hailed from. Turan asked if declaring his house was a strict requirement for entering the library. Kenya clarified that it was not mandatory, but noted that entry required explicit permission from the master of House Valtus. Turan asked how that process worked, and Kenya offered to contact House Valtus on his behalf. A short while later, Turan was brought into a quiet indoor chamber. He exhaled softly, feeling slightly worried since he had assumed entering a library would be a far simpler process. To his confusion, several female attendants surrounded him, carefully washing his hands and guiding him through a bath. Turan asked them to stop, inquiring if there was any issue with him washing himself. The lead attendant explained that if they failed to properly serve an esteemed guest, they would face severe punishment. Turan allowed them to continue, telling them to do as they wished, which earned grateful bows from the staff. As they finished dressing him in fresh attire, one of the maids stared at Turan in complete astonishment. A fellow attendant quickly covered her own mouth to avoid causing any discomfort to their guest. Wearing the refined clothes, Turan's appearance transformed into something far more elegant. He looked at the attendant and asked if there was something on his face. The maid apologized, admitting she had temporarily lost her composure due to his striking looks. Her colleagues chuckled softly at her honesty. Turan told her there was nothing to forgive, but the maid gently requested that he not speak to them so casually, given his status. Just then, a young woman with vibrant red hair walked into the room, smiling playfully as she looked Turan over. Azella commented that the guest who had arrived looking like a beggar now looked remarkably like a prince after being washed and dressed. The maids gasped, whispering for her to speak carefully, but Turan simply stepped forward and introduced himself politely. Azella introduced herself in return and asked which house Turan belonged to. Turan replied that, for personal reasons, he could not reveal his house at the moment. Azella looked at him with heightened curiosity, intrigued by his secrecy. Deciding to play a light test of her own, suddenly, Azella released a dense wave of mana, filling the room with heavy magic pressure to test Turan's density and strength. Turan stood his ground, absorbing the weight of the aura as the two formidable mages silently measured each other's power. In a split second, Turan knew it was time for him to act. He instantly exploded with mana as well, matching her output in that closed room. Everyone nearby felt the heavy weight of the mana they were both exuding. After a few seconds, they brought their silent match to a halt. Turan exhaled softly as Azella complimented him, laughing that her hands were shaking from their brief exchange. Looking straight at him, she asked if he wanted to marry her. The sudden question caught Turan completely off guard, leaving him totally frozen for a second. He stood there baffled, unable to form a response or offer any answer at all. Azella laughed and began walking off, remarking on his reaction and noting that it was just a joke. As she stepped through the doorway, she smiled and told him to still think about it once in a while, mentioning that the seat next to her was currently empty. Turan stood short for words, watching her leave the room. Looking down at his own hands, he recognized that he was also trembling from their brief exchange. He deduced that her mana was on par with his at the very least, wondering if that level of power was normal. A short while later, Turan was escorted to the office of the leader of the territory. The man looked quite dashing as he welcomed the young guest, asking if Turan already knew his name. The man was Rug Valtas, the Lord of Aurum. Turan introduced himself. Hearing his name, Rug noted his surprise before addressing the request to use the library. Rug explained that many people came to Aurum after hearing strange rumors, clarifying in advance that the library contained no amazing ancient magic or secret methods to increase mana. Turan replied that he was completely fine with that, stating he had never sought anything of that nature to begin with. Rug nodded, stating that if he still wished to enter, he would not stop him, especially since the library held no confidential information related to House Valtus. Noting the late hour, Rug suggested that Turan rest for the night and return the next day. Turan thanked him, stating he would not forget his kindness. The next morning, Turan arrived at the library gates. The guards bowed respectfully, confirming that his entry pass was approved, and welcoming him to the Sky Library. As the massive doors opened, Turan stood in awe of the sight before him. The library towered multiple levels upward, flanked by endless rows of books stretching as far as his eyes could see. He quietly absorbed the vastness of the space. A short lady walked up to introduce herself as the librarian in charge. She explained that, by order of the Lord, she would outline the rules for using the facility. Turan felt a bit surprised that a child held the position of librarian, but he listened attentively. She stated that the first rule required him to compensate for any damaged property. The second rule strictly prohibited removing books from the building. Then, she raised her voice to add that she would be watching him the entire time he was inside. Turan agreed to the terms, though he asked if she could stand a little further away while he read, admitting her close presence made him uncomfortable. He then asked if she had read the books herself, since finding materials was her specialty. Pointing toward different shelves, she asked what he was searching for, offering options between romance, history, or perhaps something erotic given his young age. The word caused Turan to hush her instantly. He explained that he simply wanted to learn basic, common sense about the world. Surprised by his request, the librarian gathered several volumes and placed them on the table. She noted that while many books in the library were hundreds of years old and unfitting for general use, this specific section would help. Turan thanked her and sat down to read. Holding a thick volume, Turan appreciated the physical reality of the book in his hands. Opening the cover, he felt genuinely excited by the structured rows of words on the page. Over the following days, Turan maintained the exact same routine, reading in the library daily. He gradually grasped the world's geography, its various races, the established etiquette of wizards, how items were manufactured and processed, and details regarding monsters and relics from the era of the Old Empire. With every piece of knowledge accumulated, his understanding grew more detailed. Some time later, Rug Valtus approached Turan after observing his consistent visits. Rug noted that Turan had been making excellent use of the library. Turan affirmed his words. Rug then explained that while treating him as a noble guest was separate, granting access to the library was an act of goodwill, and he wished to receive payment for that goodwill. Turan asked what Rug needed from him. Rug revealed that a creature had appeared north of Orem and had been attacking nearby villagers. Turan asked if he wanted him to hunt the creature. Rug disclosed that 4 knights sent to subjugate it had been eaten, stating that a noble would need to step in personally. He added that House Valtus could only mobilize 2 people at the moment, pleading for Turan's assistance. Turan agreed, stating that protecting people was a duty a wizard ought to carry out. However, as he spoke, he sensed something off. Remembering the rude receptionist's earlier question about whether wizards were truly that idle, Turan wondered why wizards would usually avoid getting involved in such matters. Rug added that the blocked northern road served as an important trade route for Orem, noting it had already been closed for 10 days and needed to be cleared quickly. Hearing that the road was blocked 10 days ago, before he had even arrived in Orem, Turan realized why Rug had granted him access to the library so readily. Later, a group of men accompanied Turan and Azella on the expedition. Azella yawned loudly, commenting that her father was quite something for mobilizing a guest for a monster hunt, questioning if their house was truly that unreliable. She turned to Turan, clarifying she was not blaming him, but rather pointing out her father's fussiness. The man riding beside her smiled and asked if calling the Lord fussy was a bit excessive for the young miss. Azella glared at him, making him shut up instantly with a single look. Turning to Turan, the man introduced himself as Marvin Valtus, mentioning it was their first time meeting properly and that he looked forward to working together. Turan responded politely. Entering the forest, Azella complained about wanting to finish quickly to return and rest. Marvin rode alongside Turan, asking if he happened to be interested in his big sister. Turan looked surprised by the sudden question, prompting Marvin to exhale in relief at his reaction. Suddenly, Azella shouted for everyone to stop. Up ahead, the group came across a shattered carriage resting on the path. A knight inspected the damage, concluding that a creature had destroyed it, which explained why travel to the north had been prohibited. Moving past the carriage, they scanned the forest area and spotted a distinct mark on the side of the vehicle. Turan examined the palm print stamped onto the wood, pointing out that it belonged to a monkey. The group fell silent for a moment before Azella asked what he meant. Turan explained that the handprint clearly matched a monkey, deducing that the creature had attacked the horses, hit the carriage panels, and retreated back into the woods. He noted that if they followed the physical trail, they could track it down. Azella noted that she possessed barely any tracking magic for such a search, asking Marvin if he could use magic to pursue the beast. Marvin admitted he could not either, asking if any knight present possessed tracking magic. Turan stepped forward, offering to try. Picking up a handkerchief left near the scene, he prepared to cast a tracking spell. Azella asked if he belonged to a specific bloodline, the one where tracking magic is inherent. but Turan simply stated he used the technique often and was accustomed to it. Using the handkerchief to link himself to the presence of whoever had been at the site, Turan closed his eyes and searched the area. Sensing the target's path, he opened his eyes and pointed toward the dense trees, directing the group forward. They followed the trail to a stream in the center of the woods, where the prints stopped. Turan deduced that the creature had washed its body in the water to clear its scent. Azella raised her voice in disbelief, asking if a mere beast would act so deliberately to avoid being tracked. Turan offered that it might have simply washed because it wanted to. Suddenly, Turan caught the sharp scent of the beast nearby. He shouted a warning to the group, telling everyone to look behind them. The knights turned just as a large monkey roared loudly from the tree line. Acting quickly, Turan spotted the beast gathering heavy stones from the ground, preparing to hurl them directly at the party. The knights screamed for everyone to dodge, but the monkey threw the massive stones with terrifying force. The flying rocks struck several knights instantly, dealing heavy injuries across the front line. Turan reacted swiftly, dodging the incoming stone in the nick of time. Looking ahead, he noted the creature's aggression. With multiple men already taken out, Turan witnessed a strange sight. Azella and Marvin had pulled 2 knights in front of them to use as human shields against the rocks. Once the impact passed, Azella dropped the injured knight onto the ground without concern. Seeing this, Turan recalled his mother's past words, recognizing the stark coldness in their actions. Azella shouted for the remaining men to attack, and the surviving knights charged forward. The monkey let out a loud screech, turned around, and fled into the thick brush. The knights yelled to chase after it. Turan had already fitted a heavy stone into his sling, whirling the pouch to build momentum. The knights ran after the beast, but the monkey moved naturally faster through the terrain. Before Azella could process what was happening, a rock flew past her head with stunning speed and recoil. Turan catapulted the stone straight past the running knights and mages, striking the fleeing monkey dead center in the chest in a single flash. Azella and Marvin paused in their tracks, turning their gazes toward Turan in complete shock at what had just occurred. After Turan took out the monkey, the creature fell limp to the ground. In order to ensure it was properly defeated, Azella extended her hand and ordered the beast to die. She cast a fire spell that took the form of a serpent, twirling around her arm before lashing forward to deliver the final strike. The fiery snake chomped down on the monkey, and a massive explosion engulfed the immediate area in an instant. Observing the attack, Turan deduced that this was the signature bloodline ability of House Valtus, famous for their pyromancy. The remaining knights exhaled in relief, glad the monkey was down and the encounter was over. Azella turned to Turan, expressing surprise at his skill and admitting she felt chills for a second as the rock flew past them. Marvin agreed, noting that he had also been terrified during the charge. Azella told Marvin to be quiet, teasing that he was the one who had screamed like a little girl, prompting the siblings to exchange quick banter. The surviving knights groaned softly, attending to their severe injuries while recognizing that they needed medical attention. Looking around at the scene, Turan reflected that the whole skirmish had ended up a mess. He calculated that they were fortunate to have no casualties during the monster's surprise attack, but he knew the serious injuries could have been avoided entirely. Azella and Marvin had knowingly used the knights as shields. Considering that a mage's physical body grows tougher based on their mana density, the 2 mages were several times stronger than the knights, yet they had not hesitated to place weaker men in harm's way. Turan felt deep disapproval toward their actions. When Marvin called out to ask if something was wrong, Turan simply shrugged it off, replying that he was all right. Azella invited both men over to absorb the monster's mana. The 3 gathered around the fallen monkey, extending their hands to draw out its remaining magic. As Turan pulled the energy into his body, he recalled a detail from his reading, confirming that even when multiple people absorbed mana simultaneously, the level of physical enhancement remained uncompromised. After a few moments, Azella sighed, stating she could not absorb any more due to her growth limit. Marvin reached his capacity shortly after. Looking at Turan, both were surprised to see that he was still steadily absorbing the remaining energy. Azella realized why her father had sent Turan along, concluding that his spell proficiency and high mana capacity marked him as a noble who had not even reached his growth limit yet. Turan absorbed the rest of the monkey's mana without issue, far surpassing the intake of both Azella and Marvin. Following the expedition, the group returned to the castle. Marvin spoke to Turan, noting that without his tracking ability and the strike that brought the beast down, they would not have defeated the monkey. Turan replied modestly, stating the accomplishment was nothing spectacular. He admitted to regretting that he had not noticed the creature sooner to prevent it from striking first, expressing surprise that the monster possessed detection capabilities. Marvin asked if the creature truly possessed a detection ability. Turan affirmed his observation, explaining that different traits seemed to awaken depending on a monster's physical features. He noted that while the monkey looked nothing like its original species, it had clearly awakened the ability to throw heavy objects with great force and see across long distances through the dense forest. Marvin looked impressed, amazed that Turan had figured all of that out in such a short time frame. Turan explained that he had read about similar traits in a monster encyclopedia at the library earlier. Marvin laughed, commenting that the library was a stuffy place where nobody went. Azella added that she had visited once long ago out of curiosity, but left without finishing half a volume because it was cluttered with books. Turan suggested that the next time they had a chance, they should ask the librarian for readable recommendations. Azella looked baffled, asking if there was actually someone managing the library. Turan affirmed her question, but seeing her confusion, he chose not to press the matter further. The next day, Turan returned to the Sky Library. As he stepped inside, the short librarian walked up to greet him. Turan realized he had been careless previously, noting that no knight or commoner in the city would ever address a noble directly by name without using proper titles. Furthermore, her casual appearance did not match that of a typical library caretaker. Turan asked how she knew his name. She smiled and replied that she was not a typical librarian, noting she could not read his text directly. Looking up at him, her tone shifted slightly as she remarked that he had only noticed her true nature just then. Turan noted that his suspicions were correct. She explained that she had learned his name from his entry permit, stating that her sight reached everywhere within the library. When Turan asked for her actual name, she stated she did not possess one, playfully suggesting he call her something cute. Turan declined the suggestion immediately, stating he would simply address her as librarian. She pouted slightly, stepping closer to remark that it felt awkward for him to act so polite after using her help for days. Turan stepped back, telling her not to get too close as it felt a bit burdensome, denying that he had ordered her around. Turan asked if she was a wizard from the old empire. The librarian floated upward into the air without physical support, clarifying that she was not a human at all. She revealed that she was a spirit, explaining that when a soul inhabited a living thing, it became a living spirit, but when it inhabited something non-living, it remained a spirit. Floating around him, she explained that the library itself was her true form, while her physical body was merely a construct for easy communication based on the user's implicit preferences. Turan told her not to make things up. She giggled, clarifying that her physical form was similar to a reflection on water. To test her words, Turan reached out and placed his hand against her chest, watching his fingers pass straight through her form without physical contact. Flustered by the sudden gesture, the librarian asked where he was touching, noting it felt strange. Turan apologized right away. She grumbled slightly, mentioning how annoying it was that she could not physically strike intruders who damaged books. Turan deduced that House Valtis had no idea she existed, nor did anyone else who had visited the library. She confirmed his thought, explaining that her creator had configured her presence so that only individuals with a specific level of refined bloodline quality could perceive her. She added playfully that it made their meeting feel a bit romantic. Turan asked what she meant by the term type. She clarified that it was what modern wizards referred to as bloodlines. Turan asked if she could tell him about his own bloodline. She told him to ask his parents, but Turan revealed he was an orphan. The spirit offered to check his body directly, stating she only needed his consent to examine his physical frame. Turan looked flustered by the phrase, making her laugh as she extended her hands forward. Before he could process the action, the spirit placed her hands straight into Turan's chest without waiting. Though he felt uncomfortable, Turan kept calm, noting inwardly that the contact caused no physical pain. The librarian giggled, stating they were now connected. Turan urged her not to phrase things strangely. Examining his core, she revealed that while he possessed a few minor traits, his primary bloodlines consisted of the Pursuer and Hunter lines, the defining traits of House Zahar. Turan affirmed her assessment. The spirit then paused, sensing another distinct element within him. She noted that his makeup was mixed, explaining that he was the child of two parents with entirely different bloodlines. When Turan asked about the second trait, she admitted she could not identify it yet, as it remained locked. She added that locked traits were common in mixed combinations and would open naturally as his strength grew. Turan processed the realization softly. He concluded that his late mother had been far too refined and educated to be an ordinary commoner. She was likely a descendant of a noble line whose mana had diluted over generations. Bowing his head, Turan thanked the spirit for her guidance. She asked him to stay another month if he was truly grateful. Following their conversation, Turan no longer read alone. He spent his days asking the spirit for detailed explanations regarding the contents of the books. They discussed invisible organisms, with the spirit sharing ancient knowledge from books that had been stolen or destroyed thousands of years prior. For Turan's analytical mind, her lessons were invaluable. He learned how microscopic entities caused physical ailments, and how the natural decay of living matter occurred through these tiny germs. He grasped core physical principles, including the reflection of light, friction generating heat, and the precise biological process of how living tissue sustained injuries and healed. Putting the concepts into practice, Turan placed an apple on the table before him. He held his hand close to the fruit and focused his intent, causing the apple to decay entirely within a second. The spirit asked how he felt about the result. Turan noted it was incredible, realizing that by understanding the fundamental principles of nature, he could achieve complex effects while consuming far less mana than traditional magic required. Turan pondered whether powerful noble houses deliberately hoarded such basic knowledge to maintain their competitive edge over ordinary mages. The spirit agreed, noting that the general level of human knowledge had continually dropped over time. After completing his studies, Turan informed the spirit that it was time for him to leave Aurum. The librarian looked unhappy about his departure, but Turan noted that the Lord of Aurum had been dropping subtle hints for him to move on. She dramatically told him to take her along, but Turan shrugged it off, leaving her to float back down. He asked if she could even leave the building, to which she admitted she was bound to the library. She asked if he could stay and live there, but Turan politely declined her offer. Floating upward, the spirit told him to explore the continent, mentioning that many ancient god legacies and spirits existed across the lands who might know even more than she did. Turan walked to the entrance and opened the heavy door, promising to visit whenever he passed through again. The spirit turned her back playfully, claiming she would not care either way, though she clearly appreciated his presence. Turan smiled warmly, reminding her that there were still countless books left for him to read in the Sky Library, before stepping outside and closing the door behind him. Packing his travel gear, Turan made his way out of the city of Aurum. Consulting the continental map he had acquired from the library, he noted that the Enril Desert, the domain of House Zahar, lay far to the east. Deciding to head toward House Zahar to search for answers regarding his lineage and parents, Turan set off on the open road. While on his way to House Zahar, Turan recognized that there was no need to rush. He sat down to make camp, reasoning that if any clues were going to disappear, they would have vanished sometime over the last 18 years. Moving forward, he knew that if the clues were still intact, traveling at a relaxed pace would not cause them to suddenly vanish. Just then, Turan heard a strange sound in the forest. It was a red horse, neighing loudly. Taking cover behind the foliage, he moved closer to see what was happening. He spotted the red horse standing protectively over a young man who was leaning unconscious against the bark of a tree. Turan felt confused by the sight of the horse's saddle, but he was even more bewildered by the two strange individuals standing opposite the animal. The monsters were not attacking the horse. Rather, the horse was actively guarding the young man. Listening closely to the conversation of the two strangers, Turan heard them refer to the horse as a demon, questioning what kind of pet monster could possess such strength. Eavesdropping from the shadows, Turan looked at the young man being protected, trying to make sense of the scene. Studying the two attackers, he recognized their long ears and features, realizing they were dark elves. The two dark elves conversed with each other, planning to create an opening to strike the horse. They extended their hands and began chanting magic. Strange, pale creatures began to rise from the ground. Turan recognized the spell as dark elf necromancy, a subject he had read about back in the library. The elves brought the conjured beasts to life, ordering them to attack the horse. Turan pondered whether he should step in to help. However, he hesitated, realizing the young man on the ground might have been the one who instigated the fight. Without a clear understanding of the situation, he did not want to intervene blindly. Suddenly, Turan paused as he watched one of the dark elves chew on a severed human hand. That single action provided all the context he needed. The female dark elf complained to her companion, asking whose hand he was eating and demanding a piece for herself. The male dark elf refused, telling her to eat her own portion since she had surely taken some for herself already. Seeing their cannibalism, Turan felt disgusted, realizing these creatures were a threat that needed to be eliminated. Using his stealth skill, Turan erased his presence instantly and melted into the surroundings. While the dark elves were still focused on trying to breach the horse's guard, the female dark elf complained aloud about how hairy the meat was, making her uncomfortable to eat. Out of nowhere, a heavy stone flew through the trees with stunning speed, straight into the male dark elf's head, shattering it in a single instant. Blood splattered onto the ground as the male dark elf collapsed dead. The female dark elf felt deeply jarred by the sudden loss of her companion. Panicking, she hastily commanded her conjured rams and beasts to gather around her in a tight defensive circle. Positioned in the shadows, Turan had already prepared his next sling attack to take her down, sending another stone flying toward her. However, a conjured ram stepped in front of the strike, using its hardened horns to block the dangerous projectile. The female dark elf screamed into the woods, demanding to know who was attacking her. She ordered one of her conjured beasts to charge into the brush. The large creature dashed forward, crashing through the trees occupying that space. Frightened by her unseen attacker, she realized the enemy was using stealth. Hoping to force him out, she summoned a spectral wolf from the ground to track his location. She tried to sense the surroundings through her minion. The wolf centered itself, sniffing the air to detect any trace of mana or movement. Turan remained hidden nearby, keeping completely still. But unfortunately, the fox's senses located Turan, and instantly, the female dark elf commanded her remaining conjured bull to charge forward alongside the wolf. At that moment, Turan created a fire spell and used it to attack the animals, but the bull took 0 damage. The bull rushed toward Turan's position, whooshing past the trees as Turan dodged the initial charge in the nick of time. Turan noted the incredible speed of the beast, realizing he was fortunate to have taken out the male dark elf first. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot up from his leg. Looking down, Turan saw that the wolf he thought had missed him had doubled back, biting down hard on his calf. Turan delivered a sharp kick, forcing the creature to release its grip and backing it away. Before he could regain his footing, Turan looked up and saw the bull charging straight at him for a second strike. Unable to dodge in time, Turan took the impact of the bull head-on. The force sent him flying backward until his spine slammed hard against a tree trunk. Turan coughed loudly as blood spouted from his mouth. He slid down to the damp dirt, feeling the intense physical impact throughout his body. The female dark elf began to laugh, taunting Turan and asking how he dared kill her companion. She declared that she would make him beg for death. Before she could order another attack, the red horse suddenly charged forward. The horse struck the female dark elf hard in the face, knocking her off her feet and onto the ground. The horse began to pummel her directly, acting quickly to protect Turan. However, the female dark elf screamed in agony, calling out for help. Her conjured creatures immediately turned their attention away from Turan, rushing back to pull the horse off their master. The chaotic distraction created a vital opening. While the female dark elf lay vulnerable on the ground, furious at the embarrassment caused by the horse, Turan lined up his shot. With a swift release, Turan sent another heavy stone whistling through the air. The stone struck the female dark elf directly in the head, killing her instantly. With her death, the conjured beasts dissipated into thin air, leaving the forest quiet once more. Turan exhaled heavily in pain, dropping to his knees as the injury on his leg throbbed. He recognized that taking down the 2 necromancers had drained a considerable amount of his physical strength. The red horse walked calmly over to Turan, lowering its head to exhale softly near him. Turan looked up at the gentle animal, feeling genuine gratitude. He reached out and gently embraced the horse's face, smiling at the creature's loyalty. Later that evening, the forest grew dark. Turan had built a small campfire and was quietly eating a snack. The young man who had been unconscious against the tree finally opened his eyes. Seeing Turan sitting calmly across from him, the young man let out a startled shout, scrambling backward. Turan noted casually that he was finally awake. The young man questioned who Turan was, prompting Turan to explain that he had saved him from the dark elves. Hearing the commotion, the red horse walked over and placed its head beside the young man. The young man relaxed, calling the horse Tilly as he softly caressed its face. Turan remarked that he had a good horse, noting how impressive it was that the animal knew not only to defend its master, but also how to move him to safety. The young man bowed his head, offering his sincere thanks to Turan for saving his life. He introduced himself as Aziz of House Berg. Turan introduced himself in return. Turan asked if there was a specific reason the Dark Elves had attacked him. Aziz revealed that he was simply on a pilgrimage with his retainers when the Dark Elves ambushed them without provocation. Tearing up, Aziz admitted he had heard other races could be ruthless, but he never imagined they would be so cruel. Tears fell down his face as he paused, apologizing to Turan for his display of emotion. He explained that the retainers he lost were deeply precious to him, as they had practically raised him since childhood. Turan deduced that Aziz was a kind and soft-hearted person. Turan asked how many Dark Elves had originally attacked his group. Aziz confirmed that the two Turan killed were the only ones involved. To be certain, Turan activated his search ability, scanning the surrounding terrain with his mana to ensure no other enemies were lurking in the shadows. He confirmed that the forest was entirely clear. Aziz bowed his head respectfully while seated, asking if Turan had urgent business to attend to. Turan replied that he was also in the middle of a pilgrimage. Aziz raised his head in surprise, noting that Turan possessed remarkable power for someone on a journey. He asked if Turan was the child of a great house and questioned why he was traveling alone. Turan explained modestly that he was not that strong, noting that he had relied on a surprise attack to eliminate the first elf and barely managed to defeat the second with the help of Aziz's horse. To demonstrate his standing, Turan released a gentle pulse of mana. Aziz responded by releasing his own mana as well. Feeling the energy in the space, Turan realized that Aziz possessed an impressive amount of mana output, matching his own current level. He calculated that if he had not recently absorbed the mana from the monkey and the Dark Elves, Aziz's raw capacity would have actually exceeded his own. Aziz looked closely at Turan. He realized that Turan's raw mana capacity was far too high for an ordinary mage, concluding that he had to be a noble-born child from a powerful bloodline who had not yet reached his growth limit. Aziz wondered why someone with such talent would be wandering the roads unescorted. Breaking the silence, Aziz asked if Turan would be willing to accompany him to House Berg, promising to repay him properly for saving his life and escorting him safely home. Turan asked what kind of repayment he meant. Aziz smiled warmly, explaining that House Berg were master enchanters and vessels to House Arabian, the great noble family of the north. He stated that his house had crafted high-tier magic items for generations, promising to craft the finest magic tool tailored specifically for Turan's use. Turan looked at Aziz, calmly considering the offer as he weighed his next destination. The next day, Turan and Aziz packed their belongings to prepare for the road. Looking around the cleared campsite, Aziz noted that their quiet time in the woods was coming to an end. He expressed a quiet wish to send the fallen retainers back to their respective hometowns if it were possible. They had buried all the men who lost their lives during the Dark Elf ambush, and Aziz admitted that he could not carry them along on the next leg of their journey. Turning to Turan, Aziz offered his sincere gratitude for everything. He remarked on his own status as a noble, admitting with a soft sigh that crying over the sacrifice of his subordinates felt pathetic for someone of his standing. Turan asked why he considered expressing grief to be pathetic. Aziz explained that his father had taught him that those who fall in righteous battle dwell in a heavenly place with the gods, making active grief a sign of weakness. He added that a noble was expected to move forward by standing on those sacrifices, though he admitted that if suppressing grief over a family member's death was the definition of strength, he doubted he could ever become truly strong. Turan assured him that mourning was not a sign of weakness. Rather, it was a display of genuine kindness. Aziz smiled, extending his hand toward Turan. He stated that he looked forward to traveling together as friends. Turan considered this sentiment, wondering inwardly what it meant to hold a friend and whether he could fully trust Aziz. Nevertheless, he accepted the gesture and shook his hand, replying that he looked forward to working together as well. Before setting out, Aziz led Turan toward a heavy box sitting on the ground. Turan asked what the object was, prompting Aziz to explain that it was a cold storage chest. Opening the lid, Aziz revealed a large supply of fresh food and drinks prepared for their journey, noting that he had kept several provisions stored inside since their last stay in the country. Turan examined the interior, asking if the items inside remained cold at all times. Aziz affirmed the question, explaining that the enchanted chest allowed most food to stay fresh for about a week without spoiling. Aziz continued demonstrating the tools around them. He pointed out a magic tool that created instant shelter from gathered firewood, another that sounded a loud alarm whenever someone approached, and noted that the clothes he wore contained a self-cleaning function. Turan inspected the items, thoroughly impressed by their utility. He noted that the single set of self-cleaning clothes alone was worth the effort of saving Aziz's life. Aziz laughed softly, replying that his life was worth far more than a set of garments. He promised to reward Turan with much higher-tier magic tools once they reached the main house, adding that if the elders hesitated, he would force the issue himself. Aziz added that during their short time traveling together, he had watched Turan cast an overwhelming variety of spells. He listed the arts he had witnessed: animal control, freezing, levitation, liquid manipulation, physical enhancement, luminescence, restraint, instant death spells, terrain transformation, and lightning strikes. Aziz asked if Turan had spent his entire life practicing magic, wondering if he possessed a unique bloodline trait that allowed him to master unlimited spells. Turan knew inwardly that he simply practiced the principles without any secret shortcut. Keeping his background quiet, Turan reminded Aziz of their agreement not to pry into his origin. Aziz chuckled, dropping the subject and admitting he was only joking, as no such bloodline trait existed anyway. He then asked Turan for his age, noting that while his face looked under 30, he certainly could not have lived for 80 years yet. Turan replied that he had about a month left until his birthday, at which point he would turn 18. The revelation stunned Aziz completely. Aziz revealed that he was turning 43 that year, leaving Turan utterly baffled by the physical appearance of his older companion. Aziz brushed it off with a smile, remarking that a gap between 21 or 22 mattered little to mages, though he admitted he had not expected to meet another genius of Turan's caliber in the world. Turan asked what Aziz meant by referring to another genius. Aziz pondered silently, considering that while the other person was not quite at Turan's level, she possessed a remarkable bloodline and talent. Speaking aloud, Aziz mentioned that he knew another prodigy around Turan's age who happened to be his cousin. Intrigued, Turan asked if he could request that person to craft magic tools for him. Aziz shook his head, explaining that she belonged to the main house. When Turan questioned what he meant, Aziz clarified that she was the princess of House Arabian and would likely become the head of the great house someday. As they walked, Aziz explained that unlike ordinary wizard families, the leaders of great houses rarely pass their authority directly to their own children. In a great house, dozens of relatives existed within the same generation, and typically at least one relative grew stronger than the househead's direct offspring. However, among the current leader's children, a woman named Mesa was born with absolute talent. Aziz detailed how, after awakening her magic, Mesa had mastered all forms of combat spells in just 10 years. As a result, she received the full backing of House Arabian, reaching a level of strength at age 21 that rivaled the core elders of the family. Turan asked if the house had performed a funeral ritual to grant her that level of power at such a young age. Aziz confirmed his deduction, explaining that when their eldest grand-uncle passed away, his raw magic power was absorbed directly by Mesa alongside refined potions. Hearing this, Turan recognized the ruthless efficiency behind how the great houses maintained their absolute dominance over the continent. Looking ahead, Aziz pointed toward the horizon, noting that they were nearly at their destination. A vast, open landscape stretched out before them. Aziz identified the area as the Dakine Plains, the central territory of House Arabian. Shortly after, they arrived at Zavalin, the central territory of House Berg. The moment they entered the estate, an older lady rushed forward, calling out to Aziz as her child and asking what had happened to him. Aziz ran straight into his mother's arms, embracing her tightly. Turan stood by, baffled by the childish display coming from a 43-year-old man. An older man walked into the courtyard, calling out to Aziz and instructing him to maintain his dignity and address her properly as mother. Turan noted inwardly that the choice of words was hardly the main issue with the scene. Aziz apologized to his father before gesturing toward Turan. He introduced Turan as his new friend from the south, explaining that when he was in grave danger, Turan had risked his life to save him. He added that without Turan, he would not have returned alive. His mother looked surprised, noting that the pilgrimage route was never meant to be so dangerous. She asked what could have possibly attacked them. Aziz revealed that they had been ambushed by dark elf necromancers. Gasping in outrage, his mother cursed the dark elves, declaring she would rally an army to tear them to pieces for daring to target her son. Her husband stepped in, telling the house head to compose herself since the servants were watching. The father walked up to Turan, asking which noble house he belonged to. Turan replied politely that he was unable to say. When the man questioned his defiance, Turan clarified that he simply did not know his lineage, having been raised by a commoner mother with no knowledge of his father. Aziz looked shocked, noting that Turan had never mentioned his background before. Turan replied softly that it was hardly something to boast about. The house head nodded, stating that she understood the situation. She declared that as the head of Hausberg, she would ensure Turan was properly rewarded for saving her son. She noted that while it was difficult to offer him a room in the main estate, she would arrange for him to stay at the finest inn in the city. Aziz protested, asking his mother why they could not host his savior at their home. His mother explained that under normal circumstances it would be fine, but an important guest was currently staying with them, making it impossible to bring a stranger of unknown origins into the main house. Before the conversation could continue, a voice echoed from the hallway. A woman stepped into the light, telling her aunt not to worry about her presence. She remarked that the person who saved Aziz was hardly going to turn around and attempt to assassinate her. Turan observed the woman as she entered. Despite the grand stories of her power, her physical figure appeared remarkably frail. Studying her pale appearance, Turan deduced that describing her as a living corpse felt far more accurate to her current state. Aziz called out her name, asking why Mesa was present at the estate. The househead revealed that Mesa had recently survived an assassination attempt by members of House Zahar, prompting her to hide out at House Berg. Aziz looked shocked, asking how an assassin could breach the heavily fortified main house of Arabian. Mesa replied casually that an insider was likely involved, noting that the main estate contained too many individuals with questionable loyalty. Stating she was exhausted, Mesa offered a brief good evening and retired to her quarters. With the situation settled, Aziz's mother called a maid over, instructing her to lead Turan to the second-best guest room in the estate. Later that evening, Turan lay resting in the massive room assigned to him. Feeling bored by the quiet space, he decided to step outside and wander the estate's broad hallways. As he walked, Aziz called out to him, noting that Turan was up early as usual. Aziz asked what he was doing alone in the corridor. Turan pointed to a decorative light fixated on the wall, stating he found the lamp interesting. Aziz explained that it was a magic lantern he crafted periodically for the household, offering to give Turan one from their storage. Turan declined, stating he had no real use for it. Suddenly, a loud crackle of lightning boomed from the outdoor training yard, shaking the surrounding walls. Aziz looked out the window, noting calmly that Mesa was practicing her magic again. He remarked on her endless diligence, mentioning that she was utilizing the signature storm bloodline magic of House Arabian. Turan asked about the bloodline. Aziz admitted that while he never hated his own family's enchanter bloodline, he felt a bit envious of the offensive power held by the main branch. Curious about her strength, Turan wondered how powerful the future leader of House Arabian truly was. Aziz smiled, asking if Turan wanted to go outside and watch her train. Turan admitted he was curious, though he hesitated, noting it might be inappropriate for a suspicious outsider to intrude on her practice. Aziz laughed off the concern, stating he could vouch for Turan, since he clearly was not an assassin. He chuckled mischievously, admitting he was curious to see who was stronger between Turan and Mesa. He confessed to holding a slight grudge against his cousin for years, wanting to see her look frustrated for once. Turan followed Aziz out to the open training field. Mesa paused her movements, turning her gaze toward the two men. She asked who was standing beside Aziz. Turan stepped forward and introduced himself properly. Mesa acknowledged his name, asking why they had come to the training ground so suddenly. Aziz looked slightly flustered, claiming they wanted to join in on the magic practice. Mesa replied coldly, reminding Aziz that he had run off crying in the past after she mastered in 2 attempts what took him an entire week to learn. Aziz looked thoroughly annoyed while Turan let out a soft laugh at the story. Exhaling sharply, Aziz turned to Mesa, stating that among all the mages he had met, Turan possessed magic talent that was second to none. He proposed that the two of them hold a direct duel right then and there. Mesa repeated the word, processing the idea of a duel. Without another word of warning, she accepted the challenge. Lightning crackled wildly from the sky above, descending around her frame in heavy, violent arcs. She glared at Turan with sharp eyes, fully releasing her magic power into the surrounding yard. When the display finally calmed, Mesa locked her eyes onto Turan, stating flatly that she did not believe he was a match for her. Hearing her clear declaration, Turan readied his posture, fully prepared to prove her wrong. Sensing the growing tension between Turan and Mesa, Aziz stepped between them. He turned to Mesa, stating that if they were measuring pure mana capacity alone, he agreed that Turan was no match for her. However, he explained that what truly made Turan remarkable was his unmatched talent for comprehending and learning magic. Aziz turned to Turan, calling him a magic genius unlike anyone he had ever seen, before insisting to Mesa that not even she possessed as much natural talent as him. Mesa looked at Aziz, noting that since he was bragging so much about Turan's greatness, they should see what he could actually do. Turan proposed a simple match. He suggested that each of them demonstrate a spell the other did not know, and whoever successfully replicated the opponent's spell first would win. Aziz looked at Mesa, noting that the rules sounded like a great method for a duel. Mesa agreed to the terms, noting that from what she had heard, Turan did not even know his own family's bloodline magic. She added that using her family's unique storm bloodline ability would be unfair, so she agreed to leave it out of the duel. Stepping forward, Mesa announced that she would go first. She brought her foot down hard against the earth. Instantly, thick wooden vines erupted from the ground, encircling the entire training yard in a fraction of a second. The vines shot upward, snagging Aziz by his limbs and lifting his body high into the air, leaving him dangling awkwardly. Mesa turned to Turan, explaining that the spell was plant creation and manipulation magic, asking if he could replicate it. While Aziz dangled above them, shouting for her to let him down, Mesa told him to stay there for a moment, admitting with a slight grin that playing with his body like that was actually entertaining. Looking up at Aziz, Turan calmed his mind and placed his palm flat against the cool earth to sense what lay beneath the surface. He reasoned through the underlying principles of magic. Spells that ignited fire merely manifested the phenomenon of burning, while spells that created water simply drew invisible moisture directly out of the air. Beneath his palm, Turan felt the presence of dormant seeds resting in the dirt. He understood that to replicate Mesa's spell, he needed to force those seeds to germinate instantly. Turan recognized that the vine spell was not actually creating plant matter from nothing. Instead, it was magic that rapidly accelerated the growth of seeds buried in the soil. The moment he grasped the true nature of the magic, Turan cast the exact same spell. Thick vines burst through the soil around him, lifting into the air under his direct control. Mesa looked on with complete surprise, while Aziz cheered in approval from above. Having successfully controlled the vines, Turan claimed the victory for the first round. Mesa studied Turan, noting that since he used the concept of growth, he had figured out the true nature of the spell immediately. She asked if he had ever seen the technique before. Turan confirmed that he had never seen plant manipulation used until that moment. Mesa conceded softly, admitting that Aziz could actually be right on rare occasions. With a flick of her hand, she released the spell, dropping Aziz straight onto the ground. Turning back to Turan, Mesa stated that it was now his turn to cast a spell so they could see what he was capable of doing. Turan paused to consider his options. He knew that revealing House Zahar's bloodline magic in front of House Arabian nobles would be practical suicide. Instead, he extended his hand toward a nearby bush. A rat hiding within the leaves suddenly darted out, moving across the dirt straight toward Turan. Mesa watched the creature, asking if he was simply using basic animal manipulation. Turan replied that the animal was merely the material for his demonstration. He leaned down, picking up the rat in his grip. Turan activated a strange, obscure magic on the rodent. The rat began to suffocate within his palm, squeaking weakly as its flesh dried up. Within seconds, the rat's entire body withered away into a dried corpse. Mesa stared at the rat's remains, thoroughly shocked by the spell. Turan held up the tiny corpse, stating that his spell was complete, and invited her to replicate the process. Mesa accepted the turn. She called out to another rat, hiding in the bush, bringing the creature straight into her hands. Holding the squeaking rodent firmly in her grip, she attempted to channel her mana to replicate the exact same withering effect Turan had used. As the rat squeaked for its life, Mesa strained to decompose the creature, but the process stalled. She pondered the underlying concept, wondering what specific principle Turan had tapped into. She realized that the technique was not a standard elemental spell, but something far more obscure. Watching her struggle, Aziz commented to Turan that using such creepy magic was disturbing, to which Turan replied simply that the idea had just come to his mind in the moment. Turan noted inwardly that he had not expected the technique to be so foreign, wondering if even a prestigious family like House Arabian lacked knowledge on the mechanics of decay. Aziz turned to Misa, noting that things were clearly not going well for her, and suggested they declare Turan the winner. Misa snapped at Aziz to be quiet, asking if he really thought she was incapable of mastering it. Refusing to lose, she shoved a massive tide of mana directly into the rat. Mesa processed the theoretical principles of spellcasting in her mind. She knew that causality was a complex element when manipulating magic. Whether a spell triggered a natural occurrence or an artificial phenomenon, success relied on the caster clearly perceiving the magical cause and supplying an appropriate amount of mana to manifest the result. Perceiving the core cause was the primary factor affecting both a spell's success rate and its efficiency. To compensate for her lack of understanding regarding the exact cause, Mesa decided to force the phenomenon through sheer output, pouring a massive quantity of raw mana into the creature. She focused all her intent on making the live animal rot from the inside out. Under the pressure of her surging mana, the rat's skin began to rot away. After expending an immense amount of energy, the rat fully decomposed in her hands. Aziz looked on in surprise that she had actually forced the spell to work, while Turan observed the heavy drain it had taken on her. Though Mesa successfully replicated the technique, the exertion pushed her physical body past its limit. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed flat onto the ground, fainting on the spot. Aziz shouted her name in shock, rushing over to lift her off the dirt. He held her frame, pleading for her to open her eyes. Turan studied her collapsed body, wondering why a single spell had knocked her out. He knew that depleting mana alone should only cause severe fatigue, especially since her body lost the magic reinforcement keeping her upright. But her sudden loss of consciousness signaled a deeper underlying issue. Looking closely at her hands, Turan spotted the true cause of her frail condition. Turan reached out, taking hold of Misa's lightweight body. He asked Aziz if there was a healing bloodline mage present on the estate. Aziz shook his head, confirming that no healer was available. Turan instructed Aziz to bring water and salt up to her room immediately and informed the adults. Lifting her into his arms, Turan noted how shockingly light her body felt. Realizing she felt no heavier than a small baby lamb, he deduced that Mesa had been barely maintaining a frail physical frame that her body could no longer support, and completely draining her remaining mana reserves had caused her entire system to crash. They carried her inside the estate, where she was placed on a bed to be nursed back to health. Shortly after, Mesa slowly opened her eyes. The head of Hausberg, Aziz's mother, sat beside the bed. Seeing her awaken, the househead called out anxiously, asking if she was conscious and feeling all right. Mesa sat up slowly, looking around the room before asking where she was. Aziz's mother explained that Aziz had brought her inside after she collapsed during magic training with Turan. Mesa paused, trying to gather her memories of the training grounds. Aziz's mother asked if Turan had done something to harm her, adding that they were currently holding him in the temple under observation. Mesa shook her head, stating that the guest was not at fault and that she had simply made a mistake during practice. She asked everyone to leave the room, stating her head was pounding heavily. Aziz's mother pointed to a warm dish on the nightstand, explaining that she had prepared some soup for her. She noted that while she knew Mesa rarely ate due to her magic maintenance, she needed to think about her physical health, encouraging her to eat at least a little before leaving the dish behind. Mesa offered no reply. Aziz's mother exhaled quietly and walked out, leaving Mesa alone in the quiet room. Mesa stared at the bowl of soup sitting in the corner. Reaching out with a trembling hand, she picked up the spoon and took a small sip. The moment the food touched her tongue, a jarring memory flashed through her mind. A faint, distressed voice echoed loudly in her thoughts, crying out for her help, telling her that it hurt and that they knew she could do it. The sudden rush of memory caused Mesa to jerk violently. She knocked the bowl off the nightstand, sending the dish crashing onto the floor where it shattered into pieces. Mesa clutched the bedsheets tightly, clutching her hair as the disorienting sensation washed over her. Deep beneath the estate, the scene shifted to the underground chambers of House Berg. They were standing inside the temple of the limping goddess. The thick walls and heavy doors were crafted from solid, dense stone, sealed seamlessly for centuries without a single visible gap or crack. A powerful knight stood near the entrance, looking directly at Turan. He warned Turan not to even think about trying to break through the walls to escape, identifying himself as Haram Berg. Turan replied calmly, stating that he understood the situation, though he added that he had no intention of trying to escape in the first place. Haram stepped closer to Turan, boasting about how solid the structural barriers of the temple were. Turan stood by, slightly baffled by how enthusiastically the knight was explaining the defensive strength of the room. Looking forward, Turan watched as Haram drew his heavy sword from its sheath. Haram stepped into the center of the chamber, taking a firm stance. Turan asked what he was doing, to which Haram replied that he was commencing his daily training. Haram swung the blade in a crisp, fluid motion, executing a continuous sword dance across the floor. Watching every strike, Turan noted the efficiency behind the knight's movements. There was no wasted motion in his footwork, as every swing served as the minimal setup required for the next strike. Turan recognized the extreme discipline required to train a physical body to move with such flow. Haram brought his blade to a rest, prompting Turan to apologize for interrupting his form. Haram stated that he had not interrupted him at all. Stepping closer to Turan, he asked what Turan had observed in his sword movements just now. Turan admitted simply that he thought the form looked cool. Haram stepped back, continuing his fluid sword routine while explaining his mindset. He noted that most nobles dismissed weapon arts as trivial combat styles, because attacking from a distance with magic was easier. However, he argued that they relied on distance purely because their physical bodies were weak, leaving their minds unable to properly command their flesh. Turan noted that unless a noble belonged to a bloodline specialized in raw physical strength, focusing on magic was generally more practical and efficient. However, Turan added that from his own real combat experience, situations inevitably arise where a mage is forced to fight up close whether they want to or not. Hearing this, Haram suddenly turned, reversing his grip and extending the hilt of his sword toward Turan, telling him to take the weapon. Turan looked at the blade, reminding Haram that he was being held under observation as a suspicious person, asking if it was truly all right to hand him a deadly weapon. Haram dismissed the concern, stating that a sword was nothing more than an iron bar, and that the body of the wielder was what actually turned it into a weapon. Haram suddenly shouted at Turan, instructing him strictly not to channel mana into the iron blade. Turan affirmed the instruction, taking a firm breath as Haram followed up with a continuous stream of detailed corrections. The knight told him to shift more weight onto his front leg, pressing down so the earth supported the force. He corrected the angle of Turan's arm, warning that raising his elbow too high weakened his leverage against the weapon's weight, which would leave his thigh exposed to a counterstrike. He commanded Turan to raise his posture without setting artificial limits on his body. After Turan adjusted his stance and swung the sword once more, Haram approved of the adjustment. He commanded Turan to perform 10 full repetitions without stopping his breath, telling him to drive oxygen directly into his muscles. Haram offered a warm smile, observing that Turan possessed a fine physical vessel. He noted that if Turan took the time to wring his physical frame dry through discipline, his foundation would improve tremendously. He explained that relying purely on magic was a parlor trick, as most wizards mistakenly assumed their baseline physical abilities were guaranteed, failing to realize that those traits were merely the minimum function a body possessed. Haram added that a properly trained physical frame could cut through a battlefield without needing mana, emphasizing that Turan needed to understand that fundamental difference. Turan affirmed the advice, stating he would bear those principles in mind. Before the training could continue, the heavy doors opened wide, and the househead walked into the underground chamber. Approaching Turan, she bowed her head in a gesture of respect, asking him to pardon her actions for placing their family benefactor under observation. Turan assured her that no apology was necessary, expressing his relief that Mesa was safe, and admitting that his own conduct as a guest had been somewhat improper. The house head informed Turan that Mesa wished to offer him a proper apology in person, asking if he would accompany her back to the main estate. Returning to the living quarters, Turan met with Mesa, who admitted that the entire situation was troublesome. She apologized for causing such an unnecessary commotion that resulted in his temporary confinement within the temple. Turan assured her that the precautions were understandable, stating he was simply glad to see her recovered. Mesa shifted her focus to their previous duel, asking about the rotting spell he had cast on the rat. She questioned if the spell was an undisclosed bloodline art, noting that forcing the technique had required an absurd amount of mana and asking if he had concealed its true nature from her. Turan replied calmly that he had not lied, explaining that once the underlying principle of the spell was understood, anyone could cast it with ease. Mesa looked slightly taken aback by his casual posture. She noted that since he was unwilling to explain the secret for free, she had no proof to disprove that it was a restricted bloodline art. Turan smiled faintly, stating that winning or losing the wager did not particularly matter to him. Mesa questioned his lack of competitiveness, insisting that leaving the outcome unresolved would reflect poorly on her reputation. She proposed a new arrangement, offering to teach him one of House Arabian's secret arts in exchange for the underlying principle behind his decay spell. Turan accepted the proposal without objection. He explained the detailed mechanics of the technique to her as she stood listening quietly. He revealed that while the spell was rooted in bioenhancement magic, the actual degradation was carried out by directing microscopic organisms living inside the target that were invisible to the naked eye. Grasping the concept, Mesa processed the explanation, realizing that using bioenhancement to manipulate microscopic organisms accounted for why her brute force attempt had been so inefficient. She admitted with a sigh that the realization was irritating, conceding that the victory belonged to Turan, since her initial success was achieved purely through reckless mana expenditure. Turan suggested they simply consider her brute force execution as part of the wager, but Mesa refused the concession. She stated that in true magical discussions, recklessly pouring out mana did not count toward mastering a spell's true form. She asked Turan to inform Aziz that the match ended in a draw, noting she refused to let her cousin get arrogant over a technical victory. Turan agreed to pass along the message. Mesa insisted on providing proper compensation for the knowledge he shared. Walking over to a side drawer, she retrieved a small comb, stating it would serve to demonstrate her point. She ran the comb through her hair, explaining that when two objects rubbed together like that, they created a force that pulled subtle elements together. Before she could finish her sentence, Turan noted calmly that she was referring to static electricity. Mesa paused in surprise, realizing Turan was already familiar with the concept. Admitting that the lesson was insufficient since he already understood the secret art, she promised to find a technique he did not know to settle the debt properly. She proposed that until she found adequate compensation, they should train together daily in the estate garden, clarifying that the arrangement was strictly to clear her obligation rather than out of personal need. Turan affirmed the arrangement, agreeing to meet her in the garden every evening starting the following day. Later that afternoon, the household gathered in the estate dining area. The tables were lavishly set with an abundance of fine dishes, where the senior vassals of House Berg sat alongside the family. The house head welcomed everyone, inviting them to eat their fill. Aziz looked at the lavish spread in surprise, remarking that he had never seen such an extravagant feast at home before, joking that an outsider would assume the supreme lord of House Arabian had arrived. The house head quieted Aziz sharply. Turan studied the table, recognizing that a meal of such proportions was far beyond a standard courtesy. Addressing Turan directly, the house head brought up their earlier conversation, noting that her son had promised a powerful magic tool as compensation for saving his life. She asked Turan if he had a specific item in mind. Turan replied that he desired a magic tool focused entirely on defense. He explained that while using magic to harm others was simple, protecting oneself was difficult, adding that he preferred an item capable of defending against sudden surprise attacks and protecting those nearby. The house head noted that since she had crafted defensive artifacts before, fulfilling the request was straightforward, though they currently had no prepared items in stock. Aziz offered to forge the artifact himself, but his mother shut him down immediately, telling him to stop speaking if he had no intention of dragging Hausberg's honor through the dirt. His older brother Mello, sitting across the table, spoke up. Mello announced that he would craft the magic tool himself, noting that he had just completed a commission for the main house and possessed the necessary free time. When the house head asked how he intended to design it, Mello explained that, to protect against surprise attacks, the item needed to be worn at all times. He proposed embedding mana directly into fine jewelry, such as a ring, earring, or necklace, to draw out and manifest a guardian bloodline's defensive power automatically. Mello estimated that completing the artifact would require at least 1 month of continuous work. The househead noted softly that while parents rarely bragged about their offspring, her eldest son Mello was already an elite wizard whose skills rivaled her own. She emphasized that a custom artifact crafted over an entire month by the lead enchanter of Houseberg represented fair compensation for her son's life. Turan thanked them for the offer, though he asked if such a tool was somewhat too expensive. The househead rejected his concern, stating that calling the compensation expensive implied her son's life was worth very little. She insisted that he stay at the estate as an honored guest for the duration of the month, encouraging him to make himself completely at home. The next day, Turan and Aziz walked through the bustling local market of Zavlin. Aziz noted that his mother had clearly taken a strong liking to Turan. He revealed that she had spoken with him the previous night, praising Turan's magic talent for matching Misa's while noting how impressive it was that he never neglected his physical training. Aziz added that his mother had completely abandoned her initial assumption that Turan was merely a wandering noble without backing. Turan remarked that it sounded as if the househead intended to recruit him into Houseberg. Aziz confirmed his suspicion, explaining that his mother's standard method involved giving lavish gifts, creating a debt of gratitude, and eventually arranging a marriage with a noble lady to secure talent. He noted that several senior vassals in the estate had been recruited through that exact process. Turan admitted that the prospect was somewhat troubling. Aziz told him not to worry, clarifying that the magic tool was a genuine reward and that no one would force him into a marriage. He joked that his mother was not fortunate enough to marry Turan off to him anyway. Aziz then asked Turan if he had any plans for the rest of the day. Turan mentioned his arrangement to practice magic with Mesa in the evening. Hearing that the practice was scheduled for the evening, Aziz put an arm around Turan's shoulders, noting that they still had plenty of daytime left. He insisted that Turan join him on patrol through the city, boasting that Zavlin had plenty of entertainment to offer and teasing him for planning to hide in a corner practicing magic all day. Turan admitted that he had indeed planned to spend his day training, but Aziz dragged him along through the busy streets, insisting that life was too short not to enjoy the local culture. Aziz led him into a lively gambling establishment filled with crowded tables. While Aziz introduced him to the games, Turan felt entirely out of place and declined to participate. Recognizing his disinterest, Aziz took him on a broader tour of Houseberg's central territory, showing him the scenic views and active trade stalls. While scanning the crowded streets, Turan's eyes caught a promotional poster pinned to a wooden wall. Studying the illustrated portrait, Turan recognized a striking resemblance to his former mentor, Kjorn. He wondered silently if the poster actually depicted his old teacher. Following the crowd, they entered an open theater space where two actors collided their iron swords with a loud metallic crash. An actor on stage declared dramatically that the scene depicted the year 2095, when the grand warriors of House Arabian ventured deep into the Demon Desert alongside a legendary knight named Kjorn. Turan and Aziz watched from the audience as the stage play unfolded, portraying historical events of the past. The actor representing Kjorn struck down his opponent on stage, with the narrator announcing that Kjorn had vanquished the enemy with divine favor after a grueling battle. Aziz watched the performance with intense excitement, asking Turan if the show was worth seeing. Turan agreed that the play was entertaining. As he watched the dramatized fight, he recalled Kjorn describing himself as a completely ordinary knight, realizing that his teacher's physical humility was entirely unmatched compared to the grand legends written about him. Turan noted inwardly that whenever he met Kjorn again, he would have to ask if those theatrical stories held any real truth. Early the next morning, Turan woke up in a daze inside his guest room. Haram stood right beside his bed, staring down at him intensely. The knight asked if his body had rested sufficiently. Turan confirmed he was awake, asking what brought Haram to his room at such an hour. Haram stated that having observed Turan's excellent physical vessel the previous day, it was time to temper his body further, commanding him to get up and follow him. Turan asked if they were heading out to train. Haram replied that a body never grew stronger by lying in bed, insisting that physical tempering required continuous trial. Seeing an opportunity to build his physical foundation, Turan agreed enthusiastically, recognizing that undergoing rigorous physical conditioning offered far greater value than idling away his morning. Just as they were preparing to leave, Aziz opened the door to invite Turan to another local performance. Stopping mid-step, Aziz froze upon seeing his uncle standing inside the room. Haram looked at his nephew, announcing that they were heading out for physical training and commanding Aziz to join them to temper his own weak frame. Flustered, Aziz backed away quickly, claiming he had just returned from a long walk and had not yet recovered his strength. He turned around and ran down the hallway, leaving Turan bewildered by his frantic reaction. It did not take long for the young wizard to understand exactly why Aziz had fled. Haram led Turan to a heavy training area, shouting at him and asking if he could hear his muscles screaming. Haram had stacked 3 massive iron weight discs directly onto Turan's back, forcing him to execute heavy push-ups against the floor. Haram scolded him, stating that such minor pain was no excuse to yield. He declared that Turan was letting his mind be dominated by physical fatigue, demanding 1 additional push-up before finally calling an end to the set. However, Turan collapsed flat against the ground, completely drained of breath and energy. Haram asked if he was tired, and Turan affirmed his complete exhaustion. Haram smiled warmly, noting that because Turan was a wizard, undergoing such intense physical conditioning once was sufficient. Turan asked if the process differed for non-wizards. Haram explained that ordinary physical bodies naturally weakened over time after being tempered, requiring continuous physical trials to maintain their strength. However, because wizards possessed internal mana, their energy naturally preserved the body in optimal condition once it was properly forged, preventing the physical vessel from degrading. Haram then stated that since Turan understood the theory, his body had surely recovered enough to continue the session. Turan looked up in shock, trying to argue that he was still completely exhausted. Haram offered a stern smile, stating a body never lied, and insisting he had rested enough. He drew his weapon, announcing they would now transition directly into close-quarters armed combat. Turan yelled out in vocal protest, calling for help as the next round began. The days spent at Hausberg proved fulfilling for Turan. He woke early every morning to complete physical conditioning with Haram, and by evening he returned to the main mansion to practice magic control alongside Maisa. Before he realized it, 3 weeks had passed in rapid succession. Over those 3 weeks, Turan's mastery of lightning magic grew remarkably refined. Pinpointing exact targets with lightning strikes remained a complex task, but our boy was making steady progress step by step. Maisa walked up to inspect his casting, observing that he was struggling more than expected with fine targeting. Turan smiled, explaining that the difficulty stemmed from the fact that he was not born into House Arabian. Maisa admitted that guiding him on targeting was tricky for her as well, noting she had never thought about aiming lightning magic, having always assumed the strike simply hit whatever it was directed toward. Turan noted that precision targeting was far harder than it looked from the outside. Suddenly, a messenger approached Lady Maisa, announcing that he brought an urgent message for her. The man cast a swift glance at Turan, wondering who the outsider was. Maisa cut him off sharply, stating that Turan's identity was none of his business, and demanding to know his purpose. She reminded the messenger that she had instructed the main house that no one should disturb her recovery, warning him to state his business quickly, or face punishment if the matter was trivial. The messenger reported that dark elves were actively rampaging across the southern territories. The update caught both Maisa and Turan off guard. The messenger added that 3 cities had already fallen to the enemy, announcing that the Patriarch was assembling an official expedition force to counter the invasion. Hearing the news, Turan felt uneasy, realizing that the Dark Elves had finally made their move and that major trouble had arrived. Upon receiving the summons from the messenger, Maisa acknowledged the message, instructing him to inform the Patriarch that she would return to the main house shortly. She let out a quiet sigh, appearing somewhat fatigued by the sudden news, noting that she would have to inspect the situation herself. Turning back to Turan, she mentioned that regarding the unsettling decay spell he had demonstrated earlier, she needed to settle her debt for the technique. She clapped her hands together, asking Turan if he knew that electrical currents naturally flowed through the human physical body. Turan looked surprised by the statement, to which Maisa added with a faint smile that since he had no previous reason to learn it, he likely did not know. She explained that the concept was a restricted teaching of House Arabian, asking if teaching him such knowledge would serve as a fair exchange to clear her obligation. She assured him that mastering the technique would be of great assistance in battle. Turan agreed to the terms without hesitation. Maisa explained that whenever a person perceived a sensation, a minute electrical impulse traveled directly to the brain. She noted that visual input sent signals from the eyes to the brain, while sense traveled from the nose to the brain. The brain processed those electrical signals to understand the sensation before sending corresponding electrical impulses back through the nervous system to command physical movement. Processing her words, Turan realized he did not fully grasp the underlying mechanics yet. However, he deduced that a clear logic governed the process, similar to the complex texts he had studied in the library. He gathered that the concept represented one of the natural laws preserved by House Arabian. Maisa asked him to consider what would occur if a caster accelerated those internal electrical impulses using magic. Turan realized that by speeding up those signals, a person's perception and physical reaction speed would increase dramatically. Maisa confirmed his conclusion, remarking with a light laugh that he possessed the mind of a scholar. She then invited him to attempt the technique immediately, curious to see how quickly he could master the application. Turan took a deep breath, focusing his concentration inward. He visualized the minute electrical currents coursing through his physical frame, tracking the pathways that carried signals through his body. Channeling his internal energy, he accelerated the transmission of lightning along those natural nerve pathways, driving the force straight toward his mind. Opening his eyes wide, the sudden surge of energy jolted his senses. In an instant, the world around him seemed to slow to a complete crawl. Every movement in the surrounding space drifted at a fraction of its normal speed, while his own perception operated at an accelerated tempo. Turan laughed in quiet awe at the sensation, thrilled by the realization that he had never experienced such heightened awareness before. A moment later, the strain of the ability hit him like a physical blow. A sharp, ringing pressure echoed in his head, forcing him to ease the technique. Maisa smiled at his reaction, noting that he had successfully activated the method. She explained that the sudden headache and disorientation were standard consequences of recklessly flooding the body with excess energy at first, assuring him that once his mind adapted to the feedback, he would be able to sustain the state for extended periods. Turan admitted that receiving such a powerful technique felt far too valuable compared to the simple principle he had provided in return. Maisa leaped lightly into the air, levitating effortlessly above the ground. She noted that the lesson was merely an investment in his obvious talent, warning him with a grin that if he acquired higher magic in the future, she would collect full payment for everything he owed her. With those words, she turned and flew away at high speed, leaving Turan to watch her receding form against the sky. Later that week, a massive crowd gathered in the central square of Morgan City, the main stronghold of the Deccan Plains. A long column of armed knights marched out through the city gates, while the gathering citizens cheered loudly, calling for them to bring glory to House Arabian. Walking among the ranks of commoners lined up to watch the deployment were Aziz and Turan. Aziz looked around at the cheering crowd, noting to Turan that while the event was an official deployment against the invading Dark Elves, the enthusiasm made it look more like a victory parade. Spotting Maisa walking with the elite noble ranks, Aziz called out her name eagerly. Maisa paid him no attention and continued marching forward without turning her head. His father reached out, catching Aziz by the arm and instructing him sternly to maintain his dignity as a noble in public. Suddenly, the crowd quieted down as voices declared the arrival of the supreme househead. The surrounding knights straightened their posture immediately, taking a formal stance as the leader entered the square. Turan observed the patriarch with interest, recognizing the legendary leader of House Arabian, Badal Arabian. Though Badal looked advanced in years, he maintained a sharp, seasoned presence despite his frail physical frame. Noticing the patriarch's appearance, Turan mentioned quietly to Aziz that the househead's skin looked remarkably pale, asking if the man suffered from ill health. Aziz recalled old rumors that Badal had suffered severe injuries decades ago during a clash with the head of House Zahar, though he wondered if the paleness was simply a natural result of old age. Halting in front of the assembled force, Badal raised a single hand into the sky. Smoke began to gather across the open sky above the city. Calling out to his troops, Badal commanded them to advance with confidence, promising that his power stood firmly behind them. Declaring the display to be the true strength of House Arabian, heavy crackles of lightning burst across the sky, echoing loudly over the city. The crowd erupted in praise, shouting for Badal's protection over his descendants. Watching the lingering static in the air, Turan recognized the sheer scale of House Arabian's magic. He noted that even with an aging physical frame, Badal remained at the apex of magic, possessing the power to alter the outcome of a battle single-handedly. Turan resolved inwardly that one day he would reach a similar level of mastery. Later that afternoon, Mireille met with Turan in a quiet workroom to present the custom defensive magic tool he had forged. Handing over a heavy metallic bracelet, Mireille explained that simply wearing the item slightly increased the user's natural physical durability. He added that when Turan channeled mana directly into the artifact, the protective reinforcement scaled higher, reaching a defensive level comparable to a noble of a guardian bloodline. Mireille warned him with a warm smile that the item consumed a significant amount of mana, advising him not to keep the active defense deployed for too long. Turan gripped the bracelet, admiring the craftsmanship and noting that it was a truly remarkable treasure. Mireille noted that an item of such quality was rare even among the great houses, expressing satisfaction with how well the piece had turned out. The head of House Berg entered the chat, addressing Turan directly and asking if he had reconsidered her previous offer to formally join their house. Turan bowed his head respectfully, expressing his sincere gratitude for the offer, but explaining that he could not accept. The househead nodded in understanding, noting that Aziz had already informed her of his nature. She mentioned that Aziz had described Turan as someone with important tasks to fulfill who could not remain anchored to one place. She apologized for pressing the matter again. Turan assured her that he would never forget the generosity shown to him by House Berg, declaring that Aziz and her family would remain his lifelong friends. Shortly after leaving the main residence, Turan walked toward the market district, where he found Haram and Aziz waiting for him outside. Haram tossed a small, finely crafted dagger toward Turan. He explained that while the blade lacked complex magic functions, it was exceptionally durable and held a sharp edge. Turan thanked the old knight for the thoughtful gift. Haram smiled warmly, pleased by the respect Turan had shown him throughout his stay, before turning on his heel and walking away with a satisfied expression. Aziz stepped forward, unfolding a long, thick traveling cape and wrapping it around Turan's shoulders. Turan looked at the garment in surprise, asking what the gesture was for. Aziz reminded him that Turan had previously expressed envy over his noble garments. He explained that the cape resisted dirt and possessed minor self-repairing properties against small tears. Pulling out a set of matching shirts and trousers, Aziz handed them over, telling him to take the complete set. Turan felt a deep warmth at the gesture, looking at Aziz with clear appreciation for the generous gift. Aziz laughed off the sentiment, stating that Turan was a good friend, not just because he had saved his life, but because spending time together had given him a fresh perspective on how to live. Aziz asked where Turan planned to head next on his journey. Turan replied that he intended to head east for the time being. Aziz let out a soft sigh, revealing that he had traveled east himself in the past. He advised Turan to avoid taking a ship if he could afford alternative travel, warning that the ocean waves were terrible and caused even wine glasses to dance across tables. Turan listened quietly, knowing inwardly that beyond those eastern waves lay the territory of House Zahar and the Emerald Desert. He chose not to reveal his destination. Taking his leave, Turan set off on foot, heading east across open farmland. Looking out over the quiet fields, he noted to himself that he was back on his own once more. Resolving to make good time, he decided to pick up his pace. Turan sprinted across the terrain, moving at high speed to shorten his travel time. Local farmers looked up in surprise as a sudden draft of wind swept past them, unable to catch a glimpse of the traveler dashing along the road. After running continuously across a vast distance, the surroundings quieted down as Turan reached a mountainous border region. Halting his pace, he looked up at the rocky peaks ahead. A sharp, unpleasant smell caught his attention. Sniffing the air, he smelled a campfire nearby, recognizing a heavy odor that was far more repulsive than typical wood smoke. He deduced that it was the smell of charred animal flesh and burnt hide. Following the scent, he walked slowly toward a ruined settlement tucked near the base of the mountain. Reaching the edge of the village, Turan found the area completely destroyed. Blackened ash covered the ground, and the remains of livestock littered the empty paths. Piles of debris smoldered in the quiet air, showing clear signs of deliberate destruction rather than an accidental fire. Scanning the wreckage, Turan saw sharp wooden stakes driven into the dirt, confirming that a violent raid had taken place. He wondered if bandits had attacked the settlement. Approaching a collapsed wooden shelter, Turan heard a faint, irregular sound coming from beneath the broken floorboards. Stepping into the ruined structure, he bent down, noticing a hidden storm door buried under the debris. Turan pried the wooden cellar door open, breaking the scorched latch with his bare hands to peer inside. Looking into the dark basement, he spotted a young girl huddled in the corner, hiding in fear. The child screamed in terror at the sudden sight of an intruder. Turan stepped down into the basement carefully, raising his hands to show he carried no threat. He spoke softly, telling her to calm down and assuring her that he was not an enemy. The girl looked up at him with tearful eyes, asking hesitantly if he was truly safe. Turan confirmed he was there to help, asking her gently to tell him what had happened to the village. The child wept, stating that everyone in the village had been killed, revealing that the destruction was carried out by a powerful wizard. Turan looked surprised by the mention of a wizard. Before she could explain further, the child fainted from sheer exhaustion. Turan lifted her into his arms, inspecting her condition. He calculated that her life was not in immediate danger, concluding she had simply passed out from fatigue and terror after being trapped underground for so long. Deciding to carry the child to safety, he stepped out of the basement into the light. As he emerged from the ruined shelter, several armed wizards stepped out from the surrounding shadows, blocking his path. Pointing at Turan, the lead wizard called him a murderer and commanded him to drop to his knees immediately. Holding the sleeping child in his arms, Turan looked at the hostile wizards, realizing he had walked directly into a dangerous misunderstanding. The lady raised her voice at Turan, asking if the sight of the bound bodies littered across the village was not enough for him. She accused him of trying to kidnap the surviving child as well. From the side, one of her companions warned Turan not to step any closer, threatening to strike if he moved. Despite their weapons being raised, clear hesitation showed in their stances. Turan held his ground, telling them to wait, and explaining that the situation was simply a misunderstanding. Before he could finish his explanation, the younger knight released a spell. The flames shot straight toward Turan, detonating in a bright burst of fire and smoke that echoed across the ruined settlement. The lady turned on her companion immediately, scolding him for attacking recklessly when a child was in Turan's arms. The knight apologized, admitting that his nerves had gotten the better of him and that the attack was an accident. When the dense smoke cleared, Turan stood completely unharmed. The protective barrier generated by his custom bracelet had absorbed the full force of the fiery blast, keeping both him and the child safe. Turan studied the faint glow around his wrist, noting inwardly that while he had not expected to test the artifact so soon after leaving the estate, the bracelet had deflected the magic effortlessly. The knights looked on in disbelief, surprised that he had taken the spell head-on without receiving a single scratch. Their leader Bison studied the fading energy around Turan, wondering what type of defensive spell he had deployed and guessing it was likely a bloodline ability. Turan addressed the group again, reiterating that he had not attacked the village and that the entire encounter was a misunderstanding. He added calmly that if they launched another attack, he would retaliate. Noticing the steady composure in his eyes and seeing how carefully he held the sleeping child, Bison lowered her weapon. She admitted there was no reason for a culprit to remain at the scene of such a tragedy, only to protect a single survivor. Introducing herself as Bison, she asked for his name. Turan introduced himself in return. Bison pointed out that despite his words, circumstantial evidence was difficult to ignore, asking how they could be sure of his innocence. Turan suggested they simply ask the child directly once she regained consciousness, noting that she had seen the actual perpetrator before passing out. Bison questioned his statement, asking if the girl had truly witnessed the deranged wizard responsible for setting the area ablaze, referring to the culprit as the Burner. Turan asked about the title, and Bison explained that the name belonged to a rogue wizard who had been terrorizing the region. She revealed that for the past several months, the attacker had periodically raided remote villages, binding the inhabitants and burning them alive. Because no survivors were ever left behind, the authorities knew nothing about the culprit's identity or gender, knowing him only by the moniker of the Burner. Later that day, after the young girl woke up and recovered her senses, she described the attacker to the group. She recalled seeing a figure wearing a heavy red cloak with thick facial hair, describing his appearance as rough as a common woodcutter. The description was brief, leaving the knights somewhat confused as to how to proceed with so few details. Recognizing her mistake, Bison walked over to Turan and bowed her head, offering a sincere apology for their earlier rudeness and admitting it was a mistake to point their weapons at him. The knight who had launched the fire spell offered his own apology as well. Turan noted inwardly that even among the nobility, younger hotheads sometimes let their eagerness outweigh their judgment. The situation reminded him of his past encounter with Medan. leading him to let the matter go without holding a grudge. He assured them that since their actions stemmed from a genuine concern for the child's safety, there was no harm done. Turan then asked if their group had come to the region specifically to hunt Orville. Bison confirmed that catching the culprit was their primary objective. She explained that upon seeing smoke near a freshly burned village, they had rushed over hoping to corner the wizard only to run into Turan instead. She noted that with a physical description now in hand, tracking the culprit was possible. Turan asked if they were members of House Zahar, curious as to why they were operating in the area. Bison corrected him, stating she was Bison Carmen of House Carmen, having traveled from Avicha alongside her house vassals. She introduced one of her companions, Asher, explaining that he descended from a lineage that combined Zahar and noble blood generations ago. While his ancestral bloodline manifested weakly, leaving him with low concealment abilities, it granted him exceptional search and tracking magic, a trait her house referred to as a primordial bloodline. Returning to the center of the ruined village, Bison offered Turan a proposition, asking if he would assist their group in hunting down Orville. She offered him the entirety of the official bounty, adding that her group would even yield their share of the mana harvested from the target, as her team only sought the public reputation gained from eliminating the rogue wizard. Turan asked about Orville's estimated strength, wanting to gauge the danger. Bison stated that the culprit was certainly a noble-level wizard, noting that several of the raided villages had been defended by multiple trained knights, all of whom were killed in the attacks. Turan calculated the risk. Knowing that Orville had overcome fully trained knights, he recognized that the rogue wizard represented the exact level of opposition he needed to test his growth. Deducing that hunting low-ranked monsters in the wild was no longer sufficient to push his limits, Turan accepted the offer, stating they should first deliver the surviving child to a safe location. The group traveled to a neighboring, peaceful village. Locating a reliable local caretaker, Turan handed over a generous sum of coins, instructing the man to use the funds to care for the child until she grew up. The man promised to do his best, though Turan fixed him with a sharp, stern glare before departing, silently ensuring the man understood the weight of the responsibility. The visual warning left the caretaker visibly flustered. Returning to the destroyed village, Asher deployed his tracking magic to search for traces of Orville's presence. Guided by the spell, the group ventured into the surrounding forest. As they marched through the dense trees, some of the knights grew impatient. Turan asked Asher how he was navigating the terrain. Without stopping his pace, Asher explained that he had first located the physical footprints of an adult male near the village perimeter. Following the trail to the main road, his magic picked up the lingering scent of ash, noting that unless the target had changed his entire outfit, tiny ash particles would remain attached to his clothing. Turan noted inwardly that his tracking methods were remarkably thorough, realizing why previous search parties had failed when they lacked even the target's basic physical description. Sensing a strong trace ahead, Asher announced that he had picked up Orville's trail, picking up his pace and leading the group toward the base of a nearby mountain. Arriving at the rocky slope, they discovered a small cave opening embedded in the mountainside. Bison instructed Turan to take the lead beside her while the rest of the team formed a tight line behind them. She generated a soft sphere of light to illuminate the dark passage as they stepped inside. Moving cautiously through the narrow tunnel, Bison asked Asher if he was certain someone was inside. Asher confirmed that his tracking spell detected a single presence further down the path. Reaching a wider cavern chamber lit by a faint campfire, the group halted. Sitting near the flame was a rough-looking man with thick facial hair, matching the child's description. His physical condition looked terrible, appearing half-dead as he turned his hollow eyes toward the intruders, asking what brought guests to such a remote place. Turan stepped forward, asking if this was indeed Orville. Asher confirmed the identification, stating he could smell the distinct odor of ash clinging to his clothes. Bison readied her weapon, aiming directly at the man. She demanded to know if he was the murderer who had been capturing and burning the inhabitants of the local villages. Orville smiled faintly, claiming he did not understand the accusation. Without further warning, Orville thrust his hands forward, channeling a sudden surge of fire magic. A heavy blast of flame exploded across the cavern chamber. The sudden blast caught several of Bison's companions off guard, but Turan acted instantly. Activating his defensive bracelet, Turan raised a glowing barrier that shielded both himself and Bison from the scorching wall of fire. Taking advantage of the defensive cover, Bison drew her bow and released a swift arrow through the flames. The projectile struck Orville squarely in his left leg, bringing him to his knees with a sharp cry of pain. Grimacing from the wound, Orville slammed his hands against the stone floor, casting a secondary spell. The ground rumbled as massive hands forged from dense earth burst out from the cavern floor, reaching out to crush Turan and Bison. Turan dodged backward as a stone hand smashed against the ground where he had been standing. He realized that Orville was actively altering the surrounding terrain, surprised to find that a wizard using fire magic also possessed earth manipulation spells within his arsenal. Orville extended his hand once more to cast another spell, but Turan gave him no time to recover. Pulling out his sling, Turan swung the weapon with rapid force, releasing a heavy projectile that struck Orville's raised hand, severing it at the wrist. Orville screamed in agony as blood poured from the wound. Channeling lightning magic into his palm, he flicked his hand, driving a sharp surge of electrical energy directly into Orville's chest. The shock coursed through the rogue wizard's internal system, neutralizing his ability to fight. As the dust settled, Bison emerged from behind her cover, looking at the fallen culprit in surprise. Turan stood over Orville, breathing steadily as he kept his weapon ready. At that moment, Bison walked over to check on the burner, but Turan informed her that the opponent was already defeated. Pulling out a handful of seeds, Turan dropped them to the ground and triggered rapid germination, extending thick vines to tightly bind Orville and immobilize him completely. Orville coughed, attempting to gather mana to unleash a breath of fire, but Turan pressed a cold blade directly against his neck. Turan warned him quietly that if he gathered a single drop of mana, he would end his life on the spot. Orville froze, asking who they were and how they had tracked him to his hideout. Refusing to answer, Turan drove a dagger into Orville's other leg, drawing a loud scream from the rogue wizard. Turan demanded to know why a wandering noble was going around burning helpless villagers to death, noting inwardly that showing mercy to a ruthless killer was unnecessary. Gasping for air, Orville claimed that a higher voice had instructed him to act. He insisted that by burning the flesh and souls of those laden with sin, he could draw closer to a higher power. He added that the voice had revealed a secret method to obtain a true bloodline, claiming that burning a few more human sacrifices would grant him the native power of a pyromaniac bloodline. Bison and her crew looked on in utter disgust, stunned by the man's twisted logic. Bison remarked to Turan that the wizard was simply insane, committing mass murder for a deranged delusion. Hearing Orville's claims, Turan's mind flashed back to his past conversation with Medan. He remembered Medan explaining that ordinary people could acquire bloodline power by defeating monsters, noting that several wizards had accomplished the feat in the past. Orville continued to mutter hysterically, babbling that a few more sacrifices would grant him his true power. Turan looked down at the fallen wizard, realizing that Orville's words were not merely the ramblings of a madman. He deduced that the killer had stumbled upon a deeper, darker secret regarding how bloodline powers functioned in the world, leaving him to process the troubling realization in silence. Turan swung his blade in a short, deliberate arc, slicing Orville across the throat. The madman fell limp against the cavern floor, the physical weight of his body settling as blood pooled on the stone. Behind them, one of Bison's men began to cough heavily. His companions checked on him, asking if he was injured, but he waved them off, saying he was fine. He looked down at the fallen target, noting that taking the life of someone already bound and helpless felt like slaughtering livestock. Bison offered a dry smile, telling him not to speak so foolishly. She pointed out that everyone in their squad could have died had the encounter gone wrong, questioning his sudden sympathy for a killer. She added that considering how many villagers the culprit had burned alive, dragging him back to face prolonged suffering would have been far more satisfying. Meanwhile, Turan walked over to a corner of the chamber and picked up a book lying on the floor. Flipping through its pages, he examined the detailed maps marking every settlement that had been destroyed, concluding that the records served as definitive proof that Orville was the burner. As he scanned the entries further, he spotted several combination formulas and magical recipes that he had never encountered before. He wondered silently if the entity claiming to be a god had provided those exact instructions to the rogue wizard. Bison called out to Turan, stating that they needed to absorb the target's corpse before leaving. Moving together, the group gathered around Orville's body, utilizing their techniques to absorb his lingering essence and mana. A short time later, the squad arrived at an official outpost, where several guards greeted Bison and handed her an official reward box. They expressed surprise that her team had successfully eliminated the burner, remarking that a new star was rising within her house. Bison told them not to flatter her and turned to leave, stating that her party planned to travel further and hunt more monsters in the region. Before departing, she looked at Turan, asking what his next steps were and if he still intended to head straight toward Avicha. Turan confirmed his route. Bison brought up their previous conversation regarding Orville's claims about gaining bloodline powers. Turan assured her that he would not go around spreading rumors about the matter, noting that whether the information was true or false, speaking of it publicly would cause great chaos. Bison smiled, telling him that they would see each other next time before leading her group away. Turan waved them off, keeping his thoughts to himself as he realized that, without definitive proof, there was no point in discussing the matter further. With the task complete, he set out on his own path. The journey eventually led Turan into the expansive desert region. As he trudged across the vast open sands, he noticed that the air was becoming increasingly humid the deeper he ventured into the wasteland. He flicked his fingers to test his magic, observing that the strength of his fire spells decreased while his mana consumption increased in the heavy air. He reasoned that using fire magic under such conditions would be tricky, whereas water magic would be far easier to manifest. Gathering the surrounding moisture, Turan conjured a dense sphere of water, realizing that the high humidity signaled a massive water source nearby rather than a simple desert oasis. Walking further, he reached the edge of the desert and found a massive body of water stretching across the horizon, lined with docked vessels. He had arrived at the port city of Avicha. Entering the bustling settlement, Turan walked into a local pub. Near the center of the room, a group of sailors sat around a table drinking and conversing. One of the men asked their captain if they were setting sail the following morning. The captain confirmed the schedule, muttering that they had to cross that dreadful Emerald Desert once again. He complained that the aggressive folk along the water route kept hurling harpoons at their ship, noting that during their last trip, the bottom of their vessel ended up looking like a honeycomb. His crewmates asked if the journey was truly that bad, pointing out that pirates also frequented those waters to attack passing ships. The captain sighed into his drink, stating that at this rate, they would end up spending their wages on funeral expenses instead of enjoying their pay. Cursing their bad luck, he mentioned that they were desperate to hire a skilled knight to guard their ship and make the trip manageable. Stepping forward, Turan excused himself and asked the crew if they were heading toward the Emerald Desert. The men turned in surprise. The captain looked Turan over, stating that while they were leaving tomorrow, their vessel was a working boat rather than a luxury cruise liner. He explained that they lacked room for extra cargo, adding that taking on a single passenger meant leaving behind a barrel of booze, which went directly against his personal principles. Without saying a word, Turan reached out and placed his hand over the captain's wooden cup. Channeling his magic, Turan instantly froze the liquid solid, coating the mug in a layer of frost. The captain stared at his frozen drink, utterly shocked by the display of elemental control. The surrounding sailors leaned in with excitement, recognizing immediately that the traveler standing before them was a skilled knight. Surprised to see such a capable warrior in a shabby pub, they told Turan he could speak comfortably without formality, acknowledging that they were the ones seeking to hire protection. The captain cleared his throat, asking what brought a knight of his caliber to a place like this. Turan explained that he wanted to board their ship bound for the Emerald Desert. He clarified that he was seeking passage as an employee rather than a regular passenger, promising to defend the ship if pirates or coastal attackers targeted them, using his combat services as full payment for his trip. The captain pointed out that, as Turan had likely overheard, their ship was poorly equipped, meaning they could not offer a proper salary or living quarters fitting for a knight. Turan replied that he cared nothing for the pay or the poor conditions, repeating that his sole objective was reaching the Emerald Desert. The captain stood up from his seat, declaring that the matter was settled and welcoming Turan to the crew on the spot. Shortly after, the captain escorted Turan out to the docks, guiding him onto the wooden vessel and introducing him to the rest of the ship. Meanwhile, in a far-off region, a fierce battle raged as a human town was reduced to ash, its perimeter walls crumbling under heavy fire. Inside the burning settlement, a knight fought against an incoming dark elf. The combat was tense, but the knight brought his sword down in a heavy, deliberate swing, cutting the dark elf down in a single stroke. Before he could recover his stance, a second dark elf lunged from his flank. Moving quickly, the knight pivoted and struck down the second attacker as well. Despite his efforts, more opponents emerged from the smoke. The knight fought mercilessly, taking down multiple dark elves as they rushed him, but their growing numbers began to press him back. The knight realized that if the reinforcement wave continued, he would not survive the encounter. Suddenly, A sharp crackle of thunder echoed from the sky. A dense bolt of lightning descended directly from above, striking the surrounding dark elves and taking them out in an instant. As their cries faded, the surviving knight looked up to locate the source of the spell. Floating directly above the battlefield was Mesa, descending slowly toward the scorched ground. The knight bowed his head in relief, thanking her and addressing her as his lady. Mesa told him to rejoin his assigned unit immediately, and the knight affirmed the order, retreating toward the secondary line. An older man stepped up beside Mesa, looking over her frame to check for injuries. The man was Turan Arabian, the vice-captain of the Arabian subjugation force. Addressing her as his niece, Kadran warned Mesa not to push herself so recklessly, reminding her that her life was far more precious than those of the common knights under her command. Mesa replied calmly that she was uninjured, stating that the battle was a minor matter. She asked him for an update on the overall military situation. Kadran explained that the engagement was progressing well and that the area would be reclaimed soon, though his men had not yet located the enemy's underground tunnels. Mesa instructed him to notify her the moment the tunnel entrances were uncovered, so she could head there directly. Without waiting for his reply, she dashed forward toward the front line. Watching her disappear into the smoke, Kadran muttered under his breath in frustration, calling her an insolent girl. He complained to himself that his brother had raised the girl far too recklessly, worrying that her stubbornness would lead her to the same fate as her mother and younger brother. The narrative shifted back to Turan aboard the trading vessel as it navigated the open water. The journey remained quiet, with calm waves stretching as far as the eye could see. Standing near the wooden railing, Turan pondered his upcoming arrival in the land of Zahar. He understood that even upon reaching the region, finding clues about his origin would be difficult. He realized that without knowing his father's true status, barging blindly into Zahar could spark unpredictable trouble. He reviewed the few clues in his possession, a couple of family heirlooms and a small portrait showing his mother's face. He wondered how long it would take to gather reliable information about her, with so little evidence to go on. A heavy hand patted Turan on the shoulder, breaking his concentration. It was the older crewman, who chuckled and remarked that if Turan kept staring into the horizon like that, he would never make it out of his own head. He asked what had drawn Turan so deep into thought. Turan turned, replying that he was simply thinking about how vast the sea was. The veteran sailor agreed, noting that folk who lived their whole lives on dry land often felt sick just looking at the endless water. He asked Turan if he was handling the seasickness all right. Turan assured him that he felt fine. The older man mentioned that he had seen Turan learning seamanship from the boatswain earlier, expressing amusement that a noble knight was eagerly learning how to tie heavy ropes and work the canvas sails. Turan offered a subtle smile, noting that acquiring practical knowledge was always useful, adding that the work was more interesting than he had anticipated. A crew member called out from the deck, announcing that it was time for their daily meal. The captain chuckled, leading Turan and the rest of the crew down into the ship's dining hall. They sat around the wooden tables as small meal portions were handed out. The food was basic, centered around a small serving of pickled cabbage. The captain admitted to Turan that the rations were a far cry from meals on land, though he expressed relief that they still had a steady supply of pickled cabbage. He noted that without buying the cabbage from the market before setting sail, half the crew would have perished from gum disease weeks ago. Turan asked what gum disease was. The captain explained that it was a condition where a sailor's gums bled until they died, noting that consuming sour food prevented the illness. He added that fresh fruit spoiled too fast on long voyages, making sour cabbage their best option despite its terrible taste. Turan found the explanation fascinating, asking how sailors had managed to discover such a remedy. The captain remarked that someone must have figured it out through trial and error over time, and passed the knowledge down. Taking a bite of his food, he added that before the cure was known, older sea crews used to eat raw merfolk to stay alive. Turan processed the strange piece of maritime history in silence. Suddenly, a lookout shouted down from the upper deck, alerting the crew that a medium-sized vessel was approaching them at 2 o'clock. The sailors hurried to the main deck to inspect the incoming ship. Looking through the mist, several crew members asked if the vessel belonged to pirates, using the binoculars to deduce what type of ship was approaching, noting the absence of any noble house crest or official flag flying from its mast. He stated that the vessel was almost certainly a pirate ship, grumbling that their peaceful streak of good weather was bound to end. Turning to his men, the captain ordered everyone to grab their weapons and prepare for combat. He conferred with the main shipmaster, analyzing their movement speed. He noted that the pirate ship was faster than their own vessel, meaning that if they tried to run, the enemy would eventually herd them onto the nearby rocky islands and trap them. The captain weighed their options carefully before looking over at Turan, assuring him that everything would be handled. As the pirate vessel pulled alongside them, the hostile crew began shouting and mocking Turan's ship, yelling that if they surrendered their cargo immediately, their lives might be spared. Turan remained composed, asking the sailor beside him if pirates actually spared their captives upon surrender. The sailor scoffed, explaining that to a pirate, throwing bound men into the ocean after severing their legs counted as sparing their lives. Confirming his suspicions, without another word, he leaped across the open water, landing squarely in the center of the pirate deck. The surrounding pirates gasped in surprise, stunned by the sheer speed and fluid mechanics of his movement. Before the enemy crew could react, Turan gathered the surrounding seawater. The water rose in sharp streams, freezing instantly into solid ice projectiles floating around his body. With a subtle flick of his arm, he launched the ice projectiles forward, beginning his merciless assault on the pirate crew. With their captain fallen, one of the pirate leaders yelled out to his crew, telling them not to hesitate and warning that if they failed to strike Turan down, they would all perish regardless. Spurred by desperation, the remaining raiders rushed forward together to overwhelm him. Turan stood firm at the center of the deck, eyeing the incoming threat. Drawing on the ocean around the hull, he lifted a stream of seawater directly past the advancing pirates. The water solidified around his grip, instantly forming a sharp blade of ice. Grasping the frozen hilt, Turan swung the weapon in a tight arc, slicing through the throat of the lead pirate. The surrounding raiders froze for a fraction of a second at the sudden display before pressing their assault, hoping sheer numbers would wear him down. Parrying their follow-up thrusts with the ice blade, he countered with 2 rapid blows to their heads, dropping them to the deck. A pirate lunged from his flank, driving a long spear toward his chest. However, Turan swept his frozen sword upward, severing the spearhead. He seized the wooden shaft, spinning to impale another raider charging from behind. Before he could recover his balance, a heavy mace swung down toward his head. Turan leaped backward, letting the iron head smash uselessly into the wooden planks. 3 raiders immediately closed in, trapping him against the railing. As Turan swung his ice blade, the frozen weapon began to alter its form, shifting its density along the edge. With a single fluid sweep, he cut through all 3 men, dropping them instantly. As Turan cleared the forward deck, a pirate lying among the fallen suddenly lunged upward, wrapping his arms around Turan's torso to pin him in place. Screaming for his comrades to kill him, the man held on as 2 other raiders rushed forward, plunging their blades directly into Turan's exposed frame. The attacks clanged uselessly against his skin. Activating his defensive spell, Turan had hardened his body, leaving the weapon tips unable to penetrate his skin. It was an absolute wall. The pirate pinning him stared in shock as his blade failed to leave even a mark. Before he could release his grip, Turan brought his ice blade down squarely onto the man's head, instantly neutralizing him before cutting down the remaining 2 attackers. Despair settled over the few surviving pirates as Turan moved across the deck. Dashing forward, he delivered a rapid succession of strikes, cutting through their defenses with quiet efficiency. Cries echoed across the vessel until the deck fell silent, leaving Turan standing amidst the fallen crew with his clothes soaked in blood. Seeing the battle end, the merchant crew pulled the pirate ship alongside, using heavy throw ropes, and stepped onto the bloodstained deck. The trading captain chuckled, asking one of his men if Turan worked as a professional cleaner, noting that with the deck cleared so thoroughly, his crew had no work left to do. Turning to Turan, the sailors cheered loudly, praising the knight for securing their safety. A crewman stepped up, asking Turan if he needed to see the ship's physician to inspect his condition. Turan assured him that there was no need to worry, explaining that he was uninjured and that the blood belonged entirely to the pirates. Later that afternoon, the trading captain returned from inspecting the vessel's lower compartments, laughing as he shared his findings with Turan. He revealed that the captured vessel was originally a merchant ship that had gone missing near Ivica years ago. The pirates had simply stolen it, applied a fresh coat of paint, and claimed it for themselves. The captain explained that since Turan had cleared the entire ship single-handedly, full ownership of the vessel belonged to him. Turan looked at the large ship, asking what was typically done with prize vessels in these situations. The captain outlined his options. He mentioned that Turan could return the ship to Ivica to claim a finder's fee from the original owner, though navigating the bureaucratic paperwork would take a month or 2. Alternatively, he could sail it directly to the Emerald Desert to sell, though the captain strongly advised selling it at the Northern Sea Island along their current route, where demand for ships was always high. He noted, however, that moving a vessel of that size required a full crew, which Turan could not manage on his own. The captain offered to have his own men handle the operation and navigation in exchange for a 10% service fee from the final sale. Turan asked if the captain would handle the entire sale process from start to finish if he offered a 20% cut instead. The captain laughed heartily, accepting the deal on the spot and promising to secure a top price through his local contacts. A crew member suddenly ran onto the main deck, reporting to the captain that they had discovered a merman held in the lower hold. The captain looked surprised, wondering if merfolk were mounting attacks now as well. The crewman clarified that the pirates had been keeping the merman locked in a cage beneath the deck. Accompanied by Turan, the captain headed below deck to inspect the prisoner. Along the way, the captain mentioned that merfolk fetched high prices on the market, noting that wealthy mainland ladies paid immense fortunes for rare female merfolk. Reaching the holding cell, they opened the door to find a young male merman bound in heavy ropes. The captain sighed, noting that while it was a shame the captive was male, as male merfolk brought very little money, the catch was still unusual. He added that only legendary royal merfolk capable of shifting forms held real value. The captive merman glared at the captain, yelling that he was Armani, the 47th prince of North Estadale, and demanding that the land dwellers show him proper respect. Turan asked if the captive's claims of royalty were true. The captain expressed doubt, suggesting the captive was likely bluffing to keep himself alive. Stepping closer to the wooden bars, the captain asked Armani if he could actually transform into a fish form as a royal prince. Armani stated that he could not transform while bound in heavy ropes and kept away from open water, explaining that he needed to be in the sea in a pristine state to shift forms. Turan and the captain exchanged a subtle look, recognizing that the captive was attempting to trick them into releasing him into the ocean. Turan remarked to the captain that, since male merfolk held no commercial value and were known to eat humans, it would be simpler to eliminate the prisoner immediately. He added that while setting him free on the off chance he was telling the truth sounded appealing, getting tricked and watching him swim away would make them look like fools. Turan raised his hand, channeling a subtle charge of magic as if preparing to strike. Terrified by the sudden threat, Armani screamed for him to stop. Dropping his arrogant tone, he pleaded with Turan, swearing that he had never eaten a human in his life and had no intention of doing so. Desperate to save himself, he offered to give Turan a vast fortune in exchange for his life. Turan paused, letting the offer linger. Armani quickly added that he could guide them to ancient treasures left behind by the Freyan gods worshipped by his people. Some time later, the trading vessel docked safely at the port of the Northern Sea Island. The sailors cheered as they stepped onto the wooden pier, eager to head into the local taverns for drinks. The captain walked up to Turan, asking if he had reached a final decision regarding Armani's offer. Turan confirmed he had, noting that the location Armani mentioned was not far from the port. He planned to investigate the site and return before nightfall. Turan gathered a length of heavy iron chain, securing Armani beside him. Armani complained about the restraint, asking if Turan really thought he would run away, and asserting that as a prince he kept his word. He asked if Turan would truly grant him his freedom once the treasure was secured. Turan confirmed the agreement without hesitation. Using his magic to propel a small landing boat across the water, Turan guided the craft smoothly toward the coordinates Armani provided. Armani warned Turan not to be disappointed by the reward, noting that while the artifacts were considered sacred by the Freyan people, land dwellers might view their value differently. Ignoring the prince's rambling, Turan focused on steering the boat, continuing their quiet journey through the late hours of the night toward their destination. Upon arriving at the designated location, Turan asked if this was indeed the island, and Armani confirmed that it was. Placing his hand into the cool water, Turan activated his search skill to scan the surrounding depths. He was specifically looking for any signs of merfolk, but beneath the surface, his perception revealed only endless schools of fish moving through the tide. He felt relieved, noting inwardly that Armani had at least not guided him into a merfolk stronghold. Steering the small vessel toward a quiet corner along the island's entrance, they secured the boat and headed inland to search for the hidden location. Armani looked around the unfamiliar terrain, mentioning that the spot was definitely nearby, as he tried to recall where he had previously seen the artifact. Stopping suddenly, he pointed ahead and announced that he had found it. Before them lay a small, still lake. Turan looked at the narrow body of water, wondering how the treasure could be hidden inside such a confined space. He asked Armani if the lake was very deep, and the merman replied casually that it was only about 300 meters down. Turan stared at him in silence. Armani seemed bewildered by the stare, entirely unaware that a depth of 300 meters was exceptionally dangerous for a human. Turan brought Armani over to a nearby tree and began securing him to the trunk with heavy ropes. Armani thrashed against the bindings, asking why he was being tied up again and demanding to know if Turan suspected he would run away. He yelled at Turan, pointing out that if he drowned down there, Armani would simply starve to death bound to the tree. Turan replied calmly, telling him that for both their sakes he had better hope that did not happen. Walking to the edge of the lake, Turan took a deep breath and dived into the water. He kicked his legs, swimming steadily down into the dark abyss. To speed up his descent, he gathered his energy to propel himself through the pressure, while activating a sight enhancement skill to cut through the murky blackness. As he descended further, a massive structure materialized out of the dark. Directly in front of him stood a towering stone construct, shaped like the head of a giant serpent. The sheer scale of the monument startled him momentarily, but he knew he had reached the right place. Near the base of the stone head, Turan spotted a shape that eerily resembled a human frame. He swam closer to inspect the figure, momentarily losing his grip on his breath and letting out a few air bubbles before quickly regaining his composure. Reaching the figure, he observed that the entire body was completely solidified, having turned entirely to stone over time. Turan wondered if the individual had truly been one of the Freyan people, noting how preserved the frame remained despite being submerged for countless years without turning into a wraith. Looking toward the stone figure's hand, Turan noticed a metallic artifact firmly attached to the grip, shaped very much like a compass. It appears Armani was telling the truth. Bursting through the water's surface, Turan gasped for air near the bank. Tied securely to the tree, Armani called out, asking if he had found the treasure down in the depths. Turan smiled, confirming that he had indeed retrieved the artifact. But something was different. As he observed Armani, Turan noted a faint stream of mana seeping from the merman's ears down to his chest. Glancing at the compass in his palm, he realized that he was now able to see subtle mana traces in people through the help of this compass. He proceeded to release Armani from his bindings. Armani looked up at him, admitting he had expected Turan to take the treasure and sell him back into slavery. Turan replied that he could never do such a thing because he had given his word. He explained that he always returned what he received, and since Armani had guided him truthfully without deception, he was simply keeping his promise. Armani cheered up instantly, thanking Turan and calling him a kind demon. He added enthusiastically that if his people ever went to war with humans, he would personally tell his father to spare Turan's life. Turan's expression hardened, and he sternly told Armani to stop speaking such nonsense. Without warning, Armani plunged into the sea, swimming away with incredible speed. Watching from the bank, Turan observed Armani's form shift into a shark as he navigated the waves. Turan realized then that the merman had not been lying about his royal heritage after all. Later that day, after returning to the harbor, Turan witnessed a scene near the main docks. A group of sailors was kneeling on the wooden deck while the ship's vice-captain paced back and forth, whipping them for breaking rules. Afterward, the punished men sat together, applying soothing ointment to the raw whip marks on their backs. The vice-captain yelled at the men, ordering them to repeat after him that they would never be late again, warning them that insubordination carried severe consequences. Turan stepped out of his cabin and asked one of the nearby crewmen what had happened. The sailor explained that the vice-captain was punishing the men who had crawled back to the ship late the previous night. He noted that the group had not only missed curfew, but had also caused a wild disruption at the harbor tavern, bringing the captain's harsh discipline down upon themselves. Turan looked at the scene, feeling a bit bewildered by the harsh routine on board. However, holding the newly acquired compass artifact, he noticed a strange change in his perception. Observing how their life force drained slightly every time the whip struck their skin, Turan asked where the captain had gone. The sailor informed him that the captain had gone down toward the island side of the docks. He explained that he was going to find a buyer for the sheep over there. Turan headed into the coastal town to search for him. He tracked the captain to a local tavern, where the man was seated at a corner table, deep in conversation with an unfamiliar sailor. Seeing Turan enter the establishment, the captain stood up to greet him. Turan walked over and asked about the status of the ship's sail. The captain gestured to his companion, introducing him as Samuel, and explaining that he was the buyer who had agreed to purchase the captured vessel. The captain joked that since Samuel was missing an eye and he himself was missing a hand, the business math checked out perfectly. Samuel nodded at Turan, stating it was a pleasure to meet him and offering a lump sum payment of 1,000 gold coins for the ship. Turan noted that the price was fair, but pointed out that a problem remained. The captain asked what could possibly be wrong with such an offer. Turan explained that carrying around a massive bag of heavy gold coins was inconvenient, asking if he could instead receive magic tools or holy relics of equivalent value. Samuel shook his head, explaining that such precious items were not sold in a small port like this, advising him to travel to Komad instead. Turan asked where Komad was located. The captain explained that Komad was the secondary territory city belonging to House Zahar, ruled by a lord of the Tamer bloodline. He suggested that since Turan would have plenty of funds, he should purchase a decent monster companion while visiting the city. Hearing the mention of the Tamer bloodline, Turan immediately remembered his friend Aziz from earlier in his travels. He reasoned that having a trained beast capable of understanding human speech would be immensely helpful on his journey. With the transaction finalized, Turan boarded the trading vessel as they set sail toward their next destination. On the upper deck, one of the sailors laughed aloud, remarking that the voyage had turned into a complete luxury, marveling at how a pirate attack had transformed into a massive pile of gold. They were extremely thankful to Turan for his divine help. Suddenly, a lookout stationed high on the main mast shouted down to the deck, warning that heavy dark clouds were gathering ahead and signaling an incoming storm. A massive tempest rapidly closed in, threatening to pull the vessel straight into its center. The boatswain screamed orders for the crew to hurry and furl the sails while moving the loose cargo below deck, warning them to give their absolute all if they did not want to become food for the fish. The sailors scrambled across the slippery deck as violent waves slammed against the wooden hull, causing the ship to tilt sharply and throwing several men off their feet. Before the falling sailors could hit the churning water, Turan reacted instantly. He caught both men mid-air and pulled them safely back onto the deck with a single movement. Turan told them to get below deck immediately, and the flustered sailors affirmed his command, scrambling toward the lower hold. Remaining on the battered deck, Turan flicked his wrist to manipulate the heavy ship ropes, securing loose barrels and pulling cargo into the enclosed storage rooms far faster than the crew could manage, actively preventing casualties as the winds howled. As the heavy storms roared outside of the ship, Turan walked down into the lower hold, where the entire crew had gathered to wait out the weather. Exhaling softly, he stepped into the dim room. The sailors immediately surrounded him, shouting their deep gratitude for his swift intervention during the worst of the gale. Turan asked if anyone had been injured, and the men affirmed that everyone was completely unharmed. The captain walked over, offering his own thanks, and admitting that if Turan had not helped secure the ship so quickly, the vessel likely would have sunk. Turan asked if the ship could withstand the remaining wind. The captain replied that they had to trust the strength of the hull and the skill of their helmsman. Noticing how severely the crew was shivering from the freezing seawater and cold wind, Turan recognized that he needed to warm the room. He called out to the men, instructing everyone to gather around him in a tight circle. The captain looked at him nervously, asking if he intended to start an open fire inside a narrow wooden boat, warning that such an act was extremely dangerous. Turan assured him that he would control the heat so it would not spread. Flicking his finger, Turan generated a small, controlled flame hovering directly in the center of the wooden floor. Slowly expanding the fire's radiant perimeter without allowing the wood to ignite, he raised the temperature of the lower hold until a gentle warmth filled the space. The surrounding sailors stared in complete awe, baffled by the display, as none of them had ever witnessed magic so remarkably refined and precise. Feeling the warm air settle around his shivering crew, the captain looked at Turan in silent realization. He remembered the ancient teachings that overbearing leaders used to repeat until their breath ran out, that while humans serve wizards and wizards rule over humans, a true master must also care for those under his protection. Looking at Turan's calm posture, the captain understood that this was precisely the standard the young knight was displaying before them. The journey across the sea brought them to the largest settlement in the northern Emerald Desert, the port city of Komad. The trading vessel docked at the primary harbor, and the crew began unloading their gear from the lower deck. As Turan stepped off the ship, the captain approached him and offered a heavy pouch of money, explaining that, while it was a modest amount, he wanted Turan to accept it as his payment for guarding the vessel. Turan hesitated, noting that the sum was far too large and pointing out that they had simply been assisting each other during the passage. The captain smiled, explaining that the crew had collectively pooled a portion of their earnings from selling the captured pirate ship to present to him. He added that if Turan refused the gift, the sailors would feel they had offended the heavens. Turan accepted the pouch with a warm smile, stating that he understood and promising to treat the captain to a proper meal whenever their paths crossed again. Just then, a call sounded from above as the sailors gathered along the ship's upper railing to bid Turan farewell. They shouted down their gratitude, praising his assistance during the voyage, and promising never to forget what he had done for them. Standing near the gangplank, the captain and vice-captain bowed in respect. Turan smiled and waved to the crew as they departed the harbor. Heading away from the docks, Turan navigated the central market space of Komad, observing the layout of the stalls and the flow of local trade. Holding the compass artifact, he observed that most merchants and shoppers possessed faint flows of life force. However, as he scanned the crowd, he spotted a man carrying a distinct, concentrated aura of energy, recognizing immediately that the individual was a trained warrior. Releasing his intimidating mana, Turan called out to the guard. The man walked directly toward Turan, addressing him with quiet respect. Our boy introduced himself as Turan from Avicha, and stated that he wished to meet the head of the house. The knight escorted Turan straight to the main estate located at the center of the city. Before presenting him to the househead, the attendants provided Turan with refined clothing to ensure his appearance suited the formal environment. Stepping into the main reception hall, Turan encountered a figure sitting at the far end of the room. The leader looked Turan over carefully, welcoming him and introducing himself as Cal. Cal maintained a stern glare, examining Turan in silence for a brief moment before asking for his name and noble house. Turan stated that his name was Turan Brahms, claiming to belong to a fallen guardian bloodline. Using the cover story to hide his true origins, he explained that he had traveled to Komad after hearing rumors regarding their famous monster stock, intending to purchase a reliable beast. Cal nodded slowly, agreeing to the request and stating that his daughter would guide him through the breeding grounds. Before turning to leave, Turan asked Cal if he had recently encountered someone who shared his exact facial features. Cal asked what prompted such a strange question. Turan noted that Cal had hesitated slightly upon first catching sight of his face. Cal dismissed the observation, claiming it was nothing, and stating he simply thought Turan resembled an acquaintance from his past. Turan noted this subtle reaction with surprise, keeping the interaction in mind. Shortly after, Cal's daughter escorted Turan toward the outer estate grounds. As they walked along the stone corridors, she remarked that while he claimed to be from a fallen noble line, he clearly possessed substantial wealth. She added that visiting House Derman to acquire a monster made sense, noting that a guardian bloodline suited the mercenary lifestyle well. Turan remained quiet, pondering Cal's earlier reaction. He wondered if the face Cal remembered belonged to his mother or his father. He recalled that his mother possessed curly hair, distinct eyes, and a straight mouth. Knowing he shared only a few minor traits with her, he wondered if those features were truly enough to trigger a memory. He reasoned that Cal might have instead recognized the features of his father, whose face Turan had never actually seen. Reaching the edge of the estate, Cal's daughter welcomed Turan to the House Derman breeding grounds. Before them stretched an expansive open yard lined with structured pens and heavy cages. Turan observed the scale of the facility. Passing through the central aisle, he spotted a pack of wolves resting in a side enclosure, while a massive elephant occupied a large pen further down. Looking at a sleek horse standing inside an adjoining stall, Turan remarked that housing every creature in its own custom habitat was impressive, asking how much the horse would cost. Cal's daughter explained that the horse had been raised with great care, setting its purchase price at 4,000 gold coins. Turan paused, realizing the price was double his entire current fortune. He noted inwardly that his recent earnings did not make him nearly as wealthy as he had assumed. He briefly considered whether he should abandon the idea of buying a monster, but acknowledged that carrying a heavy chest of gold coins across the open desert on foot would prove far too difficult. Moving further along the row, he stopped before a smaller cage holding a majestic eagle. The bird glared back at Turan with a sharp, intelligent gaze. Sensing an unusual presence in the creature, Turan asked Cal's daughter for its price. She offered to sell the eagle for 1,500 gold coins. Turan realized the cost fell neatly within his budget, though it would consume nearly all his savings. Considering the bird's high mana capacity, he viewed the offer as a genuine bargain. He asked about the creature's specific traits and abilities. She replied that the bird was exceptionally smart and possessed great flying capabilities. Turan felt slightly underwhelmed by the simple description, but the lady added that while the species was popular, this specific eagle was almost too clever for its own good, stubbornly refusing to obey anyone it considered less intelligent than itself. Stepping closer to the iron bars, Turan observed the eagle as it scrutinized his posture. He asked the bird directly if it could understand his words, remarking with a subtle smile that it must be quite clever despite its somewhat plain appearance. The eagle shook its head back and forth in clear annoyance at the remark. Turan noted that the bird clearly grasped every word he spoke. Cal's daughter confirmed his observation, explaining that she had even attempted to teach the eagle how to read, though it refused to cooperate. She mentioned that while the bird possessed great physical strength for its size and had been fed high-grade monster meat, its refusal to listen made it difficult to manage. Turan looked at the bird, asking if there was something specific it desired. Cal's daughter noted that asking the creature directly was pointless, but before she could finish her sentence, the eagle extended its claw through the iron bars, pointing directly at Turan. She stared in surprise, wondering why the bird was suddenly reacting. Turan asked the eagle if it was choosing him as its master. The eagle tilted its head slightly in response. Turan smiled, asking if the bird would be willing to learn how to read from him if he finalized the purchase. The eagle nodded its head in clear agreement. With the choice settled, Cal arrived at the breeding yard to oversee the binding process. Channeling his magic across the contract medium, Cal completed the spell and informed Turan that the bond between them was officially established. The eagle stepped out of its unlocked cage, perching closely beside Turan. Cal observed the interaction, remarking that it was surprising to see the stubborn creature follow him so readily, telling Turan to take proper care of the bird. As Cal turned to walk away, he paused, asking Turan if he held any personal connection to someone named Talus. Hearing the name Talus, Turan froze in surprise. Before Turan could respond, Cal brushed the topic aside, asking Turan to forget he had mentioned it. Turan wondered who Talus could be, concluding that Talus was likely the person Cal had envisioned upon seeing his face. Addressing Cal before he departed, Turan asked if he could ask a quick question of his own. Cal agreed to hear it. Turan pulled out a small portrait drawing, presenting it to Cal, and asking if he recognized a woman named Vijay. Cal examined the sketch for a second before shaking his head, stating he did not recognize her at all, and noting that if he had met such a beautiful woman, he would not have forgotten her. Turan acknowledged the answer calmly, stating he needed a brief moment to test something. Raising his hand into the air, he signaled his new eagle to take flight. Cal looked at him in confusion, asking what he was doing. Turan replied that since he had paid the full price and completed the transaction, checking the creature's abilities was only natural. The eagle circled back down, extending its legs toward Turan. Gripping the bird's talons firmly, Turan allowed the creature to lift him off the ground, carrying him through the air as it soared over the yard. Turan smiled as the flight test succeeded exactly as he had planned. Later that evening, after completing the initial bonding routine, Turan arrived at the estate dining room, where a maid served the meal and expressed her hope that he would enjoy his dinner. Cal's daughter stood near the table, smiling as she asked Turan how he had enjoyed his flight with the eagle. Turan replied that the flight was pleasant and had helped clear his mind. Several other members of House Durman were seated around the dining table. Cal's daughter introduced Turan Brahms to the group, mentioning that he had arrived from the Carmine region. A stocky warrior seated near the center asked if Carmine was located near the Arabian territory. Cal's daughter cut him off, telling him not to compare their guest to the Arabian house. The man stood up, offering his hand to Turan, and introducing himself as Dolph Marin of a history bloodline. Exchanging a firm handshake, Turan expressed that it was a pleasure to meet him. The moment their palms locked, Dolph tightened his grip, intentionally testing Turan's physical strength. Turan recognized the challenge, wondering why Dolph was putting on a display of force during a simple greeting. Utilizing the magic bracelet on his wrist, Turan subtly reinforced his hand to match Dolph's pressure stride for stride. Surprised that Turan met his full grip without flinching, Dolph laughed heartily, remarking that, as expected of a guardian, Turan possessed impressive physical stamina. A lady sitting at the side of the table complained, stating she held no interest in strength contests and telling Dolph to drop the display. She asked where the new eagle was, explaining that she had attended the dinner specifically to see the bird. Turan informed her that he had instructed the eagle to fly around the estate perimeter for a short time, noting that the bird felt restricted after spending the morning practicing its writing. He offered to summon the creature to the room if she wished to see it. Sending a quiet telepathic signal across their newly formed bond, Turan called the eagle back. Responding to the command, the eagle glided through the open window, landing smoothly on Turan's outstretched forearm. The lady reached out enthusiastically to pet the bird, but the eagle recoiled sharply, dodging her hand entirely. Enraged by the rejection, the lady cursed at the bird, demanding to know what her flaw was that caused the creature to act so distant. She yelled that she could raise the eagle far better than a fallen noble, expressing frustration that the bird refused to even let her touch its feathers. Turan gently calmed the eagle, ensuring the bird did not react aggressively to her outburst. As the meal proceeded, the conversation shifted to regional conflict. One of the guests noted that tension was rising to the west due to frequent clashes with the Dark Elf tribes, mentioning that the Arabian subjugation force was currently led by Commander Misa. The lady from earlier voiced her wish that Misa would be eliminated during the campaign, remarking maliciously that the commander was so thin she would likely perish on her own. Dolph laughed at the comment, saying derogatory words against her physique and frame. The lady noted that the Arabian family at least had stable successors lined up, listing Alma and Perga, before insincerely offering her condolences regarding Mesa's difficult campaign against the Dark Elves. Turan listened intently to the exchange, his interest piqued by the mention of higher-ranking house figures. He asked the table what kind of person Talus was. Cal's daughter answered that Talus was Cal's younger brother and the current second-in-command of the Zahar territory, explaining that he effectively managed the house's primary operations. Turan recalled Cal's earlier inquiry regarding his potential connection to Talus. He reasoned that if Cal had truly seen Talus's features reflected in his own face, his father might hold a far more significant position in the territory than he had initially assumed. Sitting in a quiet corner of the estate courtyard with his newly bonded bird, Turan watched as the eagle used its sharp beak to trace unusual symbols into the sand to communicate. Pondering their situation, Turan considered the reaction of the househead, Cal. The moment Cal saw his face, he had clearly thought of Talus, the second-in-command of Zahar. Turan realized that if Talus truly was his father, and if he carried even the slightest blemish associated with that man's reputation, the main house could crush him like a bug the instant his true identity was discovered. Interrupting his thoughts, the bird pointed to the inscription it had just drawn on the ground, which read that it was a black eagle. Turan looked down at the writing and commended the bird, noting that it had written the words quite well. They continued their quiet exchange as the bird scratched out more phrases. Turan offered pointers on the text, praising the effort, while pointing out a few mistakes where the bird had copied the wrong section. Turan smiled at the creature, asking if it had decided on a name yet. The bird quickly wrote on the ground that it had not yet decided. Turan teased the bird, asking if not yet was its chosen name. The eagle shook its head in clear annoyance. Turan smiled warmly, asking the bird why it had ultimately chosen him to be its tamer over anyone else. The eagle scratched out a brief explanation on the ground, stating that Turan was good and that his inside fit its nature perfectly. Turan leaned over and gently petted the bird's head, agreeing that the sentiment was nice, though he noted that the rest of the spelling was full of errors and that it still had a lot to learn. Pondering the bird's statement about his inside fitting perfectly, Turan wondered if the creature was sensing his bloodline, a unique mixture of Zahar and another house. A loud voice called out from across the courtyard, breaking his focus. Dolph walked up, stating that he was thinking of going hunting later to stretch his legs. He asked if Turan wanted to tag along. Turan replied that he was leaving the city that day. Dolph expressed surprise, asking where he was heading, and noting that Turan should have said something sooner. He mentioned feeling a bit disappointed, claiming he thought they were closer than that. Turan found the statement strange, as they were not close in any way. He recognized that Dolph was simply pretending to be friendly, while trying to intimidate him to gain the upper hand. Dolph offered to act as a guide, claiming he knew the surrounding area inside out. Turan declined the offer, stating that everything was fine and that he did not need a guide. Dolph waved his hand dismissively as he walked away, remarking that it was a shame and telling Turan to let him know if he changed his mind. Watching Dolph walk away, Turan noted how easily he had backed off, finding the sudden retreat suspicious. Sometime later, Turan stood ready to depart with his travel bag packed and the eagle perched securely on his shoulder. He addressed the guards assigned to accompany him, stating there was no need to send him off. The lead guard replied that escorting him safely to the fortress walls was an order directly from Househead Cal. Accepting the escort, Turan stopped by the estate reception desk before leaving, requesting a desert guidebook and texts detailing the regional environment and religious history. He handed over enough currency to cover the books, and the attendant provided the requested volumes. Flipping through the guidebook outside, Turan noted that the author was Britzo Zahar and that the work was published under the authority of the main house. He gathered that while the geographical map might be lacking in some areas, the written information would be useful. Scanning the surrounding area, he noticed an unusual mana signature hovering at the edge of his perception. Taking note of its presence before walking out through the massive city gates, and stepped into the open desert. Beginning his trek across the sand, Turan noted that he would take his time reaching his next destination. On his shoulder, the eagle began to shake, looking at him strangely. Turan smiled at the bird, assuring it that he simply felt like walking for a while. He walked steadily across the desert through the late hours of the afternoon and into the stillness of the night. Abruptly bringing his stride to a halt, Turan turned his head toward the dark sand dunes behind him, telling Dolph he could come out then. Stepping out from the shadows of a nearby ridge, Dolph revealed himself, grinning as he looked at Turan. He admitted he was surprised that Turan had realized he was trailing him. Turan asked why Dolph thought he had walked all that way on foot instead of flying on his bird. Dolph chuckled, claiming he had followed him because the desert was a dangerous place, and he worried about a young traveler traveling alone. Turan told him to cut the act, stating plainly that he knew Dolph was after his mana. Dolph paused, his grin turning mischievous, as he noted that Turan had known he was being followed, yet still chose to walk into the open desert alone. He remarked that he was unsure whether Turan was remarkably brave or simply reckless. Turan remained completely calm, replying that this attitude was why nobles despised being addressed as fallen nobles. Dolph scoffed, claiming Turan spoke as if he were looking down on him, asking if Turan was actually in a worse position. He noted that while Turan possessed strong mana, his physical strength was pathetically weak, concluding that he must belong to a guardian primordial bloodline, the kind that retained defensive traits but had lost the capacity to physically reinforce the body. Dolph added that while he did not know how Turan had accumulated so much mana, it was a waste for a weak husk to possess it, demanding that Turan hand the power over quietly. Turan stated that because he lacked physical ability while overflowing with mana, Dolph viewed him as tempting prey. He looked up at the eagle, instructing the bird to fly up and move away from the spot. Turning back to Dolph, Turan added that it was a shame, as he was thinking the exact same thing about Dolph's mana. It was a matter of turning the tables. Turan vanished from sight, using stealth magic to conceal his position. Dolph smirked, noting that the spell only hid physical sight while leaving presence completely exposed, calling it a petty trick used by spy knights. He took a firm stance, telling Turan that trying to run was useless, since breaking simple stealth magic was child's play. Dolph stood in the quiet desert night, expecting to spot Turan immediately. However, as the silence stretched, he grew flustered, realizing he could not sense Turan's mana, hear his footsteps, or catch his scent. A sharp physical impact struck Dolph squarely in the back of his head, knocking him forward. Dolph spun around, yelling in confusion as he tried to figure out what had hit him. Before he could recover, another propelled stone slammed into his side, causing him to cry out. A third strike struck him directly in the stomach, followed immediately by a rapid flurry of invisible blows striking his torso and legs from every angle. Furious, Dolph scattered bursts of fire across the surrounding sand, attempting to use the light to break Turan's stealth. He scanned the area, knowing that if he could just locate Turan, he could overwhelm him in close combat. Small, dense fireballs materialized directly above Dolph's head. Dolph looked up in shock, just as the fiery projectiles rained down on him in rapid succession. While each individual fire impact was relatively small, the continuous barrage dealt steady, burning damage across his armor and skin. Driving his leg heavily into the dune, he created a localized blast of sand to scatter the incoming fire. He ran through the clearing, yelling for Turan to face him directly. His body was heavily scorched from the repeated magic strikes. Stopping to catch his breath, Dolph looked around the dark desert, huffing heavily as he realized Turan's magic output was far beyond his ability to counter. Recognizing the danger, Dolph decided to flee. He dashed forward through the dark, realizing that Turan did not belong to a simple guardian bloodline, but but was utilizing Zahar magic. Fighting a wizard of that lineage in the open desert at night was pure suicide. Dolph threw off his heavy outer jacket as he ran, trying to shed weight to increase his speed. He reasoned that unless Turan possessed a body-strengthening bloodline like his own, he could never catch up to a runner on foot. A strange sound echoed from above. Looking up, Dolph was stunned to see Turan floating smoothly through the air ahead of him. Turan halted his movement, hovering above the dune as he glared down at Dolph. He observed that Dolph was surprisingly sturdy, though not quite on the level of a true guardian bloodline, noting that an ordinary noble would have perished from the initial magic barrage. Dolph dropped his aggressive stance, begging Turan to have mercy and spare his life. Turan paused for a second, replying that Dolph already knew he could never grant such a request. Extending his hand, Turan unleashed a stream of dense fire, engulfing Dolph in a pillar of flame that incinerated him where he stood. Dolph died as Turan's flames burned his entire being, leaving only the charred remains of his muscles on the desert sand. Descending from the sky, Turan looked down at the sight, reflecting that Dolph had been sturdier than expected. He wondered if that physical resilience stemmed from the Hisaril bloodline. However, he reasoned that if Dolph had been a fully trained guardian of a major house, breaking through his defenses with simple rock slings would have proven far more difficult. Turan realized he needed a stronger means of attack, specifically a piercing technique capable of breaking through heavy physical defenses. Reaching out his hand, he began to absorb Dolph's remaining mana, drawing the essence into himself. The process took a long while. Suddenly, a portion of the extracted energy began flowing directly into the compass artifact he had retrieved earlier from the lake. Surprised by the reaction, Turan picked up the compass, examining the metal frame. He deduced that the artifact served as a vessel for storing magic energy. He found the mechanism interesting, pondering how the stored mana was meant to be utilized, and wondering if a user was expected to consume the energy directly. The idea felt strange. Knowing the item originated from the ancient Freyans, Turan recognized that he needed further verification before he could properly make use of it. Some time later, Turan took to the sky with his eagle, flying toward a new location. Looking down at the desert landscape from above, Turan spotted a stone pyramid rising out of the sand, recognizing the structure as the Tomb of the Gods. Landing near the settlement surrounding the ruin, Turan entered a local tavern and took a seat. A woman sitting across the table looked at him calmly, remarking that running away from home to travel alone across the desert was quite reckless. She asked if he had encountered any bandits or monsters along his journey. Turan replied that he had simply been lucky. Changing the subject, he asked how one gained entry into the Tomb of the Gods, noting that according to a book he had read, an entrance fee was all that was required. The woman looked at him with mild surprise, asking if he actually read books and assuming he was a child from a wealthy family. She informed him that entering the tomb was currently impossible. Turan asked why the site was closed. She explained that several powerful figures had arrived about a week prior and had placed the entire ruin under strict lockdown ever since, forcing even the merchant caravans to turn back without catching a glimpse inside. Turan questioned the mention of powerful people, and she clarified by pointing up silently, looking toward the direction of the pyramid. Deep within the stone labyrinth beneath the Tomb of the Gods, a group of stranded explorers was shouting back and forth, wondering where their leader had gone. Stepping out from a shadowed corridor, their leader ordered them to stop yelling, warning that their loud voices would attract the creatures lurking in the dark. The man leading the group was Purga. One of his subordinates complained, stating that their current predicament was entirely Purga's fault for convincing them to join the expedition. Purga told the man not to blame him, reminding him that he had willingly tagged along in hopes of securing a high position once Purga became the next house head. He sternly ordered the man to keep quiet, cursing inwardly in frustration. Purga recalled the words of an elderly relative who had told him that a hidden underground chamber existed beneath the Tomb of the Gods, and that solving its secret would guarantee becoming the next househead. Purga felt deep annoyance reflecting on the memory. He had searched for that secret every year based on his grandfather's directions, never finding anything until now. He had assumed the story was merely a legend, but the hidden underground level actually existed. He had believed that the god of Zahar was favoring him, yet upon entering the ruin he encountered heinous, non-human creatures roaming the corridors. Had he known the underground was crawling with monsters, he never would have entered in the first place. Suddenly, a strange, echoing sound reverberated throughout the stone passage. Purga paused, wondering what the noise was, noting that it was a language he had never heard before. Oddly, despite its unfamiliarity, he found he could somehow comprehend its meaning. He wondered what the voice was trying to convey. The subordinate standing beside him spoke up, translating the sound as a declaration that the night hunter had returned to the desert. The scene shifted back to the bustling market elsewhere. Walking past the vendor stalls, Turan pondered the annoying lockdown, wondering if the nobles inside were attempting to monopolize the entire ruin for themselves. He reasoned that lingering around the area carried risks. If he encountered another noble like Cal Durman, who might recognize Talus's features in his face, it would cause serious trouble. He concluded that he needed to lay low for a while. Stopping at a spice stall, Turan pointed to a container and asked the merchant what it was. The merchant explained that it was saltpeter, a rare substance found only on the southern sea islands, adding that local rumors claimed grinding it into a powder and consuming it could extend a person's lifespan. Turan examined the material, noting he had never seen it in person before. He recalled seeing a reference to saltpeter in the book written by Orville, the pyromaniac. Opening the text to verify his thought, he confirmed his deduction. He remembered that he had been unable to test the formula previously due to a lack of ingredients, which included the spirit of fire. Considering the destructive power Orville had displayed with his flames, Turan concluded the recipe was worth pursuing. Turan asked the merchant if he happened to carry sulfur as well. The merchant looked puzzled, stating he had never heard of such a thing. Leaving the stall, Turan moved through the market space, asking various traders for sulfur, but received similar answers everywhere. One vendor noted that sulfur was only found in volcanic regions, primarily used for disinfection, and was rarely stocked in desert settlements. Turan felt annoyed by the fruitless search, noting inwardly that had he known sulfur was so scarce here, he would have searched for it back in Komad. He reasoned that he did not necessarily need to travel all the way to the east, but simply needed to locate a volcanic area. Later that afternoon, in an isolated clearing away from the town, Turan practiced his combat techniques. Swinging his weapon with a sharp pivot, he hurled a dense clump of sand forward against a heavy stone wall. Observing the result, Turan noted that the sand strike performed well, deciding to utilize sand bullets as a secondary projectile option instead of relying solely on stones. He reasoned that he could alter the shape of the sand mid-flight to increase its piercing power, or scatter the grains to create a wide barrier. Though the technique consumed slightly more mana, it allowed him to preserve his refined stone supply, of which he only had 5 or 6 remaining. He also noted that sand magic was useful for binding an opponent's ankles or obscuring their vision. Standing near the base of the pyramid, Turan looked up at the quiet stone structure. He wondered what the nobles were doing inside, noting that several days had already passed. He briefly considered leaving for another city, but discarded the thought, deciding instead to sneak into the tomb to investigate. He reasoned that if he was discovered, he could simply use his movement skills to escape. Just as he prepared to conceal his presence, a loud, harsh voice shouted from behind a nearby supply wall. Guards were complaining about a noise, telling someone to keep quiet while emphasizing that they should not kill the captive inside the container. Turan watched as 2 guards dragged a heavy canvas body bag across the dirt. One of the guards struck the bag firmly to silence the prisoner before dragging the bundle toward the pyramid entrance. Turan wondered what was happening, questioning why the guards required a living person inside the tomb. Concealing his presence, Turan followed the guards down into the dark stone interior of the ruin. Deep inside the lower chamber, the guards arrived at a wide room filled with wooden barrels, supply chests, and a massive, swirling magic portal located in the center of the floor. The guards untied the sack and pulled a man out. The captive looked around in confusion, asking where he was and what they were doing to him. The guards ignored his questions, stating that queries were not permitted. Turan watched from the shadow of a pillar, finding it strange that while these men were clearly acting as kidnappers, they appeared visibly terrified of their surroundings. One of the guards handed a heavy supply barrel to the captive, ordering him to take the cargo and walk into the center of the room. The man's eyes turned completely dull and lifeless. Without a word of protest, he turned and walked directly toward the violent magic whirlpool spinning on the ground. Turan realized the guards were using mind control magic on the man, stripping away his free will and forcing him to step into the swirling portal. With the man gone, the 2 guards began arguing nervously. One asked if Sir Purga was still alive inside, expressing hope that their leader was surviving, while the other reassured him that they were continuously sending down food and water. The first guard asked if they should contact the main house for reinforcements. The second guard snapped at him, asking if he understood what would happen if Purga's political rivals learned he was trapped in an underground pit. Listening to the exchange, Turan pieced the situation together. Purga, a prime candidate to become the next house head of Zahar, was trapped beyond the magic portal, which explained why his men had placed the entire site under lockdown for days. Turan recognized that, while entering the portal carried risk, it also presented a distinct opportunity. He calculated that if he rescued Purga and placed the noble in his debt, he could use the connection to naturally infiltrate House Zahar. He acknowledged that whether Purga was truly the type to honor a debt was uncertain, but what he needed was hidden inside the ruin anyway. Stepping forward, Turan walked into the swirling energy of the portal, plunging straight into the dark void. As he passed through the magic threshold, an intense feeling of disorientation washed over him, causing his thoughts to haze as if he had been struck by a spell. He criticized himself for acting recklessly, wondering why he had assumed Purga would ever repay a favor. A sudden scream echoed through the darkness as Turan dropped out of the portal, landing on the stone floor of a lower subterranean chamber. Looking around the cavern, Turan spotted several stranded explorers, including Purga. Purga looked at the newly arrived figure, noting callously that another person had come through the portal, observing that his men outside were continuously sending down subjects. The man who had been forced through the portal earlier lay on the stone floor nearby with broken limbs, screaming in agony from the landing impact. Annoyed by the noise, Purga ordered his men to handle the injured captive, noting they needed to conserve their water supply regardless. One of Purga's subordinates stepped forward and stomped heavily on the injured man's neck, ending his life instantly. Turan felt deep disgust at the cold action, though he remained quiet and kept his posture still. He observed Purga, noting that the noble killed without a shred of guilt simply to take a person's water supply, proving he was certainly not the type to repay a kindness. A quiet, strange voice echoed near Turan's ear, telling him that he was mistaken. Turan paused, looking up into the darkness of the cavern as the voice stated firmly that he was not the Night Hunter. In the distant past, the fertile emerald desert plains were ruled by giants. These massive beings would pick up full trees and consume them whole. With their enormous bodies, they devoured everything in their path, eventually turning the fertile land into a barren desert. The giants required vast amounts of water each day to sustain themselves. When they could no longer withstand their thirst, they enslaved humanity and began consuming human blood as if it were water. They drained thousands of people daily to quench their thirst, slaughtering without pause until a moonless night beneath a dark sky. On that night, the Night Hunter of the Freyans arrived and slew every giant, saving mankind from total extinction. In deep gratitude, the liberated people offered the Night Hunter the 3 most beautiful maidens in the land as brides. The 3 children born from those unions inherited extraordinary powers. One could conceal his body, one could command shadows, and one could create poison. After the Night Hunter ascended, the 3 brothers fought bitterly over who would rule the desert. The eldest, who possessed the ability to conceal his body, chose to leave because he did not wish to fight his brothers. However, the second brother, Master of Shadows, and the third brother, Master of Poison, waged a brutal war against one another. The conflict threw the desert into complete turmoil, driving countless people into despair. Eventually, the eldest brother returned, defeated both of his younger brothers, and claimed dominion over the land. He became the ancestor of House Zahar. While standing in the dim passage of the underground ruin, Turan felt a strange presence approaching from the corner. Turning his gaze, he spotted something moving in the shadows. He picked up a trace of mana heading toward him, noting that the energy signature felt uniquely strange. Moving quietly to the edge of the corridor, Turan peeked around the stone wall to observe the creature. The beast stood completely out of it, drooling onto the cold stone floor. Looking closely, Turan noted that the creature appeared thoroughly unpleasant. Suddenly, the creature shifted its eyes, locking its gaze directly onto Turan as if his stealth were non-existent. Turan wondered if the creature had truly spotted him, despite his active concealment. He attempted to remain perfectly still, but a low growl echoed as the creature charged straight at him. 2 more beasts emerged from the gloom, making 3 in total as they all dashed forward. The creatures swung their heavy arms in unison. Turan instantly ducked and dodged backward, realizing that they had indeed spotted him through his stealth technique. Forming swift hand signs, Turan created a burst of magic fire, hurling the flames to burn the creatures in an instant. The fire scorched their hides, though it only dealt partial damage. However, Turan used the moment to leap backward, putting distance between himself and their claws. He pondered how the beasts could detect him when he was invisible, finding it odd that they could see through the Zahar family's stealth technique. Fortunately, he observed that their detection range was somewhat narrower than he had initially assumed. Reaching into his pouch, Turan pulled out a rounded stone, deciding that the first decisive strike would be his. He loaded his sling, winding the leather strap swiftly to throw the projectile. With a sharp snap, he released the sling. The stone flew through the air, striking the lead creature directly in the forehead, killing it instantly as its body slammed onto the floor. Even as the creature dropped dead, the remaining beasts barely flinched. They showed no reaction to the death of their companion, continuing their mindless forward press. Turan walked slowly toward the fallen monster and extended his hand above its chest. He attempted to absorb its mana, but after a moment he realized he could not extract a single trace of energy from the corpse. It was a created magic creature rather than a living beast. Looking down at his palm, Turan noted that the tiny fraction of mana he managed to skim was far too small. He reasoned that a creature with such physical strength should have contained much more mana. Furthermore, his holy relic had not reacted to its presence at all. He wondered what the creature's true nature actually was. Just then, the eerie voice echoed within his head once more, repeating that he was not the Night Hunter. Moving back toward the shadows of the corner, Turan noted to himself how utterly tiresome the situation was becoming. Hearing heavy footsteps approaching from the left, he retreated further into the dark to hide. Purga and his men walked into the stone hall, stepping past the arches. Spotting the dead monster lying on the floor, Purga ordered his subordinates to halt. One of Purga's men looked down at the corpse, asking what it was, and wondering if they had passed through this corridor previously. Another subordinate replied that he had no idea, admitting that their sense of direction had gone to hell a while ago. Purga examined the fresh wound on the beast and told them that a rat was hiding nearby in the maze. He wondered if a rescue party had entered the tomb, though he reasoned that if it were a full squad, they would have made enough noise to stand out easily. Turning to one of his key men, Purga called out to Godden, ordering him to set traps around the nearby corridors so they could catch the intruder no matter what. Godden affirmed the instruction immediately. Purga then called out to Imelda, telling her to keep lighting up the surrounding areas with her magic, to which she agreed. A subordinate asked if they should actively hunt down the rat first. Purga told him to leave it alone for now, guessing the intruder was likely just a lingering knight who had gotten lucky and survived the initial collapse. Smiling mischievously, Purga told his men to let the person run around for a bit, planning to use the individual as live bait for the monsters in the maze. Standing quietly by the corner, Turan heard every single word of their conversation, remaining completely calm as he observed their movements. 3 days passed, with Turan and Purga's group coexisting in the pitch-black subterranean labyrinth. Fortunately for Turan, the traps laid by Godden using the Tamer bloodline techniques were clearly visible through the eyes of the holy relic, posing no obstacle to his movement. In fact, due to the total darkness, Purga's own men frequently suffered the humiliation of triggering their own traps. Unlike Purga's group, who were entirely unable to gauge their direction in the dark, Turan navigated the layout with relative ease. Reaching a quiet corridor, Turan observed that monster activity was sparse in that specific area, deciding to mark the space as a safe zone. Using the power of his holy relic, he established several small bases throughout the maze, allowing him to gradually expand his search radius. Occasionally, a primary path would be swarming with roaming monsters. At those times, Turan borrowed the strength of Purga's group, lingering in the dark while allowing the noisy nobles to draw the creatures into a clash. Although using them meant giving up the opportunity to absorb the monster's mana, Turan did not mind. The creatures yielded so little energy that they were hardly worth the physical effort. After one heavy skirmish against a pack of beasts, several of Purga's men were left battered and unable to stand. One surviving guard tossed a stone onto the floor, remarking loudly that since the surface guards kept sending captives down through the portal, they were starting to build up quite a stockpile of supplies from the bodies. Another man replied that the surface guards were likely sending supply bearers, assuming the expedition party was still alive and progressing smoothly. The men laughed among themselves about Turan's presumed struggles in the dark, noting that had they known things would turn out like this, they would have kept a few captives alive to serve them instead of letting them perish, adding that it was uncomfortable not having anyone to wait on them. Listening from the dark corner, Turan recognized how utterly despicable their behavior was. Suddenly, the strange, reverberating voice echoed through the vast stone hall once again. Hearing the sound, Purga's men began cursing loudly in frustration. Turan felt a slight spark of interest, realizing the commotion was perfect for his plans. While Purga's group made noise and acted as visible bait, he could freely explore the deeper sections of the underground ruin. Moving further down an uncharted passage, Turan arrived at a massive stone entryway. In the center of the structure sat a strangely shaped stone embedded into the wall. Looking at the sheer scale of the doorway, Turan noted that the structure looked as though it had been built specifically for giants. He wondered if this doorway was the exit he had been searching for, questioning if it was an entrance waiting to be opened. As he stepped closer to examine the stone, a strange energy filled the space. The stone eye in the center of the door suddenly opened, its pupils shifting left and right suspiciously. The giant eye slowly turned downward, locking onto Turan. A heavy voice resonated from the wall, declaring that the hunter-pursuer conditions were not met. The eye then focused an intent gaze onto the artifact in Turan's grip, recognizing the compass he had retrieved earlier. The voice shifted, announcing that the wanderer mimic conditions were met. Turan looked up in surprise as the stone eye completed its analysis, stating that the Wave Rider and mimic conditions were met. The moment the stone eye mentioned the names Wave Rider and Mimic, Turan wondered if those titles referred to bloodline traits that had not yet fully manifested within him. He reasoned that if two separate bloodline traits were combining, it meant he carried the blood of a great house. The voice from the door interrupted his thoughts, asking if he wished to enter. Turan observed that the door's gaze was not fixed directly on him, but rather on the compass artifact in his grip. He deduced that the mechanism was recognizing the power of the holy relic, rather than reading his bloodline alone, using the artifact's properties alongside his natural blood to make its judgment. Turan addressed the eye, asking what the entities Wave Rider and Mimic were, and requesting details about the giant door. The eye responded, stating that the request for information had been accepted without issue. It explained that Wave Rider represented a class defined by underwater respiration, physical enhancement in water, and fluid manipulation. It then defined Mimic as a class capable of flow detection, energy absorption, and mimesis. Turan pondered the explanation, noting that he had not gained the physical ability to breathe underwater or shape fluids. He realized the system was merely using those classification markers for identification rather than granting the raw traits themselves. Turan asked the eye what it was. The eye revealed that it was the spirit of the door. Turan bowed his head slightly, noting inwardly that the entity functioned like a library guardian, though far more rigid and non-human in its operations. He asked the eye to explain the purpose of the labyrinth and how one could escape. The eye stated that the structure was the labyrinth of the Night Hunter, explaining that whoever defeated the chief while possessing the 4 required types would become the Night Hunter. Turan considered the statement, wondering if fulfilling those conditions meant a person could essentially reach the status of a god. The voice added that if he defeated the chief, the escape route out of the ruin would open. Suddenly, the stone eye began to rotate wildly within the doorframe, screeching as it announced a critical error. The mechanism evaluated the inputs, listing the Wave Rider and Mimic types present, but noting that the Shadow and Alchemist types were completely absent. Despite the missing traits, the system glitched, declaring the 4 types fulfilled before immediately contradicting itself. The eye continuously spat out error messages, stating the current signatures did not match the required profile for the Nightwalker, while declaring the labyrinth could neither open nor close properly. The eye malfunctioned as it processed the data, noting that unauthorized personnel had entered while the creator was absent, issuing an emergency deployment order for the labyrinth chief to mobilize. Looking at the glowing eye, Turan realized something massive was moving behind the barrier. The heavy stone doors slowly creaked open. Stepping through the threshold was a massive beast that looked eerily similar to the creatures Turan had fought earlier, though its scale was vastly superior. Turan felt a wave of tension as he observed the towering monster, which matched the height of the giant doorway itself. Glaring down at Turan, the chief declared that he was not a night hunter, stating that all fakes must perish. Turan immediately loaded his sling, swinging the leather strap at high speed to launch a stone directly at the chief's forehead. Following the stone, Turan cast a combined strike of lightning and fire, attempting to overwhelm the beast in a single moment. When the smoke cleared, the chief stood completely unharmed. It chuckled, remarking that the combined attack merely tickled its skin. Turan turned on his heel and sprinted down the corridor, recognizing that he could not win a direct one-on-one trade against the chief. The chief roared, ordering him to stop, before giving chase from behind. The loud roar echoed throughout the labyrinth corridors, alerting all the lesser monsters in the maze. Hearing their leader's command, the smaller creatures turned and rushed toward Turan's path to cut off his retreat. Turan weaved past the chief's reaching claws, twisting his body sharply to dodge every attempt to grab him. Jumping off a stone pillar, he landed cleanly on the floor and continued sprinting forward, noting that the escape had been narrow. Another smaller creature lunged out from a side passage in front of him. Turan hardened his physical defense to absorb the strike, but the claw force nearly breached his magic shield. Shocked that its impact had compromised his defense, Turan drew his dagger and sliced the creature down in an instant. He ran through the winding halls, reflecting on the labyrinth of the Night Hunter, a place built to forge a god, wondering who had constructed such a ruin and for what purpose. The giant chief pursued closely, leaping forward to crush Turan beneath its weight. It slammed its massive fists into the stone floor where Turan had stood a second prior, but Turan tumbled across the sand and scrambled back onto his feet to keep moving. The chief glared in annoyance as Turan continued down the hall. Turan recognized that the chase would not end until the chief was slain. Spotting a group of figures in the distance, he paused, recognizing Purga and his surviving men. Deciding to use their presence to balance the odds, Turan sprinted toward them. Nearby, Purga was actively fighting off a pack of smaller beasts that had swarmed his position. Purga moved nimbly, swinging his blade to cut down the monsters with steady sword strikes. He shouted out to check if his men were still standing. His subordinates affirmed they were fine, though one complained that there was no end to the endless stream of creatures. Another guard called out to Purga, stating he heard a heavy sound approaching down the passage. Purga turned toward the dark hall, just as the colossal chief burst into the chamber. Purga stared in shock at the towering chief, questioning what kind of beast had arrived. The chief muttered in its guttural language, declaring that the Night Hunter was the enemy of its children and must be destroyed. One of Purga's men translated the strange dialect, interpreting his statement as a declaration to kill them all. Purga yelled at his men, telling them to stop standing around blankly. Before he could finish his order, the chief reached out with incredible speed, grabbing two guards and crushing them instantly. Purga screamed their names in anger. Imbuing his sword with mana, he leaped into the air to strike the chief down from above, while his remaining guards rushed forward to stab their blades into the creature's legs. Their steel weapons failed to bite deep into the thick hide. The chief swung its heavy backhand, swatting away the first guard and killing him instantly. A spellcaster in the back attempted to conjure a fire spell, but the chief stepped forward and stomped on him like a bug. Swinging its heavy claws in a wide arc, the chief tore through the remaining guards standing nearby, clearing the room in a matter of seconds. Reinforcements of smaller beasts flooded into the room behind the chief. Purga tried his best to fight off the lesser minions, cursing inwardly as he realized that with the chief leading the horde, his entire unit was about to be wiped out. Looking toward the edge of the room, Purga spotted Turan fighting off smaller creatures with a sweeping magic strike. Purga noted that even a rat was fighting desperately to survive, hoping the intruder's actions would draw some of the horde's attention away. An older guard under Purga's command grabbed his weapon and charged at the chief. Driving his blade deep into the chief's Achilles' heel, he managed to throw the giant off balance for a brief second. The guard laughed loudly, shouting that he had smashed the creature's knee. The chief retaliated instantly, kicking the guard across the chamber. The man slammed heavily against the stone wall, coughing up blood as he fell limp. Purga stood in total shock, looking around at the quiet room. Realizing all his men were dead, he knew his political ambitions were ruined regardless of whether he survived the night, all because of the giant monster before him. Driven by rage, Purga charged forward, swinging his mana-infused blade. The chief raised its forearm, deflecting the sword strike with heavy force. Purga adapted mid-movement, catching his deflected weapon in mid-air and twisting his body to deliver a swift follow-up slice. The chief reached down to seize him, but Purga ducked beneath the giant hand, slicing his blade upward along the monster's arm as he moved. Imbuing maximum mana into his edge, Purga leaped upward and delivered a heavy downward strike straight across the chief's chest, tearing through its hide and causing a spray of blood to shower the stone floor. Purga landed on his feet, wondering if the solid hit had been enough to kill the chief. However, the chief thrust its large hand forward, driving a thick finger directly through Purga's stomach. Purga gasped as blood spilled from his lips, wondering in his final moments where his expedition had gone so terribly wrong. The chief lifted Purga's limp body, calling out into the dark room, asking where the fake was hiding, and demanding that the intruder reveal himself. Purga looked toward the dark corner before losing consciousness, finally realizing that the chief was not searching for him, but had been hunting Turan the entire time. He realized the rat had used his unit as live bait all along. As the chief turned its head away from the shadows, Turan dropped down silently from above, dropping from the ceiling beam directly over the monster's head. Before the chief could shift its eyes upward, Turan swung his heavy blade downward with full force, driving the edge straight into the center of the chief's neck. The moment Turan's weapon struck the chief in the neck, the blade entered only slightly, causing blood to gush across the stone floor. The creature felt the impact, roaring loudly as it called Turan a fake night hunter once again. Looking at the shallow damage dealt by his attack, Turan realized that taking the beast down in a single blow was impossible. The chief swung its heavy hand, striking Turan away. He managed to protect himself before taking direct damage, halting his momentum and landing in a firm stance on the ground. He recognized his lack of raw, destructive power, noting that while he disliked the situation, he had to test the power of the artifact for this battle. The chief roared furiously, declaring that the fake had to die as it charged straight toward him. Glaring at the incoming beast, Turan twirled to dodge the initial strike, dropping into a low stance. He channeled his stored energy throughout his entire body, using the temporary physical enhancement to drive his blade back into the chief. The chief screamed in pain, shouting that the strike hurt, and lamenting that all its children had fallen to Turan's hands. It slammed its heavy fist into the stone where Turan stood, forcing him to leap back to evade the impact. Looking down at the creature, Turan felt thoroughly annoyed. Moving swiftly, he drove his blade into the chief's head once more, widening the initial wound on its neck. The chief screamed in agony, repeating that Turan was a fake and vowing to kill him. Nearby, the fallen members of Purga's expedition lay motionless, unable to witness the final moments of the strange beast. Turan repeatedly struck the opening in the creature's neck. Raising his sword for a final swing, Turan delivered a heavy strike that decapitated the chief in an instant. The giant head slammed onto the stone floor, and the chief's massive body fell limp beside it. Turan dropped to his knees, exhausted from the intense effort. Looking ahead, Turan acknowledged that the fight would have been far more difficult without the power of the visceral bloodline he had absorbed from Dolph. He was now certain of how the holy relic functioned. While he remained unsure about the Wave Rider classification, he confirmed that the mimic ability was active and working. He noted that consuming the stored liquid directly felt somewhat off-putting, especially since the power would gradually fade away within 50 minutes. Looking toward the corner, Turan observed Purga's lifeless body, noting that one of the chief's attacks had pierced Purga's lungs while another strike had landed near his heart. Purga coughed weakly, begging Turan to save his life. Turan apologized calmly, stating that saving him was beyond his abilities. Purga offered a final plea for help before going still, leaving Turan to observe his final moments. The cavern floor was littered with the bodies of Purga's followers. Turan immediately set to work, absorbing the remaining mana from everyone present in the space. Reflecting on Purga, Turan noted that while the noble was a ruthless man who treated the lives of commoners and knights lightly, he had fought against the secrets of the labyrinth until the very end. Turan declared that he would remember Purga before extracting the rest of the energy from the dead monsters scattered across the floor. As he absorbed their combined energy, the essence stored within the compass shifted into a rainbow color, revealing the vast difference in their mana profiles. Turan wondered what it would feel like to unleash that specific concentration of energy. He recognized that his overall power capacity was significantly higher than when he had first entered the labyrinth, calculating that he had acquired as much energy as an ordinary noble would accumulate over 100 years. Looking down at the fallen corpses, Turan reasoned that to avoid being hunted by House Zahar's pursuers, leaving the weapon he fought with was a must. He understood the importance of cleaning up his traces thoroughly. Moving quickly through the chamber, he utilized search magic to locate and erase any lingering evidence of his presence. Returning to the gateway chamber, Turan addressed the stone eye, stating that he had slain the chief. The mechanism offered no response. Observing that the eye was now covered by a protective stone shield with no signs of activity, Turan decided to push the heavy doors open before anyone could spot him. He stepped into a quiet space that resembled a traditional throne room, featuring a swirling magic vortex in the center. Turan concluded that the portal was the exit. Noticing a leather-bound book sitting on a stool beside the main chair, Turan walked over and picked it up. Reading through the pages, he discovered notes detailing an experiment designed to recreate the job advancement process for the next night hunter. He questioned what the text meant by job advancement. Turning the pages, he learned that a night hunter was defined as a combination of 4 distinct paths: hunter, pursuer, shadow, and alchemist, and that the requirement for advancement was clearing the labyrinth of chaos. Turan wondered whether the trial was meant to be cleared alone or as a group. The notes further explained that the door was programmed to open upon detecting a target that met the conditions, utilizing built-in lure functions to tempt the target into entering. Turan processed the information, realizing that the system had used its attraction mechanism to compel him to step through the portal earlier. Everything made sense now. The text detailed the creation of the rotten angler monsters, explaining that they were crafted using the blood and flesh of the queen giant. Their power source was pure mana, and their lifespan limitations were managed through deep hibernation to recreate acidic blood and fire-breathing traits. The notes questioned how to raise the lower-grade limits of these artificial dungeons. Reading further, Turan deduced that the true identity of the monsters stemmed from the flesh of a giant, noting records of a previous failed experiment labeled as Earth's Mother. Closing the book, Turan acknowledged that while much of the complex technical writing was difficult to understand, the creator's clear objective had been to produce a night hunter. He realized that the holy relic had misled the door into identifying him as a candidate possessing all 4 bloodlines. Since the Shadow and Alchemist bloodlines were extinct, likely wiped out by Zahar long ago. He recalled that Orville had also attempted to artificially acquire a bloodline after claiming a god had instructed him. Turan pondered whether permanently acquiring a bloodline through artificial means was possible, given that certain holy relics could absorb and utilize bloodline traits. He concluded that dwelling on the question there would yield no answers, deciding he needed to leave before the vortex closed. Leaping straight into the portal, Turan exited the subterranean ruin and landed outside near the base of the pyramid. Calling out to his eagle, he grabbed the bird's legs, and the creature lifted him into the sky, carrying him away from the site. Turan reflected that because he had killed a prime candidate for househead along with 10 nobles, the desert would soon be thrown into turmoil. He realized it was only a matter of time before suspicion fell on him, deciding he had to leave the Emerald Desert for a few months until the situation quieted down. Searching for clues regarding his mother would have to wait. The eagle turned its head toward him, as if asking for a destination. Turan instructed the bird to head far to the west for now. They flew across the landscape, eventually arriving at a snow-covered mountain range. Landing at the base of the frozen peaks, the eagle dropped Turan safely onto the ground. Looking at the snowy landscape, Turan recognized the area as the Gray Zone, the contested territory where House Arabian and House Zahar had waged war. Noticing a group of refugees moving together through the snow, Turan wondered what was happening. He observed families, including women and children, fleeing the region in large numbers. Pondering their retreat, Turan walked until he reached the gates of the great city of Kalamop. The guards stationed at the entrance looked at him suspiciously, recognizing him as a traveler while wondering about the eagle and his distinct clothing. Suddenly, 2 of the guards gasped in recognition, bowing down in front of him. They welcomed him inside, asking which esteemed noble house he represented. Observing their reaction, Turan realized they had identified him as a wizard based on his mana. He noted inwardly that he needed to purchase standard cotton clothes to blend in better. Addressing the guards, he stated that he was merely a passing traveler, asking if he could request a day's hospitality from the city's lord. The guards informed him that Kalamop currently had no lord, explaining that the former ruler had recently passed away fighting dark elves invading from the west, leaving the city without a single noble or knight. Turan felt a slight touch of disappointment, noting to himself that the situation was quite complicated. Suddenly, one of the guards dropped to his knees, begging Turan to become the new master of the city. Turan looked down at the kneeling guard in complete surprise, realizing that taking on the management of this city was about to become his next major ordeal. Upon receiving the request to become the ruler of Kalamop, Turan paused to ponder the situation, realizing that accepting such a permanent responsibility was a difficult path. He knew he could not tie himself down to a single location, yet he also could not simply walk away after witnessing the desperate state of the townsfolk. Addressing the local representative, Turan asked to hear the full story of what had happened to the city. The man grew visibly excited at the inquiry, ushering Turan inside so they could sit down and talk through the details. The man explained that the crisis began 3 weeks prior, when monster hunters were discovered dead on the road west of the city. Even their iron weapons had been sliced cleanly through with a single strike, indicating the attacker was no ordinary beast. Turan asked if the threat was an organized force, and the man affirmed that it was not, adding that because the incident occurred only a day's journey away, they had initially dispatched 2 knights to investigate. When 3 days passed without their return, the city sent the househead's brother, the househead's son, and 10 additional knights. None of them came back either. Turan asked if the househead had eventually stepped out to handle the situation himself. The man confirmed that he had, but stated that only a single, heavily battered knight had returned alive. As that knight took his final breath, he uttered a single word: wrath. Turan questioned the meaning of the word wrath. The man clarified that a local scholar had interpreted the sign, explaining that controlling rats was the work of dark elves who would soon swarm the region and devour everything in sight, which was why the entire population had fled in panic. Turan asked if they had requested rescue from nearby cities. The man replied that they had sent messengers several times, but every envoy returned with a rejection, as neighboring lords refused to disperse their forces or risk taking damage during such uncertain times. Turan reasoned that their refusal was a logical judgment, even if it left Kalamop isolated. He slowly stood up, stating that he roughly understood the situation and that managing the town's affairs would certainly prove difficult. The man immediately dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead against the floor and pleading that the weak sheep needed a shepherd, begging for mercy. Hearing those words, Turan experienced a flash of memory involving his mother, recalling her teaching that nobles acted as shepherds who ruled over commoner sheep. The metaphor suddenly clicked into place, explaining the exact mindset behind the man's subservience. Turan asked if that comparison was a commonly used expression in the region. The man confirmed that it was a standard metaphor throughout the gray zone, where nobles were viewed as shepherds, knights as sheepdogs, and commoners as sheep. In that social order, the sheep followed the sheepdogs, and the sheepdogs submitted to the shepherd while protecting the flock. Turan deduced that his mother must have originated from that territory, or spent a significant amount of time there, noting he had never encountered that specific expression back in Hisaril Hill or the Enril Desert. Pulling out the preserved scroll, Turan unrolled the portrait of his mother and showed it to the man. He explained that her name was Vijay, and that 20 years prior she would have been in her late teens or early 20s. The man examined the drawing closely, admitting with visible regret that he was not sure if he had ever seen her. He apologized, offering to distribute copies of the portrait throughout the city to see if anyone else recognized her. Seeing the man's teary eyes, Turan realized that finding any trace of his mother meant he first had to prevent Kalamop from falling to ruin. Looking down, Turan stated that while he could not become the permanent master of the city, he would agree to act as its temporary protector. The man looked up in utter surprise, expressing profound gratitude and referring to Turan as their savior. Much later, outside the central courtyard, Turan addressed the remaining townsfolk who had chosen not to flee. He announced that he would stay and protect the city until the threat from the west was eliminated, or a suitable lord appeared to take command. The gathered crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing the news. One man shouted that a true savior had arrived, declaring that an esteemed disciple and a descendant of the gods was now among them, telling everyone they had nothing left to fear. Another man voiced his skepticism, asking aloud if they were certain the newcomer could actually protect them, noting that Turan looked no different from an ordinary traveler. While he conceded that the protector looked as handsome as a Freyan, he muttered that monsters would not run away simply at the sight of a pretty face. Several nearby townsmen turned on the skeptic instantly, calling him an insolent fool and telling him to watch his tongue. Turan observed the man, sensing that those anxious eyes were not filled with mockery, but rather with a deep-seated fear of disappointment. The villagers were preemptively building an emotional wall because they could not bear to be let down again after so many false hopes. He realized that a mere verbal promise was not enough. The sheep needed to see tangible proof of the shepherd's strength to set their minds at ease. Raising his hand, Turan began to channel his mana, conjuring a bright burst of flame that drew the immediate attention of the entire crowd. He formed a concentrated fireball in his palm, steadily compressing the energy into a small, tight sphere. Lowering the internal heat of the spell, he launched the projectile straight up into the night sky. The sphere shot upward and burst across the heavens like a massive firework, casting an ethereal glow over the entire fortress. The raw wave of magic pressure washed over the villagers, pushing back the front row of onlookers and leaving them barely able to look directly at the radiance. Even from a distance, they felt the immense power radiating from the spell, wondering how a single person could control a fire that seemed to engulf the entire sky. The crowd cheered in wild excitement, convinced that they were finally safe under the protection of such a powerful magician. Turan remained calm, figuring that the demonstration was more than enough to secure their trust. The scene shifted to the interior of the administrative hall, where Turan quickly discovered that he had a mountain of operational work waiting for him. Several men argued loudly across the table. One official insisted that gathering construction materials came first, warning that people were actively freezing to death in the unheated quarters. Another man countered by asking what good firewood was if the population had no food, pointing out that starvation was an immediate threat. Realizing the meeting would drag on until dawn if he remained silent, Turan spoke up and stated that he would solve the food problem himself. The men stared at him in utter confusion. One of them asked how the protector intended to pull off such a feat. Turan explained that he would herd the surrounding wildlife directly into the city walls, where a portion could be processed into meat stew while the rest was salted and stored to ensure everyone survived the winter months. One official protested in disbelief, arguing that using powers granted by the gods for such menial labor was an improper waste of divine strength. Turan replied calmly that northern nobles routinely struck the earth with lightning following a harvest simply to make the soil more fertile, adding that his plan was no different in principle. Leaving the hall, Turan summoned his eagle and flew out past the gates of Kalamop to locate the regional wildlife. Using the sensory network of his holy relic, he tracked the energy signatures of beasts scattered across the mountain ranges. Reaching out with a telepathic pulse, Turan commanded the creatures to move toward a specific valley leading directly to the fortress gates, instructing them to stop and remain still once they reached the outer walls. Wild animals, domestic livestock, and forest creatures alike heeded the mental command, shifting their direction in droves. Turan noted inwardly that herding wild beasts was slightly more tiring than managing sheep, though the process relied on principles he already understood well. When the massive procession of animals arrived at the front gates, the inhabitants of Kalamop stood paralyzed in shock, entirely unable to believe their eyes, as hundreds of creatures waited quietly outside the fortification. The townsfolk realized in an instant that their food crisis had been resolved without a single drop of bloodshed. They marveled at the protector's overwhelming magic ability, wondering why previous lords had never managed such a feat, before quickly snapping out of their amazement to organize butchery teams and salt the meat supplies. Standing before a dilapidated residential block later that day, Turan instructed the workers behind him to open the building to accommodate families whose homes had been destroyed during the panic. The men looked at him in surprise, asking where the protector himself would be staying if the refugees took the remaining rooms. Turan replied that he would sleep in the basic quarters of the city hall, noting that a simple bed was more than enough for his needs. The townsmen were deeply moved by his humility, whispering among themselves that the true shepherd actively watched over his flock and carved away his own comfort to sustain them, that the shepherd's grace was something they could never fully repay. Meanwhile, resting in a quiet room at a local inn, Turan reflected that he had zero interest in being deified by the populace, knowing his primary goal remained finding clues about his mother before the city's temporary stability ran its course. Days later, the news of Turan's actions reached distant ears. At Bijin Castle, a royal official discussed the reports with his subordinate, confirming that the mysterious newcomer was operating under the title of Protector rather than Lord, and had already dispatched merchant groups to resume trade with surrounding settlements. When asked about the Protector's age, the subordinate replied that eyewitnesses estimated him to be around 20 years old, leaving the nobleman surprised by such youth. The reports also reached Balan Castle, where leaders analyzed the description of the massive fireball that had illuminated the night sky over Kalamop. The presiding nobleman concluded that anyone wielding magic of that caliber at such a tender age was either an extraordinarily lucky prodigy or a carefully nurtured asset deliberately placed by a major house. Similar discussions took place at Haran Castle, where intelligence officers noted the suspicious timing of a wizard establishing control over a hollowed-out fortress right on the border of Arabian territory. Their leader mused that the name Turan Zahar had a pleasant ring to it, wondering if the youth was an operative sent by rival factions. When a subordinate asked if they should make direct contact, the Haran lord dismissed the idea, stating that pretending to understand superior intentions was a foolish hazard, and decided it was safer to formally acknowledge Turan's role as the protector of Kalamop for the time being. One afternoon, while reviewing city ledgers, a local informant knocked on the door and entered the room. Apologizing for bringing only minor updates over the past week, the man presented a folded paper and stated that a vagrant named Egon had finally come forward with relevant information. According to Egon, roughly 18 to 19 years prior, a young woman matching the exact description in the portrait had spent a night at an inn he formerly operated in the region. Hearing the timeline, Turan noted that the dates matched his calculations perfectly. The informant dropped to his knees, expressing deep gratitude for the food and shelter Turan had provided, admitting he would otherwise have perished on the streets like a dog. Turan told the man he was glad to see him recovering, urging him to share every detail of the encounter. The informant explained that back before the war between Arabian and Zahar threw Kalamop into chaos, the region was filled with terrified people, trying to guess which army would strike next. Amidst that tension, a young woman in her early 20s arrived at his inn seeking lodging. She was visibly pregnant, with a noticeably rounded belly. What stood out most was that she was traveling entirely alone while leading a large, fine horse, making her a memorable sight. She had appeared deeply anxious and nervous, as though fleeing from someone pursuing her. The informant added that he had wondered at the time what kind of scumbag could possibly abandon a pregnant beauty. Turan interrupted, asking why the man assumed she had been abandoned. The informant explained that while sitting at her table, she had gently stroked her stomach, muttering to herself that her dear baby must never become like its father. Hearing those words, Turan sat frozen in utter shock, realizing with absolute certainty that he had finally tracked down his mother's path and discovered the origin of her memories in that town. The innkeeper went on to share that the pregnant traveler had asked for directions leading west, noting she was entirely unfamiliar with the names of local landmarks, which proved she was not native to the territory. He added that the horse she rode was equally unusual for the region, possessing a golden coat that gleamed so brightly he had made sure to lock his stable securely for the night. Later, resting in his quarters at the local inn, Turan pondered the man's story. While he knew it was too early to draw absolute conclusions, he recognized a strong possibility that the woman was indeed his mother. He questioned the deeper meaning behind her final words, wondering why she had so earnestly prayed for her unborn child not to resemble its father. A quiet sound from his tamed eagle interrupted his thoughts, asking if he was in pain. Turan replied that he was not injured, but that his mind felt cluttered. The eagle traced another message, writing that Turan suffered whenever Vijay was mentioned. Turan explained to the bird that because their souls were linked, the eagle was naturally sensitive to his emotions. He admitted the heavy thoughts were about his mother, before asking if the bird remembered its own mother. The eagle shook its head, writing that it had no mother. Turan gently caressed the bird's head, noting the shared sense of kinship between them, as his own mother had also been absent for a long time. The eagle continued to write, revealing that it had finally chosen a personal name for itself, presenting the written word Vijay on the sheet. Turan stared at the paper in total silence, taken aback by the choice. The eagle affirmed its decision, writing that Turan suffered because Vijay was absent, so it had decided to become Vijay in his life. Turan smiled warmly at the gesture, asking if the bird was proposing to take his mother's place. He pointed out that the name belonged to a person, not a bird, advising the creature to be more careful when selecting a title. The eagle wrote firmly that it had thought through the choice extensively and insisted on being called Vijay. Speechless at its persistence, Turan agreed to the request, declaring that from that moment on, its name would be Vijay. The eagle let out a loud, excited call. Turan smiled, welcoming Vijay formally as his companion. Noting that they had rested long enough, he suggested they perform an aerial reconnaissance sweep over the territory. Vijay lifted him into the sky, soaring high above the lands of Kalamop. Below them, the villagers gathered in the streets, chanting praises and cheering as they watched their protector fly overhead. One citizen shouted up toward the sky, begging Turan to stay and protect their city forever. Turan caught the word forever, feeling a slight weight of burden. He reflected that he had always planned to leave the region eventually, acknowledging that this heavy expectation was precisely why he avoided settling down permanently in one place. Flying along the border perimeter of Kalamop, Turan used his magic perception to scan the surrounding mountain passes, searching for signs of hostile movement. Finding no trace of dark elves, he pondered whether the enemy force had simply relocated. He realized that while repelling a visible enemy was straightforward, a hidden threat that had shifted positions remained troublesome, as they could return at any moment. Suddenly, Turan sensed a massive concentration of mana gathering near the corner of a nearby mountain range, noting the energy was twice as strong as his own current capacity. He recognized the signature as either a powerful wizard or a wrath sorcerer. Before he could react further, the distant mana signature accelerated directly toward his position, indicating the presence had spotted him from afar. Feeling a surge of unease, Turan called out to Vijay, ordering the bird to fly south immediately to create distance. Instead of turning south, Vijay banked sharply toward the incoming mana source. As they closed the distance, Turan spotted the floating figure of Mesa, hovering gracefully in the air before them. Mesa called out a warm greeting, noting it had been a while since their last meeting. Both landed safely on the snow-covered ground to converse. Mesa remarked that while only 3 or 4 months had passed since they last spoke, Turan had changed noticeably, appearing far more like a mature adult. Turan questioned if he had really changed that much, to which Mesa affirmed. Vijay tapped Turan's cloths slowly with her beak, staring curiously at the stranger. She used her magic writing to ask Turan who the woman was. Turan introduced Mesa as a good friend, before presenting Vijay as his family. Mesa questioned the term family, asking if Vijay was a soul-born monster, and expressing amazement that the bird could write. Turan explained that they had crossed paths during his travels, and that Vijay had chosen him as a companion. Mesa smiled warmly at the explanation, remarking on how romantic the bond was, and expressing a desire to meet such a companion herself. She then inquired what had brought Turan to such a dangerous region. Turan explained the entire situation regarding Kalamop and the missing knights. Understanding the context, Mesa admitted that her own faction might be partially responsible for the trouble. She revealed that when Arabian forces destroyed the underground kingdom, a high-ranking wrath sorcerer had managed to escape the purge. Turan asked if that sorcerer was the culprit behind the attacks on Kalamop. Mesa confirmed it was likely, explaining that the sorcerer had probably fled east to replenish his depleted wrath reserves, noting a high chance he was hiding within the mountain settlement of the blind dwarves. Turan questioned the mention of dwarves, asking if she meant the legendary blind dwarves from ancient lore. Mesa affirmed his question, noting that according to legend, the mountain settlement of the dwarves was so deep that even the gods had failed to fully subjugate them. She expressed relief that Turan had not ventured further east into their territory, adding that due to political constraints involving House Zahar, her forces could not freely enter the gray zone. She stated she had to return to her duties, encouraging Turan to share the full story of his travels the next time they met. Taking to the air, Mesa flew off into the distance. Turan turned to Vijay, asking what was on her mind. Vijay traced words in the snow, stating that Mesa's inner nature matched hers perfectly. Turan questioned the statement, asking if Vijay meant she would have chosen Mesa had they met her first. Vijay wrote back quickly, declaring that it did not matter because she had chosen Turan, adding that Mesa stood no chance against their bond. The bird added a short message expressing that seeing Turan happy was all that mattered. Turan smiled at the affection, noting inwardly that he should give her words some thought later, wondering why Vijay considered Mesa and himself as the only perfect matches for her soul. Later that evening inside the administrative hall of Kalamop, Turan sat reviewing reports while local representatives managed daily affairs. An officer approached his desk, announcing that a delegation of noble guests had arrived at the gates. Turan looked up in surprise as a group of dressed nobles walked into the chamber. Their elderly lead representative bowed his head politely, introducing the group as a joint delegation from the surrounding regional cities. He addressed Turan as the Lord of Kalamop, requesting formal hospitality as visiting guests. Turan granted hospitality, but requested to know who spoke on behalf of the group and what their true purpose was. The elderly speaker stepped forward, stating he would present their proposal briefly. He proposed that the Lord of Kalamop form a joint marriage alliance with their 7 ruling families, offering the daughters of those 7 houses as concubines to help his lineage prosper. Turan deduced their motive instantly, realizing the neighboring lords had learned the Western threat was gone, and were now rushing to stake a political claim early to seize administrative control of Kalamop. One of the visiting nobles added that commanding knights was essential to governing a territory smoothly, suggesting that intermixing their bloodlines was the best way to solidify lasting friendship. Turan appreciated the offer, but declined the proposal firmly. Instead, Turan offered a counter-protocol, proposing that their 7 families use their networks to track down the whereabouts of a pregnant woman traveling through the gray zone roughly 20 years ago. He promised to hand over full ruling rights of Kalamap to whichever family brought him the most useful information. The lead representative reacted in complete surprise, asking if Turan was truly willing to surrender a strategic city in exchange for news about a single missing woman. Turan added one final condition, stating that whoever eventually assumed control of Kalamap must swear a sacred oath in the name of the Freyans to protect the common citizens diligently, warning that breaking the oath would result in the immediate revocation of their ruling rights. A noble asked why Turan was going to such extraordinary lengths for the sake of commoners, suggesting he had already provided more than enough assistance to the city. Turan smiled softly, remarking to himself that as a shepherd, protecting the flock was simply his nature, though he kept the thought private. Later that night, Turan sat alone on the high roof of the city hall, looking out over the quiet fortress. He reflected that he simply wished to guard the sheep and sheepdogs from the wolves in a harsh world, acting as a proper shepherd for as long as he remained. Scanning the streets below, Turan detected a distinct, concentrated mana signature moving through the low energy levels of the sleeping population. He recognized the refined presence as that of a powerful knight, wondering who could move toward the city hall so late at night without reporting to the guard post. Moving swiftly, Turan dropped from the roof and dashed through the quiet alleys of Kalamap, landing cleanly in the street, directly in front of the intruder. Turan called out, demanding the stranger identify himself. The figure paused, slowly turning his head to face the moonlight. Turan stood frozen in utter shock as the hood fell back, revealing the face of Kiorn standing before him after such a long time. The moment Turan spotted Kiorn was even more excited than he was. Kiorn reached out and grabbed him, stating that it really was him, admitting he had come to Kalamap just in case, but had not expected to actually find him. Catching his composure, Kiorn bowed down slowly, formally addressing him as Turan of Kalamap, and asking for forgiveness for his initial rudeness. Turan felt uncomfortable with the formal title, asking Kiorn to stop using it since it was embarrassing, and knowing he disliked those types of formalities. Kiorn observed him with a smile, noting that while Turan had grown so much, he had not changed at all. Shortly after, the two sat down inside a quiet room to converse over tea. Turan remarked that he had never dreamed of meeting Kiorn there, noting he must have taken an enormous detour to reach the region. Kiorn replied that he had not simply traveled there by chance. He explained that after hearing news of the war, he went directly to the subjugation force and requested to return to duty, adding that he had already fought the Dark Elves several times. Turan processed the information, deducing that Kiorn had arrived as an Arabian family knight attached to the subjugation force. He asked Kiorn directly if he had happened to reveal his bloodline to the Arabian family. Kiorn stated that he had not, noting that Turan had not seemed eager to leave Hausberg. He asked if he had been meddling unnecessarily. Turan paused for a moment, sensing no lies in Kiorn's words, and recognizing the complete truth in his statement. He reassured Kiorn that he had done the right thing. Setting his teacup down on the table, Kiorn stated that he should fulfill his role as the Arabian family's messenger, specifically on behalf of Azella. Turan asked Kiorn if he was personally acquainted with her. Kiorn replied that they were not close, but were somewhat familiar with each other, adding that one thing had led to another until he was saddled with a title far beyond his station. Turan asked if he meant the name hero Kiorn. The mention of the name made Kiorn flustered. He asked if Turan had already seen that play. Turan smiled as he looked at his friend. Shrugging off the topic, Kiorn suggested they discuss that later, and shifted to conveying Lady Mesa's message. He explained that a problem had arisen regarding the subjugation of the self-proclaimed Wrath King, and that Mesa requested Turan's cooperation. Hearing the title, Turan felt slightly annoyed, noting that King was a title used by ancient rulers, and asking if the enemy was truly strong enough to warrant such a designation. He mentioned hearing that the initial army had been utterly outmatched and forced to flee. Kiorn affirmed the report, explaining that the enemy had recently become far more troublesome. He revealed that forces had located the lair inside the dwarf ruins, but upon entering, they suffered a devastating blow, losing 8 nobles and over 200 knights. Turan asked how such a defeat had even occurred. Kiorn explained that the dwarf lair was stocked with a large number of unidentified magic tools, every single one of which proved deadly in combat. Turan pondered the situation, wondering if the enemy had somehow joined hands with another race or obtained external assistance. He asked if House Zahar was behind it. Kieran replied that Mesa did not think so, believing instead that the enemy was excavating and utilizing ancient dwarf relics, though she lacked full details. Turan stated that he understood the situation for now, but pointed out a potential issue, asking if Kieran knew who Talis Zahar was. Kieran replied that while Talis was not the official househead, he was House Zahar's second-in-command, and essentially its actual ruler. Turan explained that among those who knew Talis, some might look at his own face and think of the man, worrying that someone in the subjugation force might sense something strange. Kieran assured him there was no need to worry, explaining that during the war, all House Zahar nobles wore masks, meaning almost no one in the Arabian family knew their bare faces. He then asked if House Zahar's second-in-command was Turan's father. Turan replied that he was not sure, explaining he was searching for traces to deduce the truth. He then asked why the Arabian family could not simply request additional support, noting that if the househead came in person, the threat would end immediately. Kieran answered that two problems prevented that outcome. First, given the tight structural layout of the lair, bringing weaker wizards would only increase casualties. Second, given Mesa's current political position, requesting direct support from the main house was difficult. Turan processed this, realizing that despite her status as an heir, Mesa could not simply do whatever she wanted. Kieran reached into his waist pouch. At that exact instant, Turan sensed the distinct energy of a holy relic. Kieran pulled out a small pouch and presented it, explaining it was a high-capacity pouch provided as payment from the Arabian family. Turan examined the item, asking if it was what he thought it was. Kieran confirmed it was, noting that while it was the lowest grade, it could store objects up to 1,000 times its visual size without adding any physical weight. Testing the item, Turan slipped a small water bottle inside. The pouch swallowed the entire container, while remaining light and compact. He felt a wave of excitement, recognizing that he would no longer need to carry a heavy backpack during his travels. Turan asked if taking part would ensure they could subjugate the threat. Kieran confirmed that Mesa believed so. Turan agreed to join, stating he did not want Lady Mesa getting hurt, and noting to himself that he needed to repay his debt for the thought and acceleration magic she had provided him previously. Later, outside the Kalimop territory, Mesa arrived at a designated meeting point to greet Turan and Kieran. She asked if she could safely assume Turan was helping them, since he had come all this way. Turan confirmed he would assist, but pointed out that she looked injured. Mesa replied that the injuries were not serious. Turan asked if all the healers had perished, to which Mesa explained that while healers remained, others required urgent attention far more than she did, as recovery mana was limited. She asked if Kieran had explained the situation, urging them to move right away. Turan offered to check her injuries first, but Mesa dismissed the offer again, stating a few minor wounds did not bother her. As they walked toward the staging area, a group of armed men stepped out to block their path. Kadram Arabian, the vice-captain of the subjugation force, stepped forward and questioned Mesa for bringing a stranger into their camp at such a critical time. Mesa defended Turan, stating he was her friend and a trusted associate of Hausberg, whose skill was sufficient to guard her back. Kadram walked directly up to Turan, stating that while he might possess raw magic power, his pedigree was unknown. He demanded Turan demonstrate a bloodline ability to prove he was not a spy from House Zahar, or an unwanted intruder. Turan agreed calmly, stating he would display his bloodline ability if required. Kieran and Mesa looked at him in surprise at his willingness to comply. Turan snapped his fingers, casting a fiery barrier that encircled the surrounding space. He picked up a wooden stick from the ground and tossed it upward into the flame boundary, where it ignited instantly. He asked Kadram if that demonstration was sufficient. Kadram's men observed the fire, whispering that a barrier user would not be of much direct help in a heavy fight, though another knight conceded that with such mana capacity, Turan would pull his weight regardless. Turan noted to himself that displaying a defensive barrier ability, something non-threatening yet useful on the battlefield, was a practical choice, realizing his practice with the holy relic had paid off. Mesa addressed Kadram's men, asking if anyone remained unsatisfied with Turan's presence. The men agreed the display was sufficient. Mesa then instructed her uncle to proceed ahead, stating she needed a moment to speak with Turan privately. Kieran also took his leave, returning to his post alongside the other knights. Left alone with Turan, Mesa moved her hand in a smooth arc, drawing out the local mana and casting a wind spell around them. Turan observed the spell, noting how wind magic could be utilized to seal off sound, asking if it prevented their conversation from leaking outside. Mesa confirmed that it did, before asking how he had used a barrier user bloodline ability earlier, wondering if he had managed to reproduce it through sheer practice. Turan explained that he had used a magic tool with specific restrictions that prevented free usage. Mesa asked why he had not informed her beforehand so they could align their stories. Turan admitted he was unsure if they would demand a display, noting he had not planned to use it unless challenged, but Kadrum's hostile attitude made it clear they would not accept him otherwise. Mesa smiled, admitting she had been startled for a moment, thinking he had progressed even further ahead of her. Turan smiled back, teasingly suggesting that he might have, though Mesa playfully denied the possibility. Later, the group advanced along a narrow mountain pass toward the Dark Elf stronghold. Reaching the entrance of a massive cavern, they halted to survey the area. A loud, reverberating voice echoed from deep within the passage, creating an eerie stillness. Moving inside carefully, they observed blood splatters covering the stone walls. Turan deduced that the Dark Elves had dragged the fallen corpses away to serve as food or convert into rats. As they pressed deeper, Turan spotted a cluster of strange creatures standing in the central chamber. They resembled the monsters from the underground labyrinth, but the flames around their heads were tangled and irregular. Turan recognized them as Dark Elves, noting 20 distinct light-emitting forms among them, concluding those specific targets were Wrath-Seekers. Mesa ordered everyone to prepare for combat. The knights drew their weapons and readied their magic, taking firm stances as the creatures advanced. Suddenly, hidden alcoves along the cavern walls opened up. Massive stone doors slid back to reveal a group of mountain dwarves stepping out from the shadows. The dwarves brandished massive iron weapons, aiming them directly at anyone attempting to cross the threshold. The dwarves shouted in anger, calling Turan, Mesa, and the knights devils, and demanding their immediate deaths. Turan stood in the center of the entry pass, adjusting his stance as the situation dissolved into chaotic tension. That was such a incredible, relaxing journey with the Shepherd Wizard. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch and sit through this whole marathon with me. I truly appreciate your support. If you enjoyed the ride, please consider subscribing. We're steadily pushing toward our goal of 10,000 subscribers, and every single one of you makes a huge difference. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one.